Chapter I Dance Partners. Izuku had gone outside feeling confident, sure he'd figure it out one way or another, but when he tripped over his feet for what could have been the 1000th time that night, it dawned on him, he couldn't dance to save his life. He probably couldn't dance to save the world for that matter. At first he blamed it on the moonlight. It was ruthless enough to prevent him from seeing his own 2 hands a few feet from his face. He used that as an excuse that it was too dark for him to see, but eventually he fell so many times that he just accepted the inevitable. He didn't have the knack for dancing. But the problem was that he needed to learn how to dance, and soon, because UA's end of the year dance was coming up and he'd been asked on a date. It came out of the blue when she did it, too. That afternoon was like any other. He was still cramming his backpack while the rest of the class had left already to head back to the dorms. And then, as usual, he found Uraraka waiting for him outside the doorway because she was courteous, and that was something she did every day. But what caught him off guard was when she just said it, before he even took a step forward too, and when Mr. Aizawa was just barely out of earshot. "Will you go to the dance with me?" He had to do a double take because she said it so fast he wasn't sure he heard her right, and he didn't think someone could see him as more than a friend. But when he watched her stand there, gazing at her shoes, he knew he had in fact heard what he thought he heard, and he might have exploded from embarrassment right on the spot. He was sure he'd say yes, though, once he calmed down, and he did. Uraraka was sweet, and he thought she was a really cute girl, but he wasn't in love with her or anything, not even close. He decided to focus on the here and now, pushing all his doubts to the back of his mind and let the sound of the music wash over him. He tried to figure out where to place his feet, but in his attempt he only ended up falling face first into the ground. Mina always hated the common area once the clock hit 9 because there was absolutely no one to talk to. She had a lot she wanted to say, and yet at the same time she wasn't exactly sure what. She just knew she'd start running her mouth to whoever she saw, as long as they were somewhat trustworthy. She thought she was out of luck until she heard the sound of soft music seeping through the walls, almost like the stuff they played at ballroom dances. Were those even a thing anymore? She didn't think so. Curiosity took her to the windowsill where the sound was coming from, and she lifted it and peeked her head out just enough to see the outskirts of the building. There was a lot of green, the grass, the leaves growing on the trees, and a mess of green hair that could only belong to one of her classmates. It blended in so well she could have missed it. Even though she didn't really talk to Izuku, she was just glad she wasn't alone. Besides, he was hardworking and friendly and seemed like the kind of person everyone got along with, even if he came off as a little weird sometimes. What really piqued her interest, though, was that he was dancing, or at least trying to, because his dancing skills were so atrocious she wasn't even sure she could call it that. She was filled with this nagging curiosity she couldn't shake. Why the hell would Izuku be trying to dance at this time of night? So, following nothing but her instincts, she headed outside and let the music lead her to him. He stumbled like a baby learning how to walk, and as someone who danced during her free time, she was disappointed. So disappointed that she thought it was best to go over and help him. "Midoriya." A high-pitched voice made him freeze because whoever had called out to him probably saw everything. He turned around slowly and could barely make out a figure in the dark, but that abundance of pink stood out against the harsh colors of the night. "Ashido W, what are you doing out so late? I saw you trying to dance and you were so bad at it that I got curious, like the worst of the worst." "Why you saw that?" He sighed a little. At least she didn't know the reason behind his dancing. "I've never taken you as someone who'd want to dance, Midoriya. Like, don't get me wrong, I could totally teach you how, but why?" She put a finger to her chin, and the silence made him realize the music was still playing in the background. He paused it and turned up the brightness on his phone. "I don't really like to dance, actually," he said, sheepishly rubbing his neck. "What? But you were trying so hard." Then she gasped, and he winced because she was the kind of girl who only gasped when she thought of something exciting. "Don't tell me you're going on a date." She threw her hands to her cheeks dramatically. "You got asked to the dance, didn't you?" His face had gone aflame right then, and he didn't even have to say anything because she knew. "Who asked you? Who was it? Uraraka, was it?" "Why, yeah, it was her." His voice was small, though, taken with the wind until it reached past the clouds, and she wasn't even sure of what he said. "What was that?" "Yes," he told her, a blush spreading over his ears and his neck and his entire body. He waited for her to say something, but she never did. Mina was at a loss for words. Uraraka had pondering her feelings for a while now, and Mina thought the day would never come when she actually got the courage to ask him out. Plus, she finally had something interesting to talk about. She probably shouldn't gossip about her friend's love life, but the little tidbit of information she'd just been given was so good it gave her goosebumps. And then she realized she'd spaced out, and when she came back to reality, Izuku had slid down the tree they were standing by, sitting with his head in his hands. She sat down, too, and was a little distraught when pine needles stuck to the back of her shirt. "Midoriya, hey, I want to help you," she said, ignoring the pine needles and tapping his shoulder. It was a struggle for him to even pick up his head because he was so embarrassed, but he did so anyway because Mina's offer was too good. He'd seen her dance before. The only word to describe it was incredible, and it made him wish he had a talent he could practice in his free time, too. He remembered the first time she'd ever mentioned her breakdancing skills to the class. They were in the dorms one night, bored out of their minds, when she said, "Look over here." So everyone looked over at her, and then they never turned away because she was probably a better dancer than everyone in the whole world combined. Izuku was particularly in awe because he couldn't dance if everyone depended on it. His other friends had some pretty amazing talents too, like Jiru's singing and Sato's baking, but Mina's talent impressed him the most. He asked her to teach him some dance moves, but he never really got much out of it because the rest of the class joined in, and there were just too many people for her to keep up with. If only it was just the two of them then, because then he would have learned how to dance a long time ago and he would be doing better things with his time. But that was in the past and he needed her help now. He just hoped she knew how to slow dance. "Ashido, does that mean you'll help me?" His eyes seemed to light up in the dark with what little light his phone had to offer. "Of course I will, but it might be a while since you're so bad." He squinted at her backhanded remark, and she must have been able to see pretty well because she laughed. It was a light laugh, one that tickled the back of her throat, but when he looked at her out of confusion, she laughed a little harder. "That face, Midoriya." He was confused, almost as if she could read his mind. She said, "It's just funny because that face doesn't really suit you, and you look like you're trying too hard to be angry." Oh, he just smiled at her anxiously because she was right. He'd gotten better with it lately, but he still couldn't act naturally around girls if his life depended on it. And it wasn't just Uraraka or Mina, but pretty much any girl thrown his way. "Okay, we should really start dancing now. It's getting late," Mina said, a smile still on her face. "W8, it's slow dancing, right? So don't we need to be partners?" "Who said we were just slow dancing, and you've been trying to slow dance without a partner? How do you even do that?" He hadn't really been practicing slow dancing specifically, mostly just dancing in general. It was a school dance, so the DJ could play whatever, something with an electric beat to keep the party going or something slow and romantic to set the mood, or maybe a mix of both. But he didn't want to explain all that, so he just shrugged. She rolled her eyes and got up, offering her hand. He noticed how soft her fingers were. "So what are we going to do then?" he asked. "I think the first thing you need to do is loosen up a little bit. You're way too tense, Midoriya, so let's start off by dancing. No rules, nothing, just dance your heart out." She grabbed his phone and found a song with a good tempo, one that just made her want to get up and dance until she was too tired to anymore. She tried to pick something he'd enjoy too, but that was hard because she didn't really know what kind of music boys listened to. As Mina set the phone down on the grass again, she found herself smiling. Something about Midoriya made him fun to talk to, and she didn't know what because the two of them were polar opposites. She was the kind of girl who would laugh at the wrong time, couldn't keep a secret for her life, while he was reserved, only good friends with a solid 2 or 3 people in the entire class. He probably had a whole list of secrets he kept hidden. And yet she liked talking to him already. Maybe it was because they were polar opposites, or maybe she was just too stunned over Uraraka finally asking him out to think straight. And what made it even stranger was that at the beginning of the school year, he kind of weirded her out. He didn't really do much besides mumble and take down notes, and he seemed to go through notebook after notebook, to the point where some of them would start overflowing. And then there was his quirk. It was like it was dormant for a good 10 years of his life, breaking his bones with every chance he got, like he didn't know how to control it. But even though she hadn't talked to him, she noticed his quirk becoming stronger and him breaking out of his shell lately, and she wasn't totally opposed to the idea of becoming friends with someone who had such strong ambition. She ignored her thoughts before her mind went on a tangent and watched him stagger. "Don't think about it, just dance," she said, giving him a thumbs up. He decided to do just that. At first it was nerve-wracking, dancing in front of someone with his lack of skill, but when he found a comfortable rhythm, it came easy. And even though he must have looked off balance to her, he still found himself having a good time. "This actually isn't that bad." I told you it would be fun. Karma must have had it out for him, though, because moments after she spoke, his feet crossed over and he fell. It was so ironic that she laughed. She didn't feel bad about it either because he laughed with her. It took him a while, but eventually he felt comfortable dancing, feet moving quickly through the grass. And she really smiled when that moment came because it seemed like they'd spent forever just getting into a nice rhythm. Okay, I think you've got the feel of this pretty much down, but your form is still a total mess. At least that's a start, he said, sighing. Good, now I think it's time we slow dance now. Wait, what? She giggled and took his hands, placing them on her waist, and then she curled her fingers over his shoulders. She could just see the shock pouring out of him, his face lighting up like a candle. Ashido. Okay, now that's all you have to do to get set up. She felt his hands shaking against her waist, and they were warm. His tendency to be nervous was something that would never change about him. All right, now we just have to move our feet, she said. So that's what they did, and they didn't try to make a show of dancing. Instead, she kind of instructed him, more or less, and there was a lot more space between them than when they'd first started. It only lasted a few moments, though, because his toes pretty much plowed over hers on more than one occasion, and then he was asking if she was okay, and she was laughing. But she was actually laughing to cover up the pain because he stepped on her toes so hard she thought they could have been broken. Yeah, it would be a while before Izuku's got the knack for slow dancing. They leaned against the tree trunk again after that, and he complained he was tired. And she just said that he shouldn't be because they hadn't done much, but he told her he'd been training his quirk already for hours. You train a lot, Midoriya. Sometimes it'll be 6 in the morning and everyone will be laying in bed, and I'll look out the window and see you running around the track before the sun's even up. He went kind of red in the cheeks. I just like to stay in shape to make my quirk stronger. She groaned and slouched back against the tree. I wish I had that kind of ambition, you know, but I feel like I couldn't focus on one thing for that long. I'd end up texting Kirishima or Kaminari or something, and then I'd be on the couch watching bad rom-coms. I just kind of tell myself that training is for the best, that if I want to get stronger, I have to work hard. This might sound strange to you, but I think training is fun. She looked him in the eyes, turning to the side so that she was facing him. It's not strange. I have a hobby of dancing and you hate dancing. That doesn't make my hobby strange, does it? Or maybe it does, I don't know. I think you're really good at dancing, Ashido, breakdancing especially. He smiled at her and she noticed his eyes were a very bright and lively shade of green. She felt a little warm inside and she thought it would be best if she turned away. Really? Thanks, she said. It was quiet for a second, and then they started talking about how Mr. Aizawa had come into homeroom in his sleeping bag this morning and how Mina almost failed algebra this year. And even though he didn't mean to be funny, Mina found that even though he was a nerd, he knew how to lighten up a conversation. So, Midoriya, how'd your Uraraka ask you out, huh? She asked, gently nudging his side as she watched him begin to sweat. They'd been talking for a few minutes already, so it didn't feel weird for her to do that. Well, it was kind of sudden, I guess. And then Izuku told her the entire story, from the moment he left the classroom earlier this afternoon to the moment he got back to the dorms. About how it was kind of awkward between the two of them, and he wasn't sure what they were now. He kept going on about the smallest little details until he was mumbling about how he had to learn how to dance soon or else he was screwed. Midoriya. He came back to reality after that, and then, internally, he felt like he had made a huge mistake. Knowing Ashido, she would probably broadcast the news to the entire school, maybe even sneak past the teachers and say it on the intercom. Okay, that last part was a stretch, but Ashido probably shouldn't have been the first person he told. I probably shouldn't have told you that. Nope, you definitely should have. Can you please keep quiet about it, just this once, Ashido? Can I at least tell your Uraraka? He squinted his eyes again, but this time there was a lot more sarcasm in them. She laughed and said, okay, I at least want to know how you feel about her. Izuku wasn't sure how to answer that because he definitely liked Uraraka, but it wasn't the kind of like where he couldn't be without her or where his heart beat faster every time she was around. Sometimes it would when she was close to his face or said something really nice, but he wouldn't call that the kind of like where he was in love. I like her, she's pretty and hardworking, and I guess I like her. So you don't love her? I wouldn't say I love her, I think I just like her. Mina listened carefully and decided to tread lightly. Uraraka liked Midoriya so much she was in love with him, so Mina wasn't going to mention that last part to her. Oh, well, love can take time, I guess, she said. She didn't really mind that he wasn't in love with Uraraka yet, but she felt bad for her friend. The two of them struck up a conversation for a few more minutes, and when they realized they lost track of time and it was almost curfew, they hurried inside and upstairs. When Izuku made it to his room, he was surprised he'd had so much fun talking to Mina because he had always seen her as someone who was just too much for him. She was so hyper and energetic, and he thought if he ever talked to her he'd implode. But he went to bed thinking it wasn't all that bad. Mina was supposed to be in her room now, but she found herself running to Uraraka's instead, hoping she was still awake. She knocked on the door and heard footsteps, and then Uraraka opened it and looked at her with sleepy eyes. But she was jolted awake when Mina hugged her tight, squealing about something she couldn't quite make out. Then she pulled away and Uraraka heard her clearly this time. You asked him out and you didn't tell me. Uraraka went bright red, maybe even 100 times brighter than Izuku ever did when Mina was talking to him earlier, and she pulled away from Mina's arms. I just did it on a whim, I wasn't planning to. But you could have told me, Uraraka, this is important. Exactly, I was scared you'd go and tell everyone. Uraraka narrowed her eyes and then tilted her head to the side. How'd you even find out anyway? Mina began to sweat, she didn't know how to say this. Okay, well, long story short, Midoriya needed my help dancing, so then I kind of got him to tell me the whole story. Did you pressure him into it? Uraraka asked. Mina just rubbed her neck like she was guilty. She hadn't pressured him to tell her the whole story, but she had pressured him to tell her who it was in the first place. Are you being serious, Mina? Yeah. Please don't tell anyone. I'll try, she said. She would, honestly, but she wasn't sure she could promise something like that. She was horrible when it came to secrets. It was just so hard for her to keep quiet about things when it came down to it, because she loved it when her classmates got all shocked and dropped their jaws like they'd just heard the most mind-blowing thing in the world. And usually it was, because she always racked up the juiciest information. And don't get too close to him, okay? Mina knew what her friend was implying, and she had to keep herself from bursting into a fit of laughter on the spot. Sure, Midoriya was funny, but he was way too nerdy for her. Honestly, Uraraka, he's all yours. He is not my type. Mina rolled her eyes, but she felt her cheeks get warm. It wasn't because they were talking about Izuku specifically, she told herself. She was just blushing at the thought of love in general. Okay, if you say so. Hoped you liked the first chapter. The romance will be slow, seeing as this is a slow burn, but next chapter should get a little more interesting. Chapter II, it's easy to fall in love. This fanfic totally blew up on fanfiction.net, and I'm really happy at all the positive reviews I've been getting, so I'm definitely going to be continuing this. I know I mentioned this fic was going to be a slow burn, but it's not gonna be one of those slow burns that'll be 100k words. It will probably hit around 50k or 60k words, maybe 70k at the most. Anyway, I hope this chapter is not too boring for you guys. Half of it is just girl talk. It's mostly just a setup for later chapters though, and next chapter should be a lot better. Mina woke up early the next morning, and at first she wasn't sure what time it was. It could have been the middle of the night for all she knew, or at least it seemed that way because the room was still dark. She figured she was wrong, though, when she walked out onto the balcony and saw Izuku running laps, the sun faintly peeking over the horizon. She watched him for a minute before turning to go back to bed, but she stopped the moment it hit her. An idea. There was no doubt it was a bad idea because she was tired, and her head was never in the right place when she was tired. But it wasn't in the right place when she was awake either, so she got dressed and headed downstairs anyway. She waited outside, standing at a corner that was unsuspicious to the untrained eye, and she hoped he'd make another lap before she got antsy. When she heard his footsteps getting closer, she leaped out from behind the building and grabbed him by the shoulders. She yelled Midoriya so loud he shrieked and lost his balance. It was a girly kind of shriek too, the kind of shriek boys like to make fun of. Ayashido, what are you doing? He was on the ground now, one hand clutching his heart to keep it from jumping out of his chest. He was not expecting that. Mina kept a hand over her mouth to stop herself from laughing, because she would be lying if she said she didn't want to make fun of him. He just made it so easy. Especially when he sounded like that, his voice so high he could have been a girl if she didn't know any better. I can't believe you actually screamed. He put his hands up in defense. I was surprised. Did you come out here just to surprise me? Yep, Mina didn't like seeing him so helpless, so she offered her hand. She remembered helping him up last night, too. How'd you know I was out here? I saw you when I woke up, and I was going to go back to bed, but I decided I'd rather scare you instead. Please don't ever do that again. I thought I was gonna have a heart attack. She narrowed her eyes and said, I don't think I can promise that, and Izuku knew she wasn't lying. He noticed her smile get 1,000 times brighter then, and she leaned in a little closer with this happy-go-lucky kind of expression. He started to sweat. He still wasn't used to being so close to a girl. Can I jog with you, Midoriya? You're fine with that, right? Suddenly she wasn't so tired anymore, and the rays of sunlight streaming across the sky gave her motivation to run and get some exercise. But after her sudden burst of energy began to waver, she realized how close she was to his face. He had a lot more freckles than she could have imagined, and he was still breathing heavy after his run. Her breath caught in her throat. She backed off a little. That's fine, but why do you want to jog so suddenly? He asked. Because we're friends, right? Izuku hadn't really thought of her as a friend until she mentioned it. The first time they really talked was yesterday, less than 12 hours ago, and most of that time was allotted to dancing. But he had a lot of fun hanging out with her, so he decided he was okay with it. Yeah, I guess so. They started running at a steady pace both of them could keep up with, until she was out of breath and he took the lead. The February breeze felt a lot colder now that he had taken off, and she wanted to use her quirk to catch up with him. But as she watched him in the distance, she decided that wouldn't be fair because he could have used his quirk too if he wanted to. He didn't though, because someone like him wouldn't do that, so she wouldn't either. After finishing a few more laps, Izuku stopped at the building's front entrance and waited for Mina. She showed up eventually, but she was staggering and dropped to the ground the moment she reached him, her breathing coarse and scratchy in her throat. My legs feel like jelly. How do you do that every morning without dying? She asked. I kind of just got used to it after a while. It's good exercise for my quirk. Mina felt like she lacked something. Izuku had such a big incentive, one that couldn't be touched by villains or physical setbacks or pretty much anything. She didn't think she'd ever met someone with a motivation as strong as his. Bakugo was a close second, but his heart wasn't in the right place to be a hero. Mina sighed. I tell myself that all the time, that training is for the best, but I don't think I have the stamina to run for that long. If you keep working at it, you'll get stamina eventually. It took me a while to get in shape too. I could never run like this before I got into UA, so don't quit now. He smiled, and Mina had one of those moments where it was impossible for her not to smile. But if she did smile, it would be embarrassing, so she tried to keep a straight face. The sky was getting brighter, and the stars that were visible a few moments ago had vanished in the morning light. Her classmates would be waking up now. This sucks. I wanted to dance before breakfast. He shrugged. It's too late now, but maybe we can after class. Okay, you still need a lot of work, Midori, she said, flicking his forehead. It felt customary for her to do that natural. Midori. Oh God, she hadn't even realized she called him that. I can call you that, right? As a nickname, I think it suits you. Don't you think it has a nice ring? That's fine if you want to call me that, I guess. She was glad Izuku didn't mention anything more about it because it was embarrassing and it kind of just slipped out. Was it weird for her to call him Midori? It just seemed like a weird nickname to call someone. Oh well, she probably wouldn't be using it anyway. Inside, some of their classmates were making breakfast. Most of them were still in their rooms, though, getting ready. The few who were already downstairs swiveled their heads when the two of them walked in, and Izuku even noticed Kirishima raising an eyebrow. It must have been strange to be walking around with Mina, seeing as they never would have done that before yesterday, and he felt like the center of attention until she said she forgot her phone upstairs. He wasn't too keen on being the center of attention unless he was saving people's lives. His phone buzzed in his back pocket. It was Uraraka. Hey, I was wondering if maybe we could talk. He swallowed down his doubts. He didn't want to talk to her because he wasn't sure he'd be able to form a sentence, but at the same time he did because he wanted to know where they stood relationship-wise. Sure, I'm over on the couch and no one else is over here. Izuku spent the next 5 minutes waiting for her, and when the elevator doors finally opened, he let out the breath he'd been holding. She was already in her uniform and avoided any greetings from her classmates before sitting beside him. She was so close their shoulders were almost touching. I know we haven't really talked since yesterday, Deku, but I've just been wondering what we are and stuff like that. Uraraka wouldn't face him, her head turned to the window. He thought about resting his hand on top of hers, but he didn't know if that would make things awkward, so he didn't. Oh, you're talking about our relationship. Yeah, I really like you, Deku, and I want to be your G-girlfriend. But you could probably assume that since I asked you to the dance, she said, getting quiet suddenly like she realized where they were. And then she took his hand in hers, and he realized he shouldn't have been worried over what was considered awkward or not because her fingers were gentle and soft and he was about to have a girlfriend, for the first time ever. He composed himself. I want to be with you too, Uraraka, but I think we should maybe wait a little. Okay, for how long? How about until after the dance? I know it's over a month away, but it might be good to wait until our second year to be together. And, well, final exams are coming up. She almost reached over and took his arm, but she remembered half the class was right behind them, their voices hushed by the sound of pots and pans clattering. Her shoulders fell as she let go of his hand. Yeah, I agree. But she didn't agree. She wanted more than anything to hook his arm around hers and to be with him now, today and tomorrow and every day after that. But he was right. They were aiming toward becoming pro-heroes. They should at least finish their first year at UA before thinking about romance. But we can still be friendly, right? And after the dance, we can be together, right? Izuku listened to the way her voice rose suddenly, almost as if she was pleading. He nodded. She was playing with her hair, weaving it between her fingers carefully, and that's when he noticed the grin she was wearing, wide enough that she could have been the happiest girl on the planet. He wasn't sure he could have smiled like that because he was so nervous. He wanted to stay and talk to her, his future girlfriend, but he remembered he was still in gym clothes and his stomach rumbled whenever the smell of breakfast wafted through the room, so he headed upstairs. He pulled out his phone on the way up, hands shaking against the screen, and he thought about texting a friend about what just happened. Telling Ida would be waste because he would just tell him to focus on his studies more even though he was focusing on his studies enough already. Instead, he opened Mina's contact and hit message. The screen was blank, void of any texts they may or may not have sent. He couldn't remember texting Mina before this, but he couldn't say for sure because he usually didn't remember trivial things like that. He stared at the keypad for a second and didn't type anything, and then he laughed at himself and tucked his phone back into his pocket. He couldn't bear the weight of her knowing something like that, especially since word spread fast enough on its own. Mina was in Hagakura's room, curled up in a ball in her friend's blankets as she peeled the newly added layer from her skin, trying to tear the whole thing off in one swift motion instead of in little flaky pieces. But she was making a mess anyway, and her friends were having the same problem. She reminded herself to stop buying this brand. Finally, Mina sighed as she glided her hands over her cheeks, soft as a baby's. You said it, those things were a pain, Ribbit, Asui groaned, dropping the remains of her face mask in the trash. The girls nodded. Hagakure shrugged, at least the boys will think we look nice. Speaking of boys. Mina shut up right then before it was too late, but it was too late anyway because she already caught everyone's attention. They waited for her to continue, but she just giggled because she couldn't spit the words out, her cheeks turning lilac when she realized she couldn't turn back. Not that she minded not being able to turn back. She glanced at Uraraka, who was giving her the stink eye. Mina, she whispered loudly, a little too loudly. It took a second before Uraraka realized her mistake. Oh my gosh, Achako, is there a boy we don't know about? Hagakure said, her voice shrill with anticipation. And no, Mina's making stuff up. I really don't know what she's talking about. Does it have to do with Midoriya? Jiro asked. And no, it has nothing to do with him. Mina watched from afar as the girls circled Uraraka, trapping her like a game of cat and mouse. Eventually, once she was completely cornered, she folded and told them the whole story, from barely being able to keep her feelings under wraps all the way to asking Izuku to the dance. And then she told them about something that not even Mina knew, about something that happened yesterday morning. She tried not to lose it right then, tried not to go off the rails and swoon, but finally, there was a romance blossoming between her classmates, something Mina had been hoping for since the very beginning of the year. And better yet, it was a romance between two of her friends, one of them being the girl she talked to most often and the other being the boy she wanted to get to know better, because over the last few days she rarely felt happier than the moments they spent laughing at his horrible dance moves. It wasn't weird for her to hang out with him even though he was with Uraraka, right? She got nervous for a second, but she relaxed when she realized Uraraka wouldn't care, especially when she had no reason to be worried. "I'm so happy for you," Mina said, sneaking in and giving Uraraka a hug. Uraraka pushed her away, though, because she wanted to peel off the rest of her face mask. She did that and then said she needed to charge her phone, only to realize she forgot the charger in her room. As soon as she was gone, everyone's eyes shot to Mina, and at first she was a little confused on why, but as they stared, their gazes unwavering, it hit her. "So, Mina, which one of them told you they were a thing? Because you've been spending a lot of time with Midoriya lately." Mina's smile fell at Jiru's accusation, and she started laughing, that awkward kind of laugh, the kind of laugh that was only there to fill the silence. "Guys, please, Midoriya told me, so what, we're friends." "Why are you two suddenly so close, though? I've never seen the two of you together until recently," Yaoyorozu said. She sounded concerned. "I'm just teaching him how to dance because he can't, like, at all." She almost laughed, but she took a moment to collect herself. "Will you guys please get off my case?" "Why isn't Ochako just teaching him?" Hagakure asked. "Because she can't dance either." Yaoyorozu raised her hand. "I'm the one who's teaching her. You may not believe it, but I've been to quite a few ballroom dances." "I'm just surprised Ochako is okay with you teaching him. She's totally the jealous type," Jiru said, laying back on the bed and curling one of her earphone jacks around her finger. "Obviously she's not going to care because she has nothing to be jealous of. We're friends. Besides, he's not even my type. He's a nerd and there's no way I could fall for someone like that." "Never mind falling for him, just liking him in the first place was impossible. He was an All Might fanboy, someone who spent his very minimal free time collecting action figures and hero posters. And Mina was glad it was impossible because she would be doomed, unbelievably and inescapably doomed, if she ever caught feelings for Izuku, especially since he already liked someone and she liked him back. To flee the allegations being forced upon her, she glanced out to the balcony. The curtains were open, letting her see the one person she really wished she hadn't. Not right now. He was training as always, and Mina felt like he could hear everything they were saying even though he couldn't. But her face got hot anyway, cheeks turning a faint shade of lavender. "Is he out there, Ribbit?" "No," she lied. "Anyway, Mina, that's where you're wrong. Sure, you might have a type, but do you even know what your type is? Have you ever been in love?" "No, of course not. I'm 16, she said, rolling her eyes. "Exactly, so your type could be anyone, even guys like Midoriya," Hagakure said, trying to prove her previous point. "Guys, I'm never going to fall for Midoriya. I'm just not. That's what I said back in junior high. I was wrong, very, very wrong." "Wait, Tori, you've been in love?" Jiru asked. I don't know, I think so, maybe." "With who?" "A boy in my junior high school." Mina perked up, her jaw dropping all the way to the floor. "Tell us the details now." "Okay, so this was in my last year of junior high, and there was this boy in my class who I was friends with. You guys wouldn't know him. Anyway, we were friends, but I don't think he ever looked at me the way I looked at him because I'm invisible." "But how did you, fall for him?" Mina asked. She watched Hagakure tense up, and she wondered if she would be blushing if she wasn't invisible. "Well, it just kind of happened. Suddenly I couldn't really think of anything else besides him, but we were close friends by that point, so I decided to keep my mouth shut. And then he got a girlfriend and I cried a lot when I first found out, but I'm over it now. I don't talk to him anymore." "So it wasn't magical and amazing," Mina said. "No, well, it was at first, and then it was painful, and I kind of wished it never happened." There was a silence as Hagakure really appreciated the looks on their faces. "What's wrong, guys?" "I just can't believe you were in love and didn't tell us until now," Jiru said. "I didn't really want to remember it." She felt desperate hands reach for her shoulders then and looked up to see Mina only inches from her face. "How could you not tell me, Taru? This is, insane. I thought Ochako was the only one who had been in love." Mina felt a little betrayed by her friend, especially since love was the thing she did best. Or at least she liked to think so, but apparently two of her friends had been in love and she didn't even know it. "Mina, please leave her alone. She is clearly uncomfortable." Yaoyorozu got between the two of them and pulled Mina away. As I was trying to prove with that whole story, it's easy to fall in love, so don't get too ahead of yourself, Mina. Yeah, whatever, she mumbled. Anyone else have a love story they haven't told me? They heard the door click and fixed their gazes onto Uraraka, who had her phone charger in hand. Sorry I took so long, it was hidden under my bed and I couldn't find it. What are we talking about? Nothing of importance, Yaoyorozu said. The bad face mask still ribbit. Everyone, especially Mina, thanked Asui for the quick excuse. Somehow they got on the topic of boys again, and Mina was grateful because none of the girls ever talked about boys. She thought they were just scared to get made fun of or something, like everyone would think their crushes were ugly. But that was the thing about crushes, they were often so strangely personal that no one else could wrap their heads around them. But the sad part of it all was that none of them even had crushes. They just didn't have love stories in the first place. It wasn't like she could talk, though, because she only had 2 boyfriends during the entirety of middle school. Both relationships ended in regret, and both relationships lasted less than a few months. So Ribbit, who do you guys think is the cutest boy in class? Asui asked. Mina pondered over it for so long she wasn't even sure what the question was anymore. She tried to think of someone really, but she was at a total loss. Sure, she thought plenty of the boys in their class were cute, but none of them really struck her as exceptional. The only person she could think of was Izuku and his freckles and his pretty eyes, the lively green ones that stood out against everything. She noticed them that first night when she caught him dancing in the dark, and she guessed she was thinking of them now because she hadn't really been around any other boys since then. She shook it off and thought about simply saying Kirishima, but she didn't want to set off any sparks in her friends' minds in the wrong direction. She hung out with Kirishima enough as it was, and there was no reason to make people think they liked each other. She gave up agonizing over it and just ended up saying Todoroki or Bakugo or someone like that. She didn't bother to remember who it was, and she certainly wasn't going to when she woke up the next morning. So she tucked herself into her sleeping bag and nestled between Jiro and Yaoyorozu, falling asleep sometime after midnight. Again, sorry for the boring chapter. Next chapter will not only explain the title I gave this story, but it will also serve as a way to build up Izuku and Mina's relationship, so there's that to look forward to. I'm really excited to write it. Chapter II: What Lies Beyond the Stars. Something about Izuku's budding friendship with Mina had brought on suspicion from their classmates, the kind of suspicion that followed the two of them wherever they went, like they were meek and unsuspecting and everyone else was right on their tails, waiting for the chance to pounce. Izuku wasn't sure what it was they were suspicious of exactly, but he just wanted to make it to class peacefully on Monday without any mishaps or misunderstandings. But when he heard a certain familiar voice call out to him from the crowd, he knew his wish wasn't going to come true. Thanks for waiting for me, Midoriya, Mina said, bending down and putting her hands on her knees. She was disappointed that she still lacked stamina, but she knew it would take a while before her morning jogs with Izuku played into effect. No problem, it's up. All my friends took off without me and I was walking around aimlessly looking for them until Achako told me they already left. Can you believe that? They probably forgot I existed or something. Maybe they were playing a prank on you, he suggested, picking up his pace where he'd left off. Mina bounced on her heels at the idea, sneaking up beside him. Now that I think about it, they'd totally do that. They're too dumb to think of a better prank. I don't think that's a bad prank, is it? She looked at him funny. You really need to get out more, Midoriya, because that's a horrible prank. Oh, I didn't know. And he wouldn't have known because he was uptight, socially inept, could barely keep up a conversation with a girl if his life depended on it. Mina was everything he wasn't, easygoing and a social butterfly, the kind of person who enticed everyone like gravity. Nobody in their right mind who'd known them for more than a second would think they'd make good friends. And he could understand that because he wasn't sure what about Mina made her so much fun to hang out with either. But he knew it had to be something, because otherwise she wouldn't be walking beside him right now. Maybe it was just the extra time they were spending together, and as soon as he figured out the whole dancing thing, their friendship would fizzle out. Hey, Midoriya, look, Mina said, pointing to the sky. By the sound of her voice, he thought maybe she was seeing something breathtaking. Except she wasn't, because when he followed her hand, he saw the very same sky he'd seen all morning, dreary and dull and infested with dark clouds. Maybe he was missing something. What is? Boo! He yelped when the shock of it hit him, her hands on his shoulders and her voice so loud it could have shattered his eardrums. Mina doubled over with laughter because everyone within a mile radius could hear him, and it reminded her of that time she popped out from around the corner while he was jogging. He took his time catching his breath and then began to laugh, so much so that he ignored the fact that he'd just embarrassed himself in front of half the school. As soon as he could think straight again, he heard another familiar voice to his left, opposite of where Mina was standing. "Hey Deku, you look happy this morning." Uraraka smiled, and Izuku was worried she'd noticed the tips of his ears getting red. Mina probably would because she was right behind him and those were the kind of things she noticed, but thankfully Ida was there to save the day. "Midoriya, you're in a good mood today," he said, coming up behind them and walking next to Uraraka. "Ashido gave me a good scare." Uraraka and Ida both said hello to Mina, finally noticing she was there, and then Uraraka asked the question he knew was inevitable. "So then that shriek was you, Deku?" He really didn't want to admit that to her, let alone to anyone. Yeah. "I would have had no idea," Uraraka said, the corners of her lips tugging upward like she was trying to hold down a laugh. Mina tried to think of something worthwhile to say to draw Izuku's attention away from Uraraka and back onto her, so she snuck up behind him and leaned forward a little and whispered, "You sounded like a girl." Izuku almost embarrassed himself for the second time that morning when he heard Mina's voice against his ear, whispering quietly enough to keep the secret from spilling to their friends. If people couldn't tell his face was red before, they could now. Uraraka saw the way Mina teased him out of the corner of her eye, but she decided to pay attention to something else. She had classes to focus on and hero training to do, and she didn't have time to waste her energy on being jealous. Besides, there was nothing to worry about if her friend was only teaching him how to dance, right? "What's up with you and Midoriya all of a sudden?" Mina wasn't ready for that kind of question. She'd just gotten done setting her tray down on the cafeteria table, and all she wanted to do was have a good lunch before she had to go back to class. But Kirishima has other plans. "I'm teaching him how to dance and we kinda just started talking. No big deal." "You're telling me he's learning how to break dance? I can't imagine it," said Kaminari. He must have wanted in on the conversation now too, especially after hearing something like that. She laughed at the thought of teaching Izuku how to break dance. "No, I'm just teaching him how to dance in general. He scored a date with you-know-who." Kirishima rose an eyebrow, a hidden talent of his he liked to flaunt. Uraraka. Yup, she was hoping they could move on to talking about something else, but Kirishima's eyebrow didn't fall. "What about it?" she asked. He shrugged. "It's just kind of strange. I mean, Midoriya's Midoriya and well, you're you, and I could never see you two being friends. And even earlier this morning, I was in homeroom and I saw you walking in with all of his friends and I thought I was seeing things." "Well, that's what happens when you guys leave the dorms without me." Kaminari put up his hands and backed off a little, like he wasn't guilty at all. Okay, we get it, sorry." "Anyway, Midoriya is actually pretty cool once you get to know him." She felt her lips tugging upward when she remembered the times they were laughing, but she shook it off and forced a straight face. Kirishima crossed his arms. "He does have a strong quirk, but it's just weird seeing you hang out with him." She stretched, leaning against the back of the chair until the front legs came off the ground, hands tucked idly behind her head. "I needed a change of scenery. I can only hang around you guys for so long." "Gotta agree with that one," Kirishima said, smirking as he side-eyed Bakugo. He was yelling about something incomprehensible just like he did every day around lunchtime, and Kirishima sighed when he grumbled and turned away. Long after it had gotten dark that night, Izuku was outside, dwindling his life away practicing his dance moves. He fell so many times his knees were starting to bruise, and he was beginning to get fed up with it. I think Ashido told me to move my right foot first, but I don't know if it depends on what Uraraka does, and I'm not sure if my hands go on the waist or the shoulders." He bent down and hugged his knees and flipped to the last page in his notebook, searching through heaps of jumbled letters for something that would actually help him. But the problem was that he'd covered up all the notes he'd written with Mina with new ones from today because he didn't have any pages left and he needed a new notebook. He should have seen that one coming. "Curfew is in less than an hour," he muttered, groaning as he pulled his knees closer and hid his face in them. But he got up moments after that because he had a lot of work to do, and he didn't have time to wish he was quirk training when he'd already done that for hours today. "I'm pretty sure Ashido told me to do." Midoriya, hey Midoriya, you won't believe the great idea I have. Izuku felt a little relieved, knowing his problems would soon be over. Nobody was that loud from that far away except for Mina. She waved to him, one hand still behind her back like she was hiding something. A smug, triumphant kind of smile spread over her lips and he tensed up a little. What is it? He asked. So basically I asked Sato to cook something for me before bed, right? As a special request since I missed dinner. Well, I looked out the window and saw you dancing and then it hit me. Sato made katsudon, you love katsudon. Izuku perked up. Did he make extra? He did, right? Well no, but I thought I'd give you some of mine. She pulled out what she was keeping hidden behind her back, and in her arms was a bowl of steaming hot katsudon, so alluring it made Izuku's mouth water. The smell of pork cutlet lingered around them in the air like it was something to bask in, fresh and warm and impossible not to love. His fingers moved by themselves, grabbing at the cloth as she put it back over the bowl. But she pulled it away, waving a finger in front of his face like he was a child. And that's where my idea comes in, she said, the smile that had disappeared a moment ago coming back. He pouted when he realized he wouldn't get to eat right away because he wasn't the only one who skipped dinner. Oh, come on, Midoriya, it won't be that bad, I promise. If you say so. So now that you'll let me finish, my idea is that we're going to dance like usual, but we'll save the katsudon for the end. If you fall less than 5 times, let's say, you can have half of my katsudon. You're bribing me, you mean? Exactly, you can't say you don't want katsudon, can you? And not really. His hands welled up into fists, and he resisted the urge to grab the bowl right out of her hands and run with it. But he knew if he did that it would end up spilling, and then his chances of eating anything at all would be less than 0. Even though he wouldn't do that, he usually fell hundreds of times in one night, and he thought Mina was setting the standard way too high. But he wasn't one to turn down a challenge. She set the bowl a few feet from where they were, the smell a constant reminder that katsudon was on the line. Ashido, he asked the moment she was back in earshot. What's up? How'd you even know I like katsudon? She was searching for a song, but she stopped for a second to look up at him. Because you told me. I did. Yeah, just the other day, I think. And you remembered. Do you always remember that kind of stuff? She thought about it for a moment before drawing the conclusion that no, she usually didn't remember that kind of stuff. She wondered if her subconscious took the fact that Izuku loved katsudon and wrapped it up in a cute little box, tucking it away somewhere in the depths of her memories, knowing she'd need it again. Maybe she had a second quirk, one that allowed her to tell the future. Not usually, but I guess I just remembered this time around, she said. Oh, well, I'm glad you remembered. She felt a little warm and fuzzy when he smiled at her, but she shook it off and got back to picking out a song. She'd consulted with Jiru recently, who'd said to practice with the kind of music that made people feel good because Present Mike would be the DJ. And she thought she did a good job at that when she saw Izuku swaying his shoulders almost involuntarily, mouthing the lyrics under his breath. Do you like this song? She asked. You am a little. So she played it louder, loud enough for Izuku to hear, loud enough for him to just get hooked on the music and start dancing already. But he was stubborn. Ashido, can you turn it down a little? People might be trying to sleep. She realized they were already halfway through the song. No one's asleep before curfew, Midoriya. Hurry up and start dancing before the song ends. Mina ran inside and grabbed another bowl and another set of chopsticks, surprised and slightly disheartened that she'd be giving half of the katsudon she'd been so eager to eat to Izuku. It wasn't like she hadn't believed in him, but she just set the bar so high she thought he couldn't handle it. Apparently he could, though, because otherwise he wouldn't have a bowl of katsudon in his hands. So you're sure I only fell 4 times? He asked. Yes, I'm sure. That was like 20 times better than I've ever seen you dance before. You should be happy, she said, getting comfortable and sitting cross-legged. The grass was cold against her calves. He nodded, swallowing half of the pork cutlet bowl in one bite, and then he started to talk. It must have been the katsudon thing, because this is really good. It wasn't until Mina took a bite that she understood where he was coming from. It was heavenly, or about as heavenly as pork cutlet could get. She just wished she'd eaten it while it was still hot, because now the pork was a little cold. She smiled and looked up at the sky as if to thank the gods for the meal, or maybe Sato if he was up there. I knew Sato was good at cooking, but I didn't think he was this good. I thought he liked to bake more. He told me he'd rather bake, but he's good at cooking too. They usually go hand in hand, right? I think so, she said, mouth too stuffed with katsudon to care. Their bowls were cleared not even a few minutes later, and the two of them were too full to go back inside yet. So they laid back against the grass and looked up at the stars, the stillness of the night becoming something they got used to. Mina usually hated the quiet, but this was the kind of quiet that made her feel at peace, made her relax and wish it would last forever, almost like it was supposed to be there. Hey Ashido, Izuku asked eventually. Yeah. Random question, but do you think there's an end to the universe? She furrowed her eyebrows. What do you mean? Like, do you think it goes on forever? Stars and constellations were Uraraka's thing, not hers. Why are you asking all of a sudden, Midoriya? Last night I was in the common area, and Uraraka asked me about it. She smirked. Oh, so you and her were alone. What were you guys doing, huh? Izuku's breath caught in his throat, and he rolled around so he couldn't see Mina's face anymore. Because if he saw her smirking like that any longer, his brain might have short-circuited and shut down. He took a while trying to find the right words to explain himself, and Mina was worried she might have broke him. For some reason, she had this strange, unfamiliar feeling that even though she usually loved teasing him, especially about Uraraka, she didn't this time around. It made her chest tighten a little. It wasn't like that. There were other people in the room, he said, waving his hands in front of his face in defense. I know, it was a joke, she said between laughs. The redness left his face. I bet you guys got teased though, didn't you? He thought about it. Nobody had said anything, but they got a few looks from their classmates. Not really. Why would we have? It was then that Mina realized she'd dug herself a grave, and it was far too late for her to fill it back up and pretend it was never there. I might have let it slip to the girls that Uraraka asked you to the dance. Possibly. He was quiet for a second. Ashido, this is a joke, right? She drew in a heavy breath, the final calm before the storm. Nope. Why would you tell them? It was a sleepover and I kind of accidentally mentioned it, and then everyone kinda pressured Ochako into telling the truth. He rolled over so that he was facing away again. Now everyone is gonna know. I'm surprised Ochako didn't tell you this already. She knows I do bad with rumors and stuff like that. Oh, for once in her life, Mina didn't have anything to say. And then it went quiet, and this time it was the bad kind of quiet. Awkward and excruciating, the kind of quiet that spelled out Izuku's disappointment without him even having to tell her. I can't believe you, he mumbled, burying his face in his shirt where no one could see him anymore. She wasn't sure if it was a good idea or not, especially after what Izuku had said previously, but eventually the tension got so unbearable that she reached over and tapped his shoulder. Midoriya, hey Midori, I never answered your question, the one about the universe. She vowed to never use that nickname, but she didn't really care anymore. She just wanted him to turn around. She tapped his shoulder again. Midoriya, I'm sorry, okay. He untucked his knees and rolled back around, but his eyes landed on the sky instead of on her. Can we just forget it? I can find out how to make katsudon. Maybe I can get Ochako to make some for you. She realized she hated this feeling, the feeling of guilt that came along with knowing Izuku was mad at her. She hated it whenever any of her friends were mad at her, but for some reason it hit her the hardest when it was him. I wanted to keep Uraraka and I a secret until our second year began, and we're not even really together yet anyway. Sorry. It's fine, let's just forget about it. Letting out the breath she'd been holding, Mina crossed her legs and put her hands behind her head, eyes up at the stars now. So what do you think? Does the universe go on forever? She asked. Didn't I ask you first? Yeah, but I want to know what you think. It was quiet for a moment as he thought about it. I don't think it does. It has to end somewhere, right? I think you're wrong about that. What? Why? He propped himself up on one elbow. If Mina wanted a debate, he wasn't afraid to give one to her. I don't know, I hope you're wrong about that at least. I know there's a lot of evidence against an infinite universe, but it's just cool to imagine, you know? Not really, it sounds kinda scary to me, knowing the universe is just a bunch of never-ending empty space. Have you even looked at the sky before, Midoriya? She began pointing at all the little stars visible to the naked eye, double-checking every once in a while to make sure he was following along. He was. Those stars are more than just empty space. Give them some credit. They just look like dots to me. Midoriya, her voice was laced with sarcasm because she knew that he knew he was being ignorant. What, he said, smiling knowingly. Those little dots are billions of times bigger than you, so if you want to keep thinking that way, I'm just gonna tell you you're wrong. Haven't you heard of the Big Bang Theory, Ashido? Of course I have, but it sounds kinda boring, you know? Like the universe was just created one day and then it kept expanding forever. Where's the fun in that? It doesn't have to be fun for it to be true. She turned to face him, resting her head in the palm of her hand. Her eyes fell to the ground, though, fingers pulling at the grass. You need to think outside the box sometimes. He decided to take her advice, so he tried to think of something spectacular that could have created the universe. A time warp, a black hole, maybe aliens or some other higher power, but nothing seemed to sit right with him. When the wind blew the branches of the tree they'd been lying under between him and the night sky, he sighed and gave up on his efforts to think unrealistically. But the Big Bang Theory is the most likely explanation. Most likely doesn't mean anything, not if it hasn't been proven yet. Then what would you imagine an infinite universe being like? He asked. There was a long pause as Mina's gaze began to wander. She eventually thought of something, and then her eyes settled on him. I've never really thought about it before. Maybe the universe is just made up of a bunch of parallel universes that go on forever. Like, if I traveled far enough, I'd end up back at Earth and then I'd see me again. Izuku wondered if he'd find a version of him that was still quirkless, still weak, still being bullied by Bakugo. Maybe he'd meet himself as the #1 hero. That's weird, but kinda cool. I know, right? And then maybe I could meet myself and I'd find a version of me who's flawless. And I bet if I kept going, I'd meet other me's who are traveling the universe too. She'd been looking him in the eye the whole time she was talking, and once there was a silence, she realized her stomach was starting to feel funny. Were those butterflies? She shook it off, told herself she was only getting them because she wasn't used to making eye contact with boys. And it was only for the briefest of seconds, really, because she looked down and began to pick the grass again before the butterflies morphed into anything more. He turned over onto his back. Too bad the Big Bang Theory is probably true. It's not confirmed yet though, is it? She said, her voice firm because she knew that for a fact. She thought Izuku should know it too. And he definitely got the memo. No, it is not. So what did Ochako say when she asked? As she said, she thought it ended somewhere, but she wished it was infinite. What did you say? I told her I didn't know. What should I tell her if she asks again? Say it's infinite. Okay, I guess I'll say it's finite. She rolled her eyes and grabbed a fistful of grass and chucked it at him, and then he sat up and brushed it off. He wasn't about to throw any back at her because he didn't want to pick a fight so late at night. Got it, it's infinite. She smiled knowingly. Good. That was the moment they heard another voice in the dark, and Mina could recognize that red hair from anywhere. Ashido, Midoriya, you know curfew is in 10 minutes, right? Kirishima said as he showed them his phone. Sure enough, it was 9:50 p.m. The two of them hurried into the nearly empty common area, and they thanked Kirishima before heading upstairs. Izuku got right in bed upon arriving in his dorm room, thinking about how broad the universe was and then about how much easier taking to Mina was getting. Just last week, he would have been stuttering out of his mind, and because of that fact, he went to sleep with a smile on his face. But what he wasn't aware of was that Mina, lying face up in bed 2 floors above him, couldn't fall asleep if her life depended on it. She couldn't stop thinking about the butterflies. Chapter IV, a good feeling. Is it cool if I eat lunch with you today, Midoriya? He was this close to jumping out of his seat when he heard a voice arise out of thin air, but when he met eyes with a familiar shade of pink, he breathed a small sigh of relief. It was only Mina, standing over his desk eagerly with this huge smile on her face, bouncing on her toes in a way that made her seem impatient. Izuku took a second to reassess the question, shoving his books into his desk all the while. But he knew what his answer would be without even thinking about it. The two of them had been getting a lot friendlier lately, talking about the universe and his improving dance moves and other not-so-important things, so he wasn't opposed to the idea. In fact, it was starting to get a little boring, only surrounded by 5 people he actually talked to during lunch break, and he knew she would be the perfect person to stir the pot. Sure, he said, getting up and meeting his friends at the doorway. He beckoned Mina over when they all turned to leave. None of them seemed to notice anything out of the ordinary yet. It wasn't until he was out of the classroom and heading to the cafeteria that he remembered something important. "Where are you gonna sit, Ashido? Can't I just sit next to you?" He hesitated for a few seconds too long, wondering how to put it into simple terms. She had asked to sit next to him, after all. As much as he wouldn't have minded sitting next to her, he didn't want to upset Uraraka. Uraraka is kinda sitting next to me. Mina's eyes traveled to the ground, feeling like an idiot for not realizing the obvious. "Oh yeah, I can't believe I didn't think of that before. I could just sit with Achako or Tsuyu anyway. I don't know how many open seats there will be. Maybe I can get Ida to push down one." "Whatever, I can always just figure it out when I get there," she said, shrugging as a soft sigh escaped her lips. She'd been betting on sitting next to him, but she really shouldn't have cared as much as she did because she could always just sit next to Uraraka or Asui anyway. When they arrived in the cafeteria, Izuku's friends finally seemed to take notice of her presence. She wasn't really bothered by it, though, because even if these weren't the people she hung out with on a regular basis, she knew everyone in class to at least a certain extent. Even Ida, who she thought was a stick in the mud who needed to let loose a little. "Why you guys don't mind if Ashido sits with us, right, for today at least?" he asked, noticing the glances thrown her way. Most of them smiled and shook their heads, probably more glad than anything. Seating was established more easily than expected, and Mina wondered if it was her lucky day because she ended up across from Izuku. Uraraka was next to him, of course, talking to Asui about something she couldn't make out over the sound of people's voices echoing off of the cafeteria walls. It was really loud in there, and that became especially prominent when she couldn't make out a word of what Izuku said even when she saw his lips moving. And the tables were very wide, and she noticed Uraraka was much closer to him than she was. "So Ribbit, why'd you decide to sit over here today?" Asui asked, glancing at Mina and raising her voice a little. "Well, I've been sitting in the same spot for the longest time, and I kinda needed a break from them." Mina's group of friends was sitting at the opposite end of the table, yet sometimes she could still hear Bakugo shouting despite the newfound distance. She noticed Kirishima and Kaminari eyeing her, and she smirked and stuck her tongue out at them. She made Uraraka smile with that, and Asui let a subtle laugh slip even though she tried to cover it up. Ida ate in relative silence, his glasses fogging up as he reviewed his notes without paying any attention to her, and Todoroki was just Todoroki, stoic and unfazed. Her eyes automatically turned to Izuku for some form of entertainment. He unsurprisingly had his notebook open, flipped to a page about ectoplasm. He was their math teacher. They had that class after lunch. He was flipping between multiple pages now, mumbling under his breath. "What you reading, Midoriya?" she asked. "Nothing." He was about to hold his notebook close, but two pink hands beat him to it as they reached out and stole it from his arms. What are you doing, Ashido?" "I've been wondering what you've been writing in here," she said, pulling at the corner of the first page. He was red in the face, but gave her a nod anyway. He would let her look through his notebook just this once. It wasn't like he had any personal notes inside or anything about the secrets of his quirk. These notes were just the ones he carried around in school about the quirks of his teachers and fellow classmates. And he really didn't mind if Mina looked, just like he didn't mind if Ida or Uraraka or any of his other friends did. "Wow, you have notes on like everything in here, Midoriya. I don't think I've taken this many notes in my whole life," she said, shuffling through the names of some heroes she couldn't recognize until she found notes about Class 1A. "I wonder if I'm in here." She found herself eventually after a whole lot of page-turning. There were notes about her quirk at the top of the page and a quick sketch of her in her hero costume in the center. He wrote that her quirk was strong, good to have during a situation of attack. And that's when her eyes traveled to the bottom corner of the page, a spot she was thankful she didn't miss. He'd drawn her in the middle of breakdancing, a few little sketches being enough to bring her moves to life even on the two-dimensional plane of a piece of paper, and in very, very small print underneath, he'd written something that made her heart beat just a little bit harder. "She's an incredible dancer." Butterflies were budding in her stomach, but she swallowed them down before they got to be too much. She'd been noticing them lately, becoming more and more prominent since that night they were talking about the universe not too long ago. Making it a habit to ignore them was something she sought out to do. "Where do you find the time to write all of this?" she asked. "Usually I write them down at lunch or whenever I'm in a good mood. And I can't even find the time to finish a full page of math notes." She let out an exaggerated sigh, one that made Izuku laugh. Mina felt a hand on her shoulder and she turned to see Ida looking stern as he pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose. Ashido, I think it's important you get those done in class. Believe me, I try to, but sometimes I just don't have the motivation. I can understand why it might be stressful, but please try and work on it. She nodded, a little relieved when Iida went back to minding his own business. Izuku whispered her name quietly enough so that she was the only one who could hear, and she leaned against the table to get a little closer to him. Don't tell Iida I said this, but sometimes I lose motivation too. That's kinda how I end up going through so many notebooks. I work on them in school, he said. I don't believe that. But it's true, honest. But you have, like, some of the best grades in the class. He looked down at his notebook. She'd given it back a few moments earlier, and he wasn't about to let it go again. School kinda comes easy for me. Mina noticed something when he peered back up at her, a grain of rice. Midoriya, there's something on your cheek. Oh, there is. He brought his hand up to his face, but nothing came off. Did I not get it? She should have been more specific. No, it's on the other. But she couldn't say anything else because her voice was cut off by the girl sitting beside him. Here, I'll get it, Uraraka said, fetching a handkerchief and bringing it up to his cheek. His ears became red as her hand grazed his skin. The thought of a girl being so close to him had always seemed foreign until now. Neither of them caught on to the fact that their friends were looking at them. Todoroki cleared his throat, and that's when the pair remembered they were still in public. Mina wanted to tease the two of them as they both turned this unnaturally bright shade of red, but her gut was telling her not to. She ended up ignoring it and getting up to buy another bottle of water instead. Once lunch had ended, everyone made their way back to class, waiting for word from their teacher that they'd have to focus on schoolwork again. I want everyone looking up to the front of the classroom. Their voices ceased suddenly as they turned their attention to Mr. Aizawa, his orders becoming the number one thing on their minds. All Might was standing next to him, folding his arms in a way that made him look rather antsy to speak up. He cleared his throat. All right, young heroes, it's important that I have your attention because you're about to get a training exercise in order to prepare you all for final exams. He turned the projector on, the board displaying a layout of ground beta. You'll be assigned to work with a partner. Now, before anyone asks, we've already picked the teams at random, so there will be no choosing your partners. A few members of the class groaned, but most of them just shrugged and waited for further instructions. The only one who seemed to pipe up was Minta, unsurprisingly. Iida raised his hand. What exactly does this exercise entail, sir? I was just about to get to that, young Iida. It's going to be both a form of rescue training and combat training, in the sense that each team will get a flag that they will have to protect. Your team will try to steal as many of the other flags as possible while also protecting your own, because if your flag gets stolen, your team is eliminated. Mina tilted her head to the side, the general idea of the assignment sounding oddly familiar to her. So then, it's like a giant game of capture the flag. Precisely, young Ashido. Your total score will be calculated by averaging the number of flags your team stole and which place your team was eliminated in. The exercise will take place next Monday at Ground Beta, giving you the weekend to come up with a plan. As a class, you'll be heading to Gym Gamma after school today to practice. Mr. Aizawa sat up a little straighter. Your partners are on the board, he said before bundling in his sleeping bag, leaving All Might to be bombarded with questions he didn't want to answer himself. Izuku's eyes were glued to the chalkboard at the front of the room, roaming down the list in search of his name. He let out a huge sigh of relief when he realized he wasn't paired up with Bakugo, because he would have ended up dead before the match even started. Knowing that he was paired up with Uraraka made him feel a lot better. Mina turned around and met eyes with Red. She found Kirishima was looking right back at her, clenching his fists confidently as he smiled a toothy grin. There wasn't really anyone more fit to be her partner than him, and with quirks that contrasted each other perfectly, she had a feeling this exercise would be a piece of cake. Class 1A headed over to Gym Gamma to train that afternoon, work with their quirks, and come up with a strategy. The battlefield had already been manipulated to their liking, a lot like the urban streets of Ground Beta where the exercise would officially take place. I'm really glad we got paired up, Deku, Uraraka said, hands bundled up at her chest as she gave him a warm smile. They were sitting atop a rock, somewhere comfortable where they could devise a strategy. So am I. The chances we'd end up as partners were pretty slim, huh? He nodded, and then the sound of explosions caught his attention. I figured out a plan during class. Uraraka smiled. Already? Yeah, I was thinking about it all day. I think one of us could be on offense and one of us could be on defense. I'm guessing I'm on defense. That's what the plan is. Why, you could use your quirk to make a barrier of debris around our flag, and then if anyone got close, they'd have to waste a lot of time breaking through. And if anyone did manage to break through, you could use your quirk to release rocks from the sky like you did in the sports festival. Or you could just make the person float if that doesn't work. Her eyebrows furrowed once she took the time to really process his idea. That's great and all, Deku, but we're gonna be on ground beta. There aren't really any rocks there, so what am I gonna use? Well, I'm sure there will be plenty of debris made during battle, and maybe I'll stay on the defensive with you until someone attacks, so that way you can use the debris from that fight to make a wall. I kinda have a feeling that Kakin might attack us pretty early, and he can be reckless. He flashed her the kind of smile that made her feel warm, almost like it was infectious, and she thought her cheeks would catch fire. She could never come up with a plan like that in such a short time, and he'd already thought it out so thoroughly, too. But he was Izuku, after all. That sounds good, she said, giving him a thumbs up. We should start training now, Uraraka. Maybe you can figure out how much you can lift at once, and I can work on close combat skills. There's something that I want to ask you first, though. Izuku wiped the smile off his face when he noticed she wasn't looking at him anymore. What's wrong? He asked. Please don't get mad at me for asking, but it's about Mina. It's just, I've noticed you talking to her a lot lately, and it's just been bothering me. Uraraka was twirling her hair around her fingers now, every so often meeting his eyes as she waited for an answer. She was worried she was coming off as jealous. Uraraka, are you saying? His voice trailed off for a moment, and so she continued. You two are just friends, right? Uraraka figured she'd gone off into the deep end by now, ventured past the point of no return, and she felt like she should have shut her mouth a long time ago. But to her surprise, she heard something that sounded like laughter. No, it was laughter. Izuku was actually laughing at her like he thought it was a joke. Seriously, Uraraka, you have nothing to worry about. She's just a friend. She lost her words for a moment, fiddling with her fingers in her lap. Oh, yeah, I kinda just wanted to ask since she sat with us at lunch today and everything, and it just kinda surprised me when you two became friends so. There's nothing going on with us, Uraraka. It's just because of the whole dancing thing. She's a great friend, but there's nothing more to it, he said, the little bit of laughter in his voice earlier suddenly vanishing. Somewhere in the middle of all that, though, he felt like he wanted to smile. He thought it would be a good way to reassure her, so he did. Well, okay, but she just seems kinda. Uraraka. Sorry, just forget I said anything. He remembered something he'd wanted to ask for a while. Can I ask you a question? What is it? Why do you like me so much? He was expecting her to get flustered, go red in the face maybe, but instead she just let this content kind of smile spread over her lips, looking up at the sky and then back at him. I've liked you for a while, Deku. I guess it stemmed from admiration. I thought you were cool, a real hero with real motives and morals. She was tapping her fingers together again, eyes down on her lap as her smile got a little brighter. And then I got to know you more, and I started having feelings for you. He just stared at her for a second, sitting there with his lips parted, almost like he'd fallen flat off the face of the earth and was too taken aback to think of something to say next. He never could have imagined a girl would like him like that, have so much sincerity in her words as she spoke of him like a role model, like someone she truly felt for. He really hoped she wouldn't ask him the same thing back, because he wasn't sure he'd be able to come up with something as heartfelt as she did. That's a lot. Yeah, she replied. There was a heavy silence. I think we should really start training. We've already wasted a lot of time, he said. She stood up and let out the bundle of nerves she'd been harboring in one quick breath. Okay, let's get started, Deku. Mina buried her knees into her chest further, trying her damnedest to rule out the god-awful silence as it surrounded her like a heavy cloud. Maybe that would help her think of something worthwhile to say. She knew she needed to focus, but she didn't feel all that guilty about being devoid of any ideas because Kirishima wasn't saying anything either, and coming up with a plan was hard. And it wasn't like she was half-assing her attempt to think of with something. It was just that neither of them were all that bright. Maybe we should just wing it. Who says we wouldn't do better that way? Mina suggested, groaning as she leaned back against the sharp edge of a stone. It was a pretty lackluster attempt to model the side of a building, but it was probably the best one they'd get until the exercise on ground beta. Gotta agree with you on that one. I'm drawing a blank and we have all weekend anyway. We can come up with something later, Kirishima said. But still, we got all that homework and I really don't want to be stressing over something else on top of that. He furrowed his eyebrows as he turned to face her. Right, so then here's a question that could help us. Are we gonna stick together or are we doing this separately? What do you mean? Are we gonna get the flags as a team, or is one of us gonna stay and defend? She brought a finger to her chin and let her eyes wander. Well, your quirk is best suited for defense and mine is best for offense, so then I think we should do it separately. But I don't know if I can get a lot of flags by myself. He smiled, his lips turning up ever so slightly. Sure you can, haven't you seen yourself in battle? She shrugged, I don't know, I guess so, it kinda depends on who I'm up against. You'll do fine, Ashido, I'll keep up a solid defense. Not even Bakugo is gonna get through me. Okay, if that's what you think, but you're gonna have to, like, buy me a smoothie or something if you're the reason we get an F. A smoothie. Yeah, a smoothie. He laughed, and it was the moment he snorted, accidentally he'd add if she'd given him the chance, that made Mina start laughing too. He took a breather before composing himself enough to say, so we're pretty much winging it otherwise then. She shrugged again, we can if you want, but we might be able to think of something before Monday. Maybe whatever happens happens, I guess, he said. There was a short silence before he brought up something new. Okay, but can we talk about you abandoning us at lunch today to sit with Midoriya? Yeah, sorry about that. She rubbed the back of her neck, starting to sweat a little. I wasn't really planning on it, but in homeroom I started thinking, why not? So I decided to ask him, and when he said okay, I guess I had no reason not to. His table was pretty nice, actually, she admitted. Kirishima smirked, and it was the kind of smirk that made her feel a little uneasy. You really like him, huh? What's that supposed to mean? As a friend, what did you think it was supposed to mean? Mina watched him raise an eyebrow, and she couldn't believe how fast she jumped to the wrong conclusion. She noticed Izuku in her peripheral vision, training his heart out with Uraraka not too far away from him, and for some reason she didn't want to look back at Kirishima in fear of what face he'd be making. Still looking away, she said, oh, and nothing. Of course I like him as a friend. She was about to meet eyes with Kirishima again, but she had to stop and do a double take. Since when did she stutter? The sound of rocks clattering against the ground drew Mina's attention to the fact that they were still sitting on this rock, unmoving. You want to start training before it's too late? He stood up confidently, swimming in an aura of ambition. Can't believe you had to ask before I did, Ashido. It was getting late, and most of Class 1A wanted to live out the rest of their Friday night before it was too late. They all agreed to head back to the dorms at around the same time. Mina snuck up behind Izuku and popped out by his side, hands curled neatly behind her back. Hey, Midoriya, you come up with a plan yet? You want to tell me about it? He stood a little taller. He'd expected Mina to surprise him this time. We've got a plan, but it's supposed to be a secret. For what seemed like the millionth time in the last few weeks, she realized she was smiling. It was like something that had become a habit, something she'd do even when the time didn't call for it. That's a letdown. You probably don't want to hear ours because, guess what, we don't really have one. You're with Kirishima, right? I'm sure you guys will think of something. I don't know about that. Maybe it'll come to me later when I'm trying to fall asleep, but who really knows? Don't think about it too much, and I bet it will come to you, he said, smiling. She realized he had a very nice smile. Something about it made her heart beat a little faster, made her return his with one of her own until her cheeks hurt too much for her to keep it up. As they got closer and closer to the dorms, she split up with him and found her friends, thinking that whatever it was that was making her feel this way was actually pretty nice. Chapter V, where the moon meets the ocean. The next morning would prove to be an eventful one, and Mina woke up feeling a little too energetic for her own good. She enjoyed mornings like these, bright and beautiful and warm enough to let sunlight seep through the curtains before the sun even rose above the horizon. She jumped out of bed and was downstairs no less than 10 minutes later, and she must have been up extra early for a Saturday because Jiro and Hagakure were the only ones down there. This was all a little peculiar to her, seeing as she was usually a very heavy sleeper and often wouldn't wake up until noon, but she made room for herself on the couch anyway, secretly hoping she'd impeded on an interesting conversation. There wasn't anything exciting to talk about, though, evident through Jiro's words. You're never up this early, Mina, she said. She shrugged. I fell asleep early last night, I guess. It's a Saturday. What's there not to be happy about? The fact that we have to train for that quirk exercise all day, Hagakure said, wreaking havoc on Mina's charisma. You're lucky, Mina. You've got Kirishima as a partner. Your quirks are pretty much perfect for each other. A heavy silence fell upon the three of them as if it only served a purpose to make Hagakure rewind a little bit. Taking the hint, she took in an unusually long breath before letting out this suggestive hem, almost as if to pick apart and piece together what exactly she just said. Your quirks are pretty much perfect for each other, aren't they? Mina grimaced a little inside, knowing her invisible friend was about to imply something pretty much impossible. Taru, you know I don't like him like that. He's a good friend, sure, and he's a good partner for the quirk thingy or whatever it's called. Doesn't mean I want to marry him, she said, smirking as she gave her a light shove on the shoulder. You, of all people, should know that best. This has nothing to do with me, Mina. You're telling me you don't feel anything for Kirishima at all? Nothing. Mina shook her head. Nope, not a thing. Jiro leaned forward a little and gave Hagakure one of those looks that was supposed to intimidate her. Maybe she just doesn't like anyone right now, Taru. But that doesn't mean he couldn't like you, Hagakure said, ignoring Jiro's advice and glancing at Mina again. Okay, now she was implying something that was more than idiotic. It was literally unthinkable. But Mina couldn't exactly say anything about it because her friends didn't need to know that yet. And even if she did, they'd ask her to prove it, and that wasn't something she could do without any repercussions. She definitely didn't want those right now. She decided her best bet was to avoid the question. Trust me, he doesn't like me, okay? Let's stop talking about this now. It's Saturday, so why don't we watch a movie or something, or maybe we can make an early breakfast. I'm down for pancakes if anyone else is. Jiro nodded, hopping to get up and make some, but Hagakure was still persistent. By the way she huffed, folding her arms over her chest, evidently so based on the way her clothing wrinkled, it was clear she wasn't backing down. Exactly, Mina, you're a genius. It's Saturday, so why don't we talk about romance like we always do? Why is it that when we bring up your own love life, you avoid the question? Mina was starting to get fed up with how pushy she was being, but she masked it with a little smile and some sarcasm. Because I don't have one, I'm sorry, but it's literally that simple. Fine, but just because you don't like someone doesn't mean there isn't someone who likes you. I still think Kirishima's got a thing for you. He doesn't, okay, I'm being serious. So then, what do you think about Bakugo? I mean, he's good-looking, sure, but he's got a bad attitude. Hagakure was getting antsy as she was just now realizing that most of Mina's friends were boys. How about Kaminari? She asked. He's a bit of a perv, and if he liked me, I think he'd be pretty vocal about it. Zero. Definitely not, he doesn't stand out at all. Then Midoriya. Mina's eyes traveled to the ground, hopping to say something in denial, but she wasn't sure she could wipe the scowl off her face in time to look up without giving away her anger. Her shoulders were tense and her palms were sweatier than usual, and she was this close to popping off because now Hagakure was throwing out the names of whoever she could think of, whether or not they were a viable option, and she'd even stooped low enough to throw out Izuku's name. Something about that pissed Mina off, and she couldn't exactly say why. Why does his name pop up everywhere? I just don't like him, okay? Of course I don't, he basically has a girlfriend. Jiro had been watching her friends fight for a while now, and it was time for her to speak up. Guys. She was ignored, her existence unacknowledged. Like she hadn't even heard her, Hagakure said, well, I mean, you two have been such good friends lately that people can't help but assume things. Mina desperately wanted to change the topic because her face was getting increasingly hotter and she was starting to get anxious. Something about this whole conversation made her feel open, exposed, like she was going to crack under the pressure. But she wouldn't allow herself to. She had put up a fence and she wasn't going to let Hagakure break through it. Well then tell them they're wrong because I don't like him. Guys. Then you've gotta like Kirishima. Come on, Mina, you can admit he's a little cute, right? Hagakure asked. Toru, I don't like him like that. I do not like Kirishima, and I don't think he's cute, at all. Okay, look, sorry for being so pushy about it. It's just hard for me to wrap my head around, you know? You two are just such good friends that Mina finally pushed past her limit, made this big deal of throwing her hands in the air. Alrighty, then, end of conversation. I don't like anyone right now, period. That's it, that's all there is to it. Guys. Everyone froze, eyes wide at the sheer volume of her voice. Mina snapped her head around to see a very frustrated-looking Jiro and a pair of slippers beside her. Her eyes wandered upward to meet Uraraka's, standing over the three of them as she placed her hands on her hips. Oh God, how long had she been standing there? But based on the way she was smiling, eyes filled with this kind of innocence and sleepiness at the same time, Mina could safely say it hadn't been long, and it looked like Uraraka's expression wasn't going to waver either. So, who wants to help me make breakfast? Turned out Mina was more of a night owl than she thought she was, because most of the class was already downstairs by the time 7 o'clock hit, helping Uraraka prepare a batch of somewhat decent chocolate chip pancakes with the whipped cream on top, of course. She really needed to straighten out her sleeping schedule because lately it was getting out of whack. She was going to bed late and waking up even later, except on the mornings she'd get up early and go for a jog, and it was starting to take a toll on her energy. But luckily today was an exception. In the midst of cutting up her pancakes, Mina noticed that Kirishima was looking at her. I figured out the perfect training spot. You know that beach that's around here, Dagaba? He asked, lips turning up into a smile. Truth was, she couldn't think of a beach by that name if someone paid her to, but after some explaining by Kirishima, she realized it was the one that had mysteriously cleared up the year prior, making it a near-perfect spot to hone her skills and think of a plan. And as a bonus, she could practice that new move she was working on. Feeling excited, she drew in a breath of anticipation. Let's invite Bakugo and Shiro too, and we should bring Kaminari and Jiro, and I could totally ask Midoriya to come. And, I guess Uraraka would be coming too then. You're cool with that, right? With inviting other people? I was about to ask you the same thing, he replied frankly, stuffing his mouth with chocolate chip pancakes. He was biting off more than he could chew, literally. Kaminari and Jiro were down with the idea in a heartbeat, and needless to say, Bakugo was the hardest to convince. They didn't say a word about Izuku, something they knew he'd freak out about later, but even with that out of the equation, he remained stubborn. It took a lot of coaxing on Shiro's behalf to get him on board with it. That meant Izuku was the only person left to ask, and since it was her idea in the first place, Mina was the one who was put to the task. It wasn't until she was laying on her stomach, draped over her bed as she swung her legs back and forth freely, that she got the bright idea to FaceTime him. Even though they lived in the same building, she didn't think it was logical to ask him something so simple in person. She realized she could see his room in the background once he picked up the call, filled to the brim with All Might action figures and other All Might memorabilia such as posters and comic books and pretty much anything she could think of. She'd seen his room once before back when they first moved into the dorms, and she watched him get all flustered when the class mentioned what a huge nerd he was. At the time she saw it as a bad thing, and she decided to steer clear of him because of it. But now that she knew him better, now that they were friends, she wished she could go back and give her past self a karate chop right in the back of her head. Hey Ashido, what's up? He asked, laying in bed the same way she was. He had his phone propped up on a pillow, wondering why she hadn't just waited until later to talk to him. So basically Kirishima got this grand idea to go to the beach later for training. You know, the one that used to be a junkyard? Yeah, that one. Pretty awesome, don't you think? He nodded, and she took a short pause before continuing. So, do you and Uraraka wanna come too? He wasn't about to let on that it was him who cleared out that beach, especially since this was Mina he was talking to, and whatever came out of his mouth would be followed by a plethora of questions. Yeah, sure, that sounds like fun. I just have to ask Uraraka though, he said. Why don't you do it now? I'm sure she'll text back. She was going to say something else, the purpose of flustering him in mind, but she cut herself off before the words left her mouth. Okay, I will, he yawned, the screen becoming a blur. Are you tired? Yeah, I didn't go to bed early last night and I had to get up early for my jog, so this is the result. He laughed a little. I would have just slept in. I could never do that, he replied, piping up a little. His voice rose a few notes as he added, oh, and she just said yes, by the way. But that enthusiasm didn't last long because his face was much closer to the camera when he reappeared on screen, his head resting in his arms as his eyelids began to flutter from drowsiness. He groaned, probably too tired to get through the rest of the day, and Mina figured he was letting his guard down. Did he do that with Uraraka? There was a moment when she couldn't take her eyes away. She noticed he had surprisingly longer eyelashes than she thought he did, and he had a lot more freckles than meets the eye. She told herself to think about something else and decided the best way to do that was to keep talking. Okay, great, we're leaving at 6, by the way. I hope the stars will look nice. I've never been to the beach at night. It's supposed to be a full moon, I think. She smiled. Where'd you hear that? Last night on the balcony, I saw it and figured there would be a full moon within the next day or two, he said, acting more awake than he actually was. I don't think I've ever really paid attention to the moon. You should. There was a pause. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a power nap now, Ashido, he said, yawning again. So, I guess I'll see you later. Yeah, see you later, Midoriya. The beach was within walking distance of UA's campus, only a mile or two further into the city than the dorms were. Mr. Aizawa was generous enough to let them leave as long as they stayed as a group and didn't stir up any trouble. It was warm outside, surprisingly, seeing as it was the middle of winter, and Mina could have left without a jacket if she wanted to. But she decided to grab one anyway, just in case, and she was glad she did. It was windy, and the breeze hit her like a ton of bricks. Izuku was trailing behind everyone else, Uraraka beside him, silently trying to blend into the crowd in front of him. Mina hadn't said anything about bringing other people, especially not Bakugo. He had assumed it would be just the four of them, Kirishima and Mina, and then Uraraka and him. Feeling a little out of place, he hesitantly looked at Bakugo, who was whispering something in Kirishima's ear so loudly that it couldn't even be considered a whisper. Who the hell said Deku was allowed come? I wanna know, because this is total bullshit. Izuku's eyes roamed to the ground before Bakugo had the chance to look his way, and thankfully it was only a short distance until they reached their destination. The air was naturally colder now, seeing as they were by the water and he was wearing sweatpants but had forgotten to wear long sleeves. Mina kicked off her shoes at the heels, undoing her jacket and throwing it to the ground. She'd always loved the beach, but the fact that it could look this beautiful was something she couldn't comprehend. The full moon only made it look 1,000,000 times better. She wasn't ready to start training yet, not like this. I'm going down to the shore, anyone wanna come with me? When there was no answer, she grabbed whoever was closest. Izuku, it turned out, whether he liked it or not. She was glad it was him because she got to laugh when he got all flustered, obviously reluctant to the idea of being dragged down to the edge of the ocean. Ashido, where are we? Despite his hesitation, she didn't stop pulling. Come on, let's go see the water. I don't want to miss this view and no one else wants to come with me, so you will, won't you? She felt guilty for trying to coax him into it, but she wasn't going alone. She didn't really have to coax him into anything, though, because as soon as she began to speed up, he did too. He picked up his pace to match hers, worried he would have his arm ripped off if he didn't start sprinting. They ran full speed all the way down to the shore, where the waves pulled against the heels of their feet and urged them to go deeper. He slid off his shoes and set them down where they would stay dry, and then he pulled his pant legs up past his knees. He looked at Mina, who was slipping her sweatpants off, and immediately went beet red. What the W, what are you doing? She was expecting him to react this way. Relax, I'm wearing spandex underneath, she said, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. What did you think I was doing? He nearly jumped out of his skin, and nothing. Okay then, whatever you say, she teased. Still facing him, she began to wander backward until she was submerged up to her knees, arms folded idly behind her back as she waited for him to follow her, wincing all the while as she tried to survive the extremely cold temperatures. Eventually, she stopped. Are you coming, Midoriya? She must have been insane to think he was going out that far, especially since the water was cold enough to freeze his toes off right where he was standing. He stopped thinking that way, though, laughing at himself. Of course she was insane. She was standing in the middle of the ocean in the heart of winter, nighttime, no less, and the only explanation she could give was that she wanted to, and he was pretty sure she wouldn't have even minded it if her legs froze off. But then again, he'd broken his arms so many times he should be dead already, and if he'd simply remembered he had legs he could have broken too, he would have saved himself from so much misery. So in a way, they were both a little insane. He was surprised when he felt Mina grab his arm again, pulling him out to sea with enough strength to send him flying. But he regained his balance, finally taking notice to the numbness in his legs. Ashido, it's freezing. Yeah, I know, right? I think my feet are gonna lose circulation, she said, smiling. She was smiling. And now so was he. She trusted him enough to let go and led the way to where the water reached past their knees, Izuku still a little apprehensive at first because of the cold. But he waited, letting himself get used to the water, and even though he was going to die of hypothermia, he didn't really care. In fact, he hadn't felt so carefree in a long time. Mina was just now realizing the risk she was taking by being in this position. standing out in the middle of the ocean when the water temperature was lower than anything she'd ever experienced before. But she wasn't ready to get out yet, because the moon looked so pretty from here and Izuku was standing next to her with this big grin on his face. It's a full moon, just like you said it would be. Yeah, I didn't think it would be this pretty, he said, admiring the reflection it shone across the water. There was a stretch of silence, neither of them willing to speak. They didn't want to ruin the moment. The only thing they wanted to hear was the waves, and the only thing that they wanted to see was the sky and the surrounding stars. But eventually, the silence had to come to an end, so unaware of anything else she could do, Mina whipped around, splashed him. She didn't douse him or anything like that. The risk of getting hypothermia was definitely there, and that was the only risk she wasn't messing around with, but she splashed him just enough to give him a good scare. He was shocked, shivering, but he wasn't going to let her off the hook on this. He had vengeance on his mind. Ashido, you've started war. Good, she called, already taking off down the shoreline. If he was going to catch up to her, which he was definitely going to, he would run where it was dry, hopping to gain some speed on her and give his feet a break from the cold. She was fast, but he wasn't going to use one for all. He was going to play fair. Mina couldn't judge how close he was to catching up to her because that would require looking back, and she wasn't sure she wanted to do that right now. Not when she was flying forward, a spree of energy and optimism overtaking her. She wasn't tall by anyone's standards, but today her strides were longer and more powerful than what she was used to, and she didn't know running against the wind could be this easy, even if it did blow her hair in all the wrong directions. She looked out over the water as her steps grew lighter, freer, and noticed the moon looked 100 times brighter than it did before. Now she couldn't look anywhere but up, because the sky was becoming the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. The stars, they came in so many different shapes and sizes, and they gave her the feeling that the universe was bigger than anything she could have imagined, boundless. It certainly looked that way. But her high spirits wouldn't last for long, because nearly seconds after looking up from the ground, she tumbled over a rock and landed face first into a mountain of sand. Izuku, who little did she know had cut down the distance substantially already, wasn't able to stop himself in time, ramming right into her backside and falling to his knees the same way she did. Worn out from all that running, both of them collapsed, cracking up at God knows what. Everything that went down in the last few minutes, probably. Hiroshima was probably over there waiting for her, but she didn't want to stand up yet. An adrenaline rush was coursing through her blood and her veins and eating away at her heart, which was beating 1,000 times faster than what she was used to. And again, she couldn't say why exactly, because there was no need for her heart to pound like this. They stopped running forever ago. She eventually caught her breath. See, wasn't this worth it? He turned so that he was facing her, his smile astonishingly bright. He'd been to the beach plenty of times before with All Might, but to actually swim in it or even step past where the water reached his ankles was completely impractical to him. He didn't have anything against the ocean, but he only went there to train, nothing more, nothing less. But now, somehow, Mina had gotten him to overcome that impracticality, breaking him out of his boundaries. He was pretty sure he had a newfound respect for her that had nothing to do with her quirk or her will to become a hero or anything remotely related to heroics. It was a totally different kind of respect, a respect for her as a person. He was beginning to wander off in his own headspace, and he snapped back into reality. It was actually really fun, he replied. I think I'm going to come here more often. I mean, I knew the view would be pretty, especially at night, but wow. It was, what's the word? Nice. He laughed. No, it needs to be more descriptive than that. Why are you asking me then? I've got like -2 words in my vocabulary. Because my mind is blank. If your mind is blank, then I might as well be brain dead, and I don't think we have to describe it with words anyway. Let's just leave it as is. He was smiling again. Yeah, I think that's good, he said, meeting her eyes. All of a sudden her stomach was in knots, bundles, chock full of butterflies she couldn't seem to shake. He hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, anything unnecessary to make her feel this way. So then why? She had been asking herself that question a lot lately. Feeling like she'd overstayed her welcome, Mina stood up and wiped off the sand that was still stuck to her. Besides, her jacket and sweatpants and phone were practically miles away, and they didn't have all night. We should really head back now. I bet they're getting worried. The legs of his sweatpants slid down to his ankles again as he rose to his feet. Oh yeah, I guess we kinda ditched them, he laughed, a tremor in his voice. He wasn't the kind of person who ditched his friends, and he hoped Uraraka wasn't pissed off. She probably wouldn't be, though. She'd want to know if he was okay. Mina popped a random question moments after they began waking. Remember when this beach was a trash dump, Midori? It used to smell awful and look even worse, even from a distance. She laughed, the corners of her lips playing into a smile. but then it just cleaned up all on its own and everyone seemed to love it again. I'm surprised the people who did it didn't admit to it, especially when they could have gotten a cash prize or something. He prayed he wasn't giving himself away by freezing up, letting his lips quiver at the corners. But he allowed himself to relax, remembering that it was probably just a coincidence since they were walking along the beach in question. Maybe they didn't want to be on TV, maybe they did it because they wanted to. She smiled again, walking a few feet ahead of him. You have a lot of faith in humanity, Midoriya, and then there's me, who can't seem to get over the fact that people, not just one person but multiple people, would destroy a beach this pretty. I just don't like to judge people until I get to know them, I guess. It all really depends. There was a silence, but she broke it when she looked out into the distance, taking notice of the looks on her friends' faces. Ooh, Midoriya, can you see that? Kiri's giving me the stink eye, isn't that just great? He hoped she was being sarcastic. Thankfully, she answered that question on her own. Okay, it's not great actually, but I think everyone is waiting for us. Turns out they had been waiting for a while and they didn't look too happy. Uraraka was worried, not only for Izuku but also for Mina, and she wanted to make sure they were okay just like he had predicted. Mina hurriedly put on jacket and sweatpants, listening to Uraraka tell Izuku about her rapidly increasing weight limit in the background, almost 4 tons apparently, before bailaed out and heading over to Kirishima. He looked aggravated. Dude, we were all waiting for you. Well, I said I wanted to go see the ocean, and no one would come with me, so you brought Midoriya. Yeah, what about it? I guess I just want to know why. She shrugged. I don't know, to be honest, it just felt like the right thing to do, and he was the closest person to me and I was not going down there alone. But Kirishima wasn't paying attention to her anymore and instead had his eyes on someone else, looking for the right opportunity to say something. After a minute or so, he found it, catching the interest of the person he was looking at. Those explosions look good, bro, he blurted out. Bakugo nodded, scoffing in Kirishima's direction as he wore the same scowl he always did. Kirishima counted that as a win in his book, relieved he didn't blow anything up or start any fights, especially not any that involved himself. Little did he know, Mina had been watching him the entire time, snickering to herself quietly. You're hopeless, she teased, smiling mischievously. He shushed her, his eyes darting to the ground as he remembered her presence. You're too loud. She glanced over her shoulder and noticed that everyone was busy with their own problems. Don't worry about it, Kiri, no one's listening, I wouldn't do that to you. He ran a hand through his hair. I know, but I'm scared you're gonna let it slip out by accident or something. I don't want the whole class knowing that you're gay for bnha, bro. He laughed, nervous. Don't say it like that, it sounds disgusting. He paused, letting his smile falter. But you're the only person who knows, so I guess I'm kinda just on edge. No, I totally get it. I'd be on edge too if I were you. If a secret like that were to get out about her, she would probably lock herself in her room and cry endlessly until she dehydrated herself to death. Not a nice way to go, she assumed, but she'd prefer that over facing a less than desirable reality. She really didn't want to imagine the havoc it would cause if Kirishima's secret got out, especially if it got around to Bakugo. It was sometime during the middle of fall when Kirishima told her he was gay for the first time, and crushing on Bakugo on top of that. She didn't know how to react. Out of everyone he could have fallen for, Bakugo was the guy he got stuck with. She had a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach because his sexuality was still a complete mystery, and the chances that he was gay were probably low. But still, if not for the fact that he was her friend, she swore to him that she wouldn't tell a soul and that he was totally allowed to out her if she did. He cleared his throat. It just sucks because I don't even think he likes guys and I don't want to ruin the friendship we have. Finally, she had something romantic to talk about, unlike what Hagakure was interested in this morning. But there's still a chance he could be, even if you guys haven't talked about stuff like that, she said, trying to fill him with some hope. I just wish there was a way to bring it up without asking him directly so that it doesn't have to be awkward. She shrugged. Your feelings are your feelings, Kiri. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. You two can stay as friends. Yeah, I know. His lips were forged into a frown and she wanted to lift his spirits a little. Hagakure thinks I like you. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's what all the girls think. That's probably the stupidest thing I've heard all night. Yeah, I know, right? She wouldn't stop bothering me about it this morning, and I had to keep telling her she was wrong. They were getting off topic, and Mina stopped herself, remembering what they came here to do. She had been thinking about this all night, and now after all those ideas that had sprung up out of nowhere weaved together to create something good, she thought she had a pretty solid plan in mind. It was still rough around the edges, but it went a little something like this. Before going off to fight on her own, Mina would set up a wall using acid veil, and then Kirishima would defend from there on out. She was the one who would steal the flags, using her new move she was working on to maneuver around everyone. It was only an idea, a blueprint of a foundation that may or may not be successful, but Kirishima was already on board with it, calling it a plan masterminded by the gods. It felt pretty good to be called a goddess because for once in her life she actually felt like one. But as Mina would soon come to find out, there was a fundamental flaw in her design, and it all boiled down to her quirk. She called her new move new for a reason, because the amount of time and effort she'd been putting into it lately was limited. It never really worked before, so why would it work now? She didn't have a name for it yet, the move she'd come up with, but that was the last thing on her mind. She shifted away from Kirishima and everyone else in the surrounding area and found an open spot a little further down the beach, a place where her quirk wouldn't be a danger to anyone. She drew in a breath of hesitation and cupped her hands together, praying that her acid would end up going more than a few feet in front of her. But of course, the shot didn't make it any further than she expected it to, looping up a little before hurtling straight toward the ground where it soaked and fizzled and disappeared into the sand. Why is this so hard?" she groaned, dropping to her knees as she sighed in frustration. She crossed her legs and leaned against her arms as she cast them behind her, and then she let her eyes wander up to the sky. It was okay for her to take a break. She needed to get her shit together anyway in order to keep herself from losing it. Back by the beach entrance where everyone else was gathered, Izuku was working on close-range combat with One for All, hunting in on the Vestige's quirks that he wasn't all that familiar with yet. He decided that maybe it was time he got away from Uraraka and Bakugo and anyone else who could distract him, so he started walking down the shoreline, only to find that he was heading in the direction of a certain pink-haired girl. Mina noticed Izuku's figure in the dark, but she didn't bother to get up. "Hey Midoriya, what are you doing here?" "Well, I wanted to get some training in a way from the rest of the group, but..." "Oh, okay, I can leave then if you want." He gave her a reassuring smile because that definitely wasn't his intention. "And no, it's fine if you stay, I just wasn't expecting to see you." "Oh." He noticed how her energy had depleted substantially in comparison to when they first arrived. She lacked her sense of optimism, her usual ambitious attributes. Is something wrong, Ashido? Are you okay?" Completely fed up and more than happy to share her story with him, she gave in. "I'm trying out this new move I came up with where I cup my hands together and spray acid out of them, but it's not working at all." "I can help," he offered. She looked at him funny. "You're on a different team, though. I don't want you to know about the plan I came up with, Kiri. We're classmates, of course I can help. Just let me help you with the technical stuff and you can work out your plan with Kirishima." "That's true, how'd I not think of that?" she replied, a wave of aspiration washing over her. She wasn't going to give up this time. At first it was a challenge. Every technique he'd come up with would lead to a dead end and he wasn't sure what he was missing. But as he continued to analyze the situation, searching for the smallest clues, he took notice of the smile she was wearing, way too bright for someone who was supposed to be fighting. A light bulb went off in his head. She needed an enemy, something to villainize. "Ashido, try to imagine something that you really hate, really despise, and I want you to pretend that's your target." She spun around so that she was facing him, eyebrows furrowed. "Something that I hate. Yeah, it can be a person too." Thinking about it for a moment, she came up with something that could be beneficial. She imagined what she thought the faces of the people who destroyed the beach would look like, the scum of the earth, probably, and then took her aim, ready to blow them to pieces. Violence probably wasn't a good way to solve her problems, but she convinced herself this was purely hypothetical. Maybe she was wrong about that though, because miraculously, after all the struggle she'd been through, it worked. Her acid shot out like a cannon, gunning straight for the heads of the enemies, and she began cheering before it even made it to her target. "Oh my gosh, it actually worked, Midoriya, did you see that?" She would have hugged him if she could have. She liked giving people hugs, especially if they were as muscular as Izuku was. But suddenly she remembered Uraraka and she didn't think that was such a great idea. That didn't stop her from smiling though. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she shouted excitedly, rushing over to where he was standing. "And no problem, Ashido, it's great that you've got this figured out. Although, now that I think about it, I did just help the enemy." "How'd you know what to do?" she asked. "This is, gonna sound weird, but You looked too easygoing, like you didn't have any drive to fight. You must have an eye for those kinds of things, Midoriya. I think that's pretty cool. She was telling a half-truth, a white lie of sorts, scared to admit that she thought it was more than pretty cool. She thought it was amazing. He was amazing. Of course he was amazing, though. Everyone in the whole world knew that. But she'd never really taken the time to appreciate it like she should have. Slowly, she came back down to earth, but she picked up the pace when she realized her cheeks were starting to flush. She hoped it wasn't noticeable. I think I'm gonna go back now. Besides, you came here to train on your own, right? Yeah, I kind of wanted to get away from everyone else. She began her journey back to the rest of the group. Okay then, thanks again, Midoriya, she replied, waving to him wholeheartedly. He waved back subtly, shyly, and now she had his smile ingrained in her head. She searched the beach for Kirishima again, who wasn't all that surprised that she'd wandered off. He wasn't mad either. He probably just accepted that this was a habit of hers by now. A peculiar one, she'd admit, but so far it was yielding positive results, and she definitely didn't want to give it up. Chapter VI: What Happens in the Dark. Sorry if this is sudden, Deku B, but there's something I wanted to ask you. It was far too early on a Monday morning for either of them to be awake, but Uraraka had taken him completely by surprise, grabbing him by the wrist the moment he stepped foot downstairs. Despite Izuku's hesitance, she was persistent, ringing him around a corner where they'd be hidden from view. The look in her eyes was more fixated, more determined than anything he was used to. She was serious, and Izuku knew not to take her lightly, especially when she had him pinned to the wall like this. Her hair smelled faintly of vanilla, warm and inviting. There was this closeness between the two of them that he wasn't used to, and he swallowed hard. He was sweating from head to toe. That attraction was there again, that nervousness he felt whenever Uraraka was around. And she was around him a lot, so much so that it didn't really affect him as much as it used to anymore. Deku. His eyes widened. Huh. He'd said it without a care in the world, an involuntary reaction to the sound of her voice, but it was enough to make him realize he'd spaced out. Uraraka had released her hold already, eyes wandering to the ground like she'd lost that spark she had just moments ago. He cut her off, remembering the question. Sorry, I forgot, you wanted to ask me something, right? Yeah. He had been wearing a smile, but it was beginning to fade. But isn't it kind of early for that sort of thing, though? I couldn't sleep, I guess, she said, frowning slightly. She certainly didn't sleep as well as she should have, but that was partly because she'd woken up a little earlier than usual just to catch him before the rest of the class could. Uraraka, we have the training exercise today. I know, I just had a bad dream is all. Oh, sorry, I never would have known. You're okay though, right? He sounded concerned and she couldn't help but look away. Yeah, I'm fine. She was really frowning now, more so than she was before, and now her bangs were the only thing she had left to hide behind. She was lying through the skin of her teeth, and she knew it. She hated that she knew it, especially when she was lying to Izuku, of all people. But not for the life of her would she admit she was jealous. And if that meant she'd have to lie, then so be it, because jealousy was her downfall and she wasn't going to let it get the best of her. Besides, she had nothing to be jealous of in the first place anyway, nothing justifiable at least. Not even Mina and her stupid friendship with Izuku, which was something she shouldn't have even cared about since Mina had said it herself. Izuku wasn't her type. But still, sometimes she got nervous, jealous, because maybe Mina didn't know what she was talking about, and maybe Izuku actually was her type. But Uraraka had brought him here for a reason, hoping that maybe she'd feel a little better if he did what she asked. I know we agreed to keep quiet about this until the dance, Deku B, but I was wondering if maybe we could act a little more like a couple. His cheeks were beginning to flush as he asked, what do you mean? Slowly, she held up her pinky finger as if it was an offer, eyes darting sideways and then to the ground. She'd thought about doing this for a while now, but she didn't think she'd be this nervous. It doesn't have to be much. It doesn't have to be anything at all, really. But today, on the way to school, I was wondering if you'd hold pinkies with me. There was a silence, so she decided to clarify. That sounded stupid. We don't have to hold hands or anything. I know holding pinkies is weird, childish B, but that way no one will notice. So, what do you say? Oh, sure, I guess, he replied, his lips pressing together in a straight line. He'd become a bundle of nerves, especially since he'd never really held hands with a girl before, whether it be a friend of his or not. And it wasn't like he was even holding hands with her either, but this was Uraraka he was talking about. Not only was she a friend of his, but somehow she'd become his kind of somewhat official girlfriend. That title alone made him nervous. It all seemed a little overcomplicated. The school was only a short walk away, and that might have played a bigger part in Izuku's accordance than he liked to think. But neither of them would have ended up in such a position if it weren't for Uraraka's tenacity. Pinky fingers interlocked and shoulders colliding with one another every time their steps fell into line. They used their bags as a shield against unwanted eyes, but people had already started to take notice, namely Class 1A. "Who do they think they're fooling?" Kaminari asked, he and his friends walking a good distance behind the rest of the class. The three of them, Kirishima and Siro included, were already huddled up and exchanging whispers. "Hey man, at least they're trying," Kirishima added, throwing out an idea they could entertain. He was only being half serious, though. Siro looked between his friends and then back at the unsuspecting couple. "Dude, look at Ida. He has no idea. He's totally third-wheeling them right now." He laughed, and then there was a pause of hesitation. "You seeing this, Bakugo?" Bakugo had his eyes elsewhere, though, believing he'd seen enough bullshit for one day. "You think I give a flying fuck what that nerd does? He could marry her for all I care." Mina heard that, and she tried to pretend she hadn't. Kirishima ignored him, who, from what he could tell, was very clearly not in the mood. He started whispering again. "Just look at 'em, they're oblivious. Are they even trying to hide it?" This was one of those times when Mina really hated her friends because she'd been listening in for a while now. Of course she was looking at them. How could she not be? She really wanted to snap Kirishima in half because if he didn't shut his annoyingly loud mouth, it would end up being all his fault that she was feeling this way. God, where was Bakugo's bad attitude at a time like this? Because for once in her life, she actually needed it. She had been the first to notice their not-so-subtle hand-holding, obviously, long before Kaminari even brought it up. She just didn't say anything because she was too busy feeling frustrated. She wasn't mad at Uraraka, nor was she mad at Izuku, but the whole scene they were making was stressing her out. She didn't like it, not at all. But it really didn't make any sense for her not to like it because Izuku was her friend. Shouldn't she have been happy for him? That's how friendship was supposed to work, wasn't it? Friends were supposed to be happy for each other. But for some odd reason, she couldn't bring herself to be happy. She couldn't stop staring at them. Their hands were where she focused her attention, where from what she could tell, they were the closest. She kind of hated how close they were. What was she jealous over a friend? He'd been hanging around her for a few weeks now, and outside of their respective friend groups, they were becoming what she would consider close. And she loved spending time with him more than she ever thought she would back when she first got into UA. She liked it especially because he made her feel warm sometimes, and her heart would hammer against her rib cage whenever he said something particularly nice. Or in this case, he would make it hurt, badly. But she didn't get jealous over her friends, that was a fact. For as long as she could remember, she had so many that she never really worried about losing them. There was no point, she could just make more the next day anyway. But then why did she hate this so much? There was an aching inside her chest, and it didn't take a scientist to know it was her heart. It was a strange feeling, something she wasn't used to. It almost made her feel sick to her stomach. But then again, if it was really him who was making her feel this way, what did that mean for her? Ashido. Thank God for Kiri, she told herself, sighing a little on the inside. His voice had caused her to jump a little, but he'd kicked her out of her wandering thoughts. "Oh, hey, Kirishima, what's up?" He raised an eyebrow, and she partially braced herself. "I was going to ask you if you knew anything about Midoriya and Uraraka since you're friends with them and all." She felt a little relieved knowing Kirishima couldn't read her mind. "They're a thing if that's what you're asking, but I bet you already knew that. Nothing interesting to tell you, though." She probably wasn't supposed to disclose any information at all, but the fact that they were, something at least, was pretty much on public display by now. "Okay, you're okay though, right? You looked a little flustered." She put on a reassuring smile. "Yeah, I'm all good, nothing to worry about." She decided to heed her own advice because there was really no point in entertaining useless ideas. She really should have let her mouth do the talking instead of her mind, because her mind clearly didn't know what they were talking about. Mr. Aizawa made a face of disgust, lazily turning his pockets inside out and upside down as the class watched him aimlessly, wondering what it was he was looking for and waiting for word that they could begin. They'd waited all day for this, the match that would determine not only their strength but also their preparedness for the final exams. It was so close they could taste it in the backs of their mouths. Mina could taste something similar to metal, like when she would run for too long in the cold and would start to taste blood in the back of her throat. She was biting her tongue if that had anything to do with it. But she was excited, so what else was she supposed to do? Maybe a little too excited, actually, because her body was moving faster than her brain and decided that ruining everyone's hero costumes with her quirk was a good idea. She leaned forward a little until she was probably in her friend's personal space, but what did she care? The words were just rolling off of her tongue. I've been waiting all weekend for this. Are you guys as excited as I am? Like a reflex, one hand made its way up into the sky, and along with it came an accidental wave of acid that would undoubtedly cause some controversy. Her friends barely managed to escape, clothes unscathed. She was about to apologize, but Mr. Aizawa had to come in and cut her off. Ashido, I've erased your quirk for the time being. You'd better stop putting other students' lives in danger unless you want detention. Not wanting her record to dive even further into the deep end, she tried to secrete a little acid from her fingertips as a test. Sure enough, he'd erased her quirk. "Oh, no fair, Mr. Aizawa, it was an accident," she groaned, turning toward Kirishima and Kaminari and flashing an apologetic smile. "Sorry, guys. And since you can't behave like everyone else, I guess you'll do fine running back into the classroom and grabbing my stopwatch. It's in the closet." Mina sighed unknowingly, her shoulders rolling over in defeat. Just when she thought he was done for the day, Mr. Aizawa turned around and looked square at the group of the students behind him. "And Midoriya, why don't you join her since you can't seem to stop talking?" Bashfully, he flinched, meeting eyes with his teacher. He looked like a deer in headlights. "Why yes, sorry sir, I'll go right now." He was only trying to get Ida to notice the bug on his back, but there was no point in explaining himself now. He bowed apologetically and hurried to catch up with Mina, who, surprisingly, had waited for him to catch up. The closet was dark and a little bit cramped. Mina really should have expected as much, though, even though she'd never actually been inside the closet before because she'd seen her teachers go in and could tell it was dark even then. She used an old broom laying beside her to hold the door, and then, now that there was enough light for her to do so, she glanced over her shoulder at the boy behind her. He was shorter than he usually was when compared to the shelves above him, blindly searching for a box he couldn't seem to get a hold of, not even on his tippy toes. She wanted to go over there and help, but she wasn't any taller than he was. She was probably a lot shorter, actually. She looked back at the broom and the light pouring out of the doorway, and then her eyes wandered back to Izuku, who had found what he was looking for. "If that broom falls, Izuku and we." She cut herself short. That was a horrible thing to dwell on, especially right now when that could have very possibly ended up being the case. She was about to give herself a lecture on what not to think in this kind of situation, but she heard him say her name first. "Hey, Ashido." "What's up?" she asked. "Can you search through that box? I think Mr. Aizawa said it was in one of these." She walked over to where he was standing, kneeling down and going through heaps of useless supplies. Seriously, why couldn't they just get it themselves? And like a stopwatch, don't they have phones? "I don't think they carry them around at school." She stopped digging for a second, looking up at him sarcastically. "Midori, I carry my phone around at school. I'm sure they left it in the classroom or something for the hell of it. Actually, you know what? I bet they did this on purpose." I don't think so, Ashido, but it would be pretty funny if they did." She was almost at the bottom of the box when she noticed something. A timer, small and round and pocket-sized. "Found it," she said, her smile lopsided. "We can finally get out of here." But she froze just moments after she stood up, because, ironically, that was the moment she realized the room had gone dark. And she meant it when she said dark, because she could barely make out the broom that had already fallen to the floor, and she could barely see where the doorframe was. She smiled, nervous, eyes scanning the room. Where was Izuku? She couldn't exactly tell without the light, and her brain was coming up with all these situations and scenarios when it really shouldn't have been. Whatever, I'll fix it," she offered. She stepped around the stacks of boxes littering the floor and made her way to the door, and then she turned the handle. Except it wouldn't budge. Not when she pushed, not when she pulled, not even when she tried for a second or third or fourth time. It was stuck. No, they were stuck. She was trapped in here with Izuku in this tiny little closet, no way to escape or call for help. She shook her head. Why was that her first thought? Focusing on something more important, she was frantic. "Why won't the door open, Midoriya? Is this a prank? This isn't happening, is it?" Are you sure? Did you pull hard enough?" "Yes," and she paused, groaning as she tried the doorknob one more time. "We literally just found the thing we were looking for. Can you try using your quirk, maybe?" I don't know, I guess, he said, his voice coming closer to her. She let go of the handle and let him have a try without using his quirk, but he wasn't any luckier than she was. He was more worried about what the teachers would say since he'd already gotten himself here by means of causing trouble. They couldn't pull him from the match, could they? He powered up one for all to 8%, which should have been more than enough to break down a door. He twisted the knob as hard as he could, and he thought maybe he'd done a good job when he heard something pop. But apparently not, because it was just the doorknob, which he was now holding in his hand. There was a moment of silence to really appreciate the moment, and then Mina started to laugh. She was laughing hard, clutching her stomach. I can't believe you just did that, she said, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Kaminari, I could see, but you? He laughed a little awkwardly, still in disbelief, his eyes still fixated on the handle. Wow, I'm probably gonna have to pay for this, aren't I? She nodded, and he continued. So that means we're actually stuck here then. Wait a second, what about my quirk? He thought for a moment. I don't know, Ashido. I mean, wouldn't we be destroying school property? And I think Mr. Aizawa would be less upset if we just waited it out instead of destroying his door. Yeah, I guess so. And my quirk did kind of get us into this mess anyway, she agreed. Besides, the broken doorknob he was holding was already a sign of bad luck, and she thought back to all those times her quirk had been a cause for concern. Sometimes it destroyed more things than it needed to, and she could burn a hole through the floor or the wall if her acid got too watery. That was an act that would send her straight to detention by Mr. Aizawa's standards. So I guess that means we're waiting it out then, right? He asked. They're gonna have to find us eventually. What else are we supposed to do? There was a quietness that instilled after that, and Mina really wished he would say something because her heart was pounding against her rib cage, and she didn't know how to make it stop. What was she supposed to do in a situation like this, locked in a closet with Izuku Midoriya? She couldn't chalk these feelings up to nothing, could she? But she wanted to pretend they didn't exist, that they weren't acting up and eating her alive right now. She took in a deep breath and looked around the room. It was too dark to see. I'll look for a flashlight, she said, hands out in front of her as she fished for a nearby shelf. She eventually found one, pulling out a box and searching for something that felt like a cylinder. Just be careful, Izuku warned, sitting in a cleared-out corner. He was hugging his knees to his chest, and he would admit he was trying to stay calm. I might have found one. She pulled something out of the box and felt around it for a switch, and when she flicked it on, there was finally enough light for them to see. Albeit it wasn't a lot, but it was enough for them to get by with. Izuku watched her set the box back up on the shelf, and suddenly he was nervous. Her hero suit didn't leave much to the imagination, and the closet seemed even smaller with the light on than it did with it off. But he told himself to worry about something else, that there were plenty of other things to think about, because he'd worked so hard not to be nervous around Mina that it almost felt like he was regressing. He'd kind of gotten so used to hanging out with her that the fact that she was a girl never really crossed his mind. Until now, that is, when that was all he could brood over. He looked up and noticed something that bothered him, a box sitting on the edge of the shelf that looked ready to fall on Mina's head. Quickly, he shot up and reached over her shoulder, grabbing the box just before catastrophe. She was surprised, startled even. Her eyes wandered upward and latched onto the box above her, and then she looked to the side and met eyes with Izuku, whose face was far too close to hers. She stared for a moment and tried to form words, but nothing would come out. Her heart must have had something against her. He was the first to step back. Sorry, I didn't want it to fall on your head. I know, Midori, don't worry about it. Thanks, actually. I'd really rather not get a concussion right before our match. He smiled, and then he set the box down by his feet. And no problem then, I guess. That would be bad. Yeah, she said, backing up toward the wall. She began to slide to the floor, sitting with her legs crossed. I'm gonna sit if you want to join me. Okay, he said, sitting down beside her. He put the flashlight between them so that its brightness spanned the entire room, and that's where she placed the stopwatch, preparing for the fateful moment they'd be found. He really took a look around the closet now, something eye-catching on the wall opposite of him. Holy whoa, is that a limited edition All Might poster? Confused, she smiled half-heartedly. She knew the question wasn't for her, but she decided to be funny and answer it anyway. Yes. I don't even think you can buy this one anymore. She watched him go starry-eyed, and for whatever reason, she started to laugh. I don't know what it is you like about All Might so much, but really, you're like in love or something. W, what are you talking about? He asked. His cheeks were red, he'd taken her assumption seriously. She laughed even more. Relax a little, will you? It was a joke. All of a sudden his eyes traveled down to his lap, fiddling his fingers and sighing a little in a way that let her know he was serious. All Might is kind of an inspiration to me, Ashido. It was weird for him to talk about his mentor like this, especially since he now knew him personally. My quirk hasn't always been the strongest. It took a while for me to really get a good handle on how it works, and I always looked at All Might and thought, how can I be like him? How can I be that strong? I watched him all the time, Ashido. He was my reason for becoming a hero. I thought I could never be like him, that I was living a pipe dream. But I trained and I got better, and I guess, without him as an inspiration, I wouldn't really be where I am now. He realized what he'd said after the fact, that he had pretty much told her his entire life story, but he actually wasn't all that bothered by it. Maybe it was because she was the only one here to listen, just the two of them in this one little room with nothing to do but talk. It felt oddly personal, but he was okay with it. That's holy crap, Midoriya, that's really cheesy, but I like it. I wish I had something cool to tell you like that, but my life's as bland as anything. He looked up at her. Well then, what inspired you to become a hero, Ashido? Do you really want to know? Yeah, I do, don't I? It's not anything weird, right? No, of course not. I was actually just wondering whether or not I should tell you because, well, it's nothing. I don't really know why I wanted to become a hero. Surprising, I know. I mean, as a kid I had a strong quirk and everyone told me I would make a great hero, so I thought it would be fun, you know. And when I saw that UA was having an entrance exam, I decided I'd go out on a limb and try to get in, just like everyone else I knew. It was a last-minute decision, honestly, and I didn't have a lot of time to train. I don't regret it at all, though. She paused and smiled in his direction, and she thought maybe she'd said something wrong when he didn't say anything in return. It's not, weird for me to have no inspiration, is it? I don't think it is. The important thing is that you want to be a hero, right? Yeah. Then it doesn't really matter. Sometimes she wished there were more people in the world like Izuku, people who were strong-willed and kind-hearted, people who knew all the right things to say. Because, at least from what she could tell, he seemed to do all of that to perfection. She snapped herself back into reality by taking a deep breath. Thanks, Midori, that makes me feel a little better. Sometimes I wonder if people judge me for that, and there's my skin, too. What's wrong with your skin? It took her a moment for her to realize she'd let that slip. All of a sudden she wanted to crawl into a hole like one of those groundhogs on Groundhog Day, the ones who never saw their shadow and would just go back to hiding until spring actually came around. She wouldn't deny it. She did wonder if people judged her based on her skin. It wasn't something that made her self-conscious, but it was something that crossed her mind from time to time. And now she'd have to explain that to Izuku, who wouldn't have even known if she'd just kept her mouth shut. She breathed in a little. Well, I mean, it's not exactly normal. Wouldn't you wonder what people thought if you had pink skin? He looked her dead in the eye. Sure I would, but only a select few of us are quirkless nowadays, so it's not like abnormalities aren't common. Besides, I think it's really cool. It makes you stand out from everyone else. She wondered if he'd like her skin if it was purple, because she was pretty sure her face had just set fire. Nobody had ever told her that before, certainly not a boy like Izuku. Why, you really think so? She felt like a fool for stuttering. What was she, hungover? Was she even all right now, because her heart was saying otherwise? Of course I do. Anyone who judges you over that isn't worth your time. He smiled wholeheartedly, a simple gesture, but it was the icing on top of the cake, and he had added way too much sugar. Thanks, Midoriya, you're a good friend, you know that. He looked at her wide-eyed, surprised. Really? Laughter was bubbling up in the back of her throat, but she swallowed it down. What, did you think I was kidding? No, not at all. I just wasn't expecting that. He was glad she thought of him as a good friend because he'd never really been told that by anyone before. Not even Iida, who he'd been friends with since the beginning of the school year, but that was because the topic never came up. Thanks, I think you're a good friend too, he said, returning the favor. She smiled, and instead of actually saying anything, she let out a hefty breath to let him know she'd acknowledged him, one that was trying hard not to become a giggle. But seriously, if there's anything awesome in here, it's definitely the fact that you were inspired by someone, Midoriya. I wish I was that way. I could kind of tell it was All Might just from reading your notebook, though. Even without a good source of light, she could tell he was blushing. Oh, I didn't know why you could tell that easily. Yeah, you make it kinda obvious. Speaking of your notebook, I read the page you wrote about me. He was really turning red now. Why you found that? I wrote that on a whim, actually. He started falling into a downward spiral of ums and ahs, and she wanted to snap him out of it. Don't worry, you didn't write anything to offend me. Quite the opposite, actually, she thought, her subconscious wandering into uncharted territory. Actually, I was wondering about that. She paused, the words hitching in her throat. About the "I'm an incredible dancer" thing. Do you really think that? He smiled again, and now he was adding the whipped cream onto a dessert so sweet it could have given her cavities. What was she supposed to say at a time like this, especially when he was wearing a smile like that? Well, I wouldn't really be able to dance if it weren't for you, so yeah, he admitted. Like you think that? He tilted his head in confusion. Yeah, why wouldn't I? I don't know, you haven't even really seen me break dance yet, and that's when I really bust out the moves. She started moving her body in a way that really didn't scream breakdancing, but it was okay because now, finally, she was starting to get somewhat used to talking to Izuku in this tiny little closet. You'll have to show me sometime, he said. Oh no, you are not learning how to breakdance. He didn't need to break any more bones than he already had. I never said I wanted to, but that would be pretty cool though. She sighed and decided to change the subject. I seriously wonder when they're gonna come find us. Like, imagine if they just left us to rot and then they all forgot we existed. He shuddered. I don't think we've been in here long enough to worry about that, Ashido. Hey, guess what? I just came up with a good way to pass the time, she said, her voice standing out against the silence. She had quickly become dead set on her idea. What is it? He asked hesitantly. Sometimes Mina's ideas were a recipe for disaster, and he usually liked to avoid them. He would never actually tell her that, though. On the subject of dancing, I was thinking maybe we could try it for a little while, you know? Suddenly she wasn't so dead set on her idea anymore. She really should have done a double take before blurting it out because the cons heavily outweighed the pros, and now it was too late to take it back. You've been getting kind of good at it lately, and I just thought it would be fun. Besides, we're stuck in here, so why not? Ashido, are you sure? We don't have any music, and it's kind of dark. She definitely wasn't sure, but she would pretend like she was. Then we can just imagine the music mid-aria, whatever kind of music you want. Really, let's just have fun with it, she replied, smiling a little. She stood up and offered her hand, and he took it, his reluctance radiating off of him like an aura. But she spun him around anyway, and suddenly they were facing each other, and she really regretted this decision. Really regretted it, way more than she should have. Slowly, reluctantly, almost as if she had somehow become the reluctant one, she let one hand drape over his shoulder and brought the other to his free hand, cautiously wrapping his fingers around hers. She was probably going a little overboard with this, especially for a practice run, but his hand was warm and nearly big enough to engulf her own, and she really thought that when the time came where he actually did slow dance with Uraraka, this was what they'd do. Speaking of Uraraka, Izuku was almost afraid she'd find out about this and get jealous, and then things would get ugly. She was the kind of person who would consider this cheating, even though he really didn't have such intentions. He was only doing this for her sake, so he'd be able to dance with her in front of a crowd without messing it all up. His thoughts were running loose, but in all honesty, he didn't really want to think about Uraraka right now. If he was going to be honest, he would say he wasn't nervous. Not as nervous as he would have been a few weeks ago at least. He was actually kind of comfortable dancing with her in the dark in this tiny little space, and the silence settled around them like a weightless cloud on a hot summer day. Maybe it was because she was his friend. Maybe that was why he wasn't taking this too seriously, just trying to enjoy the moment. The space between their palms and their fingers was starting to get sweaty, and he wondered if that was his fault. But he realized it could have been her, too, when she met his eyes for a split second and pulled them away, golden irises darting to the other corner of the room. Mina wasn't skittish, at least not from what Izuku could remember, but right now she was. In fact, ever since they'd gotten locked in here and started talking a few minutes ago, she had been acting different, funny in a way. She was almost a stranger to him now, someone he'd never met before. Apparently she got nervous sometimes, and she had insecurities about her skin. Apparently she wasn't always as extroverted as she made herself out to be. But it wasn't like he minded seeing this side of Mina. It was a nice change of scenery. You're starting to get the hang of this, Midori, she said, bringing him back down to earth. She was trying not to stutter. Really? Yeah, eyes, don't even think you need me to practice anymore. I think you've got it down. That's good. Yeah, she paused, sighing. Can we at least dance for a little longer, though? He smiled, sure. She watched him glow and realized he really was too pure for her, for both her and her heart. Her heart had never felt like this before, and she didn't know how to explain it. But what she did know was that it was thrashing, hammering against her chest, throwing itself up into her throat and back down into her stomach with every passing beat, magnetized by 1,000 every time their eyes met, even if only for a single moment. He had the greenest eyes she'd ever seen, greener than anything and everything even nature could conjure up. Her palms were sweaty and she had to swallow down her smile, and she couldn't stop thinking about Uraraka and wondering how'd she get so lucky, how'd she win over Midoriya so easily. She was seriously scared her face was going to burn off. A part of her was slipping away, a little corner of her mind couldn't stop thinking about how close they were, even if they really weren't as close as she liked to imagine. But she really couldn't stop herself from thinking that way. Mina wasn't the kind of person who got confused by her failings. Very rarely did she think, why is he making me feel this way? Or how come this is making me so angry, so happy, so sad? So maybe that was why she was confused right now. Maybe she was confused by her confusion. Or maybe there wasn't as much confusion as she liked to believe, and maybe she just didn't want to accept the truth. But she thought about it as he let go of her hand, sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck as he backed away. She thought about the last few weeks and all those little signs she'd been ignoring, and she almost couldn't listen as he said, "Thanks, Ashido. I think I've figured everything out now." She knew there was no point in denying it when she got inexplicably sad over him letting go of her hand. There was no logical explanation for why it would bother her, except for one, and it was time for her to stop the excuses and the denial because she knew. God, she knew. She was falling in love with Izuku Midoriya, and she was so unbelievably and inescapably doomed that there wasn't even a word to describe it. Chapter VII. In the midst of these feelings, Mina Ashido was a lot of things: outgoing and extroverted, the kind of person with a bright future ahead of her and absolutely nothing to worry about except making a name for herself and impressing the world with her quirk. She was as vibrant as a shooting star, yet still a mess of a human being, made with all the right ingredients that had been mixed the wrong way. And apparently she was vulnerable and bad with feelings too, something even she was unaware of because she couldn't handle a few fleeting butterflies or a little heartache over some boy. But she was really dumbing it down to something it wasn't, because even she knew the feelings she had for Izuku had escalated into so much more than that. They were real and they were there, and they were more than just a simple tug on the heartstrings. They never went away, not even when he wasn't around, and he wasn't just some boy either. He was so relaxed right now, so completely unaware of her uneasiness, and a part of her was angry at him because how come he got to feel fine when she was over here freaking out? It was totally unfair, and she wanted to wipe that stupid smile off of his face. Don't get her wrong, it was cute, but it was also the reason she didn't know how to speak anymore, and it was what had gotten her into this mess in the first place. She was frozen solid, the hand that had held his still right where it was before, and the expression on her face when the realization first hit her still set and stone. She really didn't know what to do right now besides lose her cool and turn the brightest shade of purple imaginable. After all, she liked him. She liked Izuku Midoriya, and the truth has been staring her in the face since a long time ago. Izuku looked a little bewildered and was ready to say something about Mina's spacing out, but the clicking of the door startled both of them. They snapped their heads in that direction. Kirishima was poking his head in from the other side. Mr. Aizawa and Ida were there too, apparently, but Mina didn't notice them until she took a second glance. Mr. Aizawa was the first to say something. "I asked you two to get in and get out, not to hang out in here." "And Mr. Aizawa, the lock got stuck and the door was jammed. Honest, we have the stopwatch if that's what you're asking," Izuku stuttered, grabbing both the stopwatch and the broken doorknob and showing them to his teacher. Mr. Aizawa cleared his throat. "This isn't the first time this has happened, Midoriya. I believe you too, and I'm going to have to replace the lock before it happens again. But if you want to get any preparation time before the match, you'd better hurry up." "Why, yes, sir." Mina was well aware that her silence had sparked Kirishima's curiosity, and now she was too scared to move. He was going to ask questions. That was obvious by the way he was looking at her, one eyebrow peaked upward in interest and the other downturned in suspicion. "Dude, what were you two doing that whole time?" he asked, moments after she stepped out into the classroom. We talked in that's it, why does it matter?" "I just wanted to know because you're really purple. Seriously, I mean bright purple." She knew that already, didn't he know she knew that? She would have done something about it if she could have, but it really wasn't that easy. "It was just a little hot in there, that's all," she lied, and she picked up her pace and blocked out any and all noise so that she didn't have to look him in the eye. "Make your final preparations, everyone, because we've got 30 seconds until we begin." President Mike's voice was on full volume, and it must have been loud enough for not only all of Ground Beta to hear, but the whole city of Musutafu as well. Kirishima told Mina that now was a good time to set up her barrier, and she used Acid Veil to maximize her acid solubility and viscosity. Her barricade would probably be destroyed within the first few minutes of the match, but she could always return to make another one and help Kirishima on defense in the process. There wasn't anything problematic on her mind, so that was a plus. Not even Izuku and that stupid closet, nor her less than desirable feelings. She was feeling good, excited, as was Kirishima by the way he was smiling. Somewhere on the other side of the battlefield, Izuku was down in a sprinter's start, one for all surging through his body like a wildfire. The siren sounded and he was off. He knew there was no turning back. He wouldn't do so much as to even look behind him, and waving to Uraraka would be a bust anyway since she was too busy levitating a good ton and a half of rocks to notice. There was something about the luck of the draw that had given Izuku the benefit of the doubt, because he and Uraraka had arguably got one of the best spots in the arena. Their flag was perfectly obscured by nearby buildings, and he didn't have to worry about straying away or leaving it alone because Uraraka could handle things on her own. Besides, she'd let him know if she needed help via walkie-talkie, a little piece of assistance given to every team by All Might. He could have been running faster than Ida if it came down to it, maneuvering through the streets at record speed in the hopes of stealing at least a flag or two. But unfortunately, he wasn't having any luck, and it seemed he hadn't found the heart of the action because explosions were firing off from the opposite end of ground beta. So briskly, he turned around and headed in that direction. The first corner he turned led him straight to two of his opponents, Jiro and Kaminari. They were on edge, but it was the good kind of edge, the ready-to-take-him-on kind of edge. And even though it was 2 versus 1, Izuku was ready too. It might have been a bad idea to take them both on at once, but there wasn't an easy way to get around them without wasting more time. So he cut his losses and ignited one for all yet again, powering up the energy in his legs and running full speed ahead. He didn't really have a plan just yet, and Jiro caught on to that quickly, a powerful shockwave heading for the ground and then straight for him. He had been expecting that though, so in no time at all he jumped before the rubble could reach his feet and landed on the balcony of a nearby building. He decided to take a second and collect himself before attacking again, and maybe he'd analyze his surroundings a little more clearly before recklessly jumping into action. Jiro, who was sick of sitting around, looked up at him with jarring eyes. Any day now, Midoriya, we're waiting. What she didn't know was that underneath that messy hair of his he was wearing a smirk, one that would ultimately give him the confidence he needed. Under his breath, almost as if she could hear him, he whispered, "I've got this in the bag, Jiro." And then, hoping she was actually listening this time, he raised his voice a little, and as he sprung down from the sky he tried to pull off a Manchester smash by flipping forward, an axe kick heading straight for Jiro. Don't count me out just yet. But what he had forgotten about was that Kaminari was here too, and with a flick of a finger, his sharpshooting gear allowed him to stun Izuku midair, giving Jiro time to move out of the way. Paralyzed, he was just barely able to avoid Jiro's amplifiers, which would have shattered his eardrums if they'd gotten too close. He decided that his best course of action was to simply get away, and once he reached a point where he could slow down, he looked back and noticed Kaminari still had his eyes on him. He narrowed his gaze and returned this "I'll be back soon" kind of look, and then he turned and headed toward the heat of the battle. He wasn't one to run from a fight, but he had an idea. He'd just have to run it by Uraraka first. He turned to his left in a heat-of-the-moment decision, and before he could even think about hitting call on his walkie-talkie, he ran into another flag. It looked like it was Ciro's, barricaded by a thick layer of tape. He was probably somewhere in the vicinity since he wasn't dumb enough to leave his flag unguarded. Izuku's walkie-talkie pinged in, reminding him of its existence. "Deku. Uraraka, is something wrong?" I am not sure, but we might be getting double-teamed." Izuku's reply came in faster this time. "By who?" "I think Ida and Ajiro are both really close, but they're not on the same team. I'm hoping they'll fight each other, but I don't know right now because they're coming in from opposite sides. Ajiro's tail could do a lot of damage to our defense." He looked back at the scene before him, Ciro's flag looking promisingly vulnerable, but he'd already made a decision. "I'll be there soon, Uraraka." He used the balconies as a good source of transportation, taking as many shortcuts as possible to get back to his base. He stopped once he was hidden behind a brick building, perched up on one of its worn-down decks. Sure enough, from his vantage point, he could see Ajiro, who was already making a beeline for Uraraka. She looked like she was about to release, and knowing she could only do that once with the little debris they had, his instincts took over. If he wanted to protect that flag, he'd have to hurry up and get down there. So, almost without thinking, but of course he was Izuku, so through was a little bit of a complex thought process. He swooped in and used his index finger as an outlet for a Delaware smash, creating a wind blast strong enough to send Ajiro flying into the back of a building. Izuku realized the precarious position he'd gotten himself into now that the dust had cleared. He was stuck right in the middle of two driving forces, Uraraka and Ajiro, and Iida could be God knows where, watching from above or lurking down below or maybe even only a few feet away, hiding in the shadows like some kind of ninja. How was he supposed to know? Ajiro hobbled onto his feet, giving Izuku the stink eye. Midoriya, your timing is way too inconvenient. Izuku looked at him with a face full of spite, a similar look to the one he'd given Kaminari, and then he turned toward Uraraka. Save the release for later, we might need it. She nodded. I was hoping to use it against Iida anyway. Their moments of solace would soon be interrupted by none other than Iida himself, who did in fact come out of nowhere. He already had his quirk activated the moment he came barreling around the corner, and Izuku knew he had a tough battle ahead of him when he saw a determined Ajiro regaining his balance in the background. Needless to say, the two of them together made for a strong matchup. Izuku really wished they'd just go ahead and fight each other, but it seemed the two of them were more focused on who could get to the flag first. That would be the determining factor in who was stronger. Still, that meant it was 2 versus 2 instead of 2 versus 1 versus 1, and even though Iida had an arguably more impressive quirk, Ajiro's tail was more situational. Uraraka couldn't do a whole lot against him when it came to anything other than martial arts, so it was up to Izuku to stop him before he blew down their barrier with his tail. But he did what he had to do to keep Ajiro away, and eventually, after an exchange of strikes and punches that left both sides considerably weak, Ajiro was out of the picture. Left unable to move, he was falling in and out of consciousness against the side of a skyscraper. Izuku's blow to the stomach was the last straw. I hope he's gonna be okay, Izuku said, hands trembling. He knew he was probably just as worn out as Ajiro, and if he'd gotten the chance Ajiro would have probably knocked him out as well, but he still felt guilty. Maybe he'd gone a little overboard. Uraraka narrowed her eyes almost as if to mock him. Deku, it's okay, he'll be fine. There's always Recovery Girl, and it's not like we've never been there before. Yeah, I mean, we're supposed to be going all out, I guess. She looked out over the battlefield until her eyes stopped on a certain familiar figure. Besides, I think Iida is who we should really be worrying about. All of a sudden, she covered her mouth with one hand, her face looking a lot greener than it did before. And I don't know how much longer I can keep this stuff floating without. From the looks of it, she almost gagged, but she held it down, vomiting. Izuku looked out over the other side of the road. Seeing Iida like that, battered and bruised yet still determined to win, he suddenly knew he needed a plan. After all, it was his punch that sent him flying all the way over there in the first place. We need to think of something. He'll probably use his super move next, so maybe I should release. If I know Iida, he probably saved his super move for a time like this, when we're both vulnerable and tired from fighting someone else. Come to think of it, that's probably why he wasn't going all out earlier. He must be expecting us to have some kind of plan up our sleeve. I don't think he's noticed my meteor shower yet, though. Exactly, he probably thinks we have some new move we haven't told him about or something like that. That's why. Suddenly he lit up like a light bulb. I've got it, Uraraka, back up onto the sidewalk. I'll go stand on the other side, and when Iida comes your way, use your quirk to make him float. And you can use that super move, Home Run Comet, I think it was called, to scare him off and buy us some time. And then I don't know about after that quite yet. Alrighty, Deku, I think I've got the gist of it. He realized he was about to start mumbling, and shyly he nodded to her as the two got into position. They could feel Iida's confidence emanating even from a distance, and it was hard not to smile. Iida fired up his engines. The way he overused them was obvious by the way they crackled, rusting. Izuku gave Uraraka a sideways glance, and quietly she whispered, "Release." Once Iida was ready, he took off. Izuku's heart was hammering in his chest, and he took in multiple deep breaths in the seconds of waiting. Truth was, he hadn't looked up in a while, and he wasn't sure how far the debris had to fall. Uraraka must have not known either, judging by her resistance to breathe at all. But in the end, the timing worked out perfectly, and Iida was completely caught off guard, too. He was barely able to keep his balance when he realized he was being attacked from above. That was when Izuku stepped in, launching off at just the right time to meet Iida halfway and deliver a 1-for-all-powered punch to the stomach. He tried to fight it, of course, and he almost hit his friend with a deadly kick to the shins, but with the added stress of protecting himself from the rocks raining down from the sky, he was ultimately the one who lost. Iida thought he still stood a chance against the two of them, but when he felt what could have only been Uraraka's padded fingertips against his back, he knew that wasn't the case. He was losing total control of his body, floating upward with no means of coming down, and what was worse was that his engines needed time to recharge. "We got you good, Ida," Uraraka shouted, watching him drift away. She was smiling. "I will admit that was a well-thought-out plan. I should have seen it coming, though. It was almost too simple." Uraraka shrugged. Reverse psychology works every time. She realized there wasn't much time left before she wouldn't be able to reach him, so she ran over and grabbed a broken pillar off of the side of a building. She touched it with all 10 fingers and used part of their barricade as the ammo. Just for good measure, I guess. She picked up the pillar and gave it her best baseball swing, and she must have hit a home run because Ida was gone as far as the eye could see. "Uraraka, do you think you can handle things from here?" She turned toward Izuku. "Yeah, I've got it covered, especially if Ajiro wakes up." "Okay, there's just one more thing though. Can you make me float?" Maybe being emotionally unstable all the time wasn't such a bad idea after all, because somehow Mina had managed to steal 2 out of the 10 flags in play and was well on her way to stealing a third. Maybe this had something to do with the fact that she was done with feelings in general, and running around stealing flags from people was her outlet, not that she minded. She realized the flag in front of her now was Seiro and Bakugo's. If the tape gave anything away, she decided to tell Kirishima the good news. "Kiri, I've already got 2 flags and I'm about to get a third." Kirishima's voice came in on the other end. "That's good, defense is going well so far." "Okay, I think I can see you." She stood on her tippy toes and waved across the street, and Kirishima waved back. Their flag was just beyond the one she was standing in front of right now. Their conversation cut off shortly after that, and that was when Mina realized she wasn't alone. She had company, and for whatever ludicrous reason God could come up with, Izuku Midoriya was the one providing it. Oh, the irony. She wished she could have just screamed at the top of her lungs asking why the hell he had to be here of all places, but she knew that wouldn't be helping anybody, nor would it be helping herself. She'd just have to suck it up and deal with it, somehow. Besides, she wanted that flag, and if that meant fighting him for it, then so be it. Unbeknownst to her, Izuku was on just as much of a high note as she was. Successfully stealing Kaminari and Jiru's flag wasn't as easy as it sounded, but with the art of surprise he was able to pull it off. With the help of Uraraka's quirk, he floated his way to their base and pinpointed exactly where he needed to land in order to avoid confrontation, remaining relatively unseen up until the moment he dug up their flag from ground. Then, without a word, he left them dumbstruck and finally went after Seiro's flag, the one he'd been wanting to steal for a while now. But it seemed it wouldn't be as easy as he'd hoped, because Mina was there too, her intentions undeniably similar to his. "I guess it's a race to see who can get there first, Midori." He looked to his left and made eye contact with her, corrosive acid puddling beneath the soles of her feet. She was trying to get a head start. He nodded, powering up one for all. "Guess so." The two of them were evenly matched from the moment they took off. Much to Izuku's surprise, he didn't know she was that fast. One would pull ahead of the other for just a second, but the runner-up would quickly take the lead again. They switched roles like that off and on for what could have been forever. They should have expected there to be something more to this than just a simple race of speed and agility. They should have expected Seiro, and they shouldn't have been so surprised when he came. After all, who would leave their only means of winning the game out in the open like that? There wasn't much Mina could do once Seiro's tape stopped her in her tracks, because if she tried to take a step forward, she would have tripped. She was surprised when he started circling not only her, but Izuku as well, and the seriousness of the situation didn't hit her until he reached their knees. He was about to wrap them up together in tape, wasn't he? And that meant the inevitable. She would be touching Izuku from head to toe. She went purple, bright purple. That was the second time today. Was this Seiro's attempt to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, because he was about to kill Mina's heart in the process? She really needed to compose herself. She took deep breaths, and by the time she'd done herself a favor and finished a little self-therapy, Seiro's tape was already at the tops of their thighs. She glanced sideways at Izuku, who was too busy igniting one for all to notice how flustered she was. Thank God, he'd have to break free himself because she was completely frozen. Mina was so frustrated with herself, her stupid feelings, and pretty much everything that had happened in the last hour included. Did he really affect her that much? Would she always freeze up like this whenever he was around? It wasn't very hero-like. Maybe Seiro wasn't as much of an idiot as she thought he was, and maybe he knew about her not-so-subtle crush, and maybe he was trying to use it against her. Maybe that was his plan all along. But she didn't bother to think about it too much, because whether she liked it or not, the tape was getting tighter, and so was its grip on the two of them. Thankfully, Izuku was able to break through before the confinements could climb any further up their bodies. Mina knew he had an advantage over her. His heart wasn't riled up probably, and his quirk was already activated to top it off, so there wasn't much of a point in going after Ciro's flag anymore. She decided her best option was to protect her own, so she used her acid to slide past him as he grabbed his second flag of the day and camped out by her base. She could literally feel the heat radiating off to her right, and she didn't even need to look to know that Bakugo was the one targeting them. Although Kirishima seemed to have it under control and she had a bigger issue to deal with anyway, Izuku was gunning straight for her. She needed to clear her mind. Now was not the time to be thinking about him like this, especially when Kirishima couldn't back her up if he got by her, but part of her couldn't forget the feeling of being close to him. She shook her head and let out a shaky breath, unwinding. She finally had the willpower to activate her quirk. With acid at her fingertips, she thought about using acid layback, her new super move, but there wasn't any rubble to work with, so that was a no-go. Instead, she just opted for a little something Izuku had helped her perfect, and as he got closer, she cupped her hands together and straightened herself out in an attempt to shoot her acid in a straight line. But when the fact of the matter hit her that Izuku was getting closer, her mind did a total 360 and she drew a blank. She couldn't think of a worthy target, and she certainly couldn't imagine him as one. There was no way he could make her angry enough for that, even though he was only a mere few feet away from her. Needless to say, her acid didn't get very far, and Izuku saw it fit to blow right by her. He sifted around any other obstacles in his way and slid between an opening in the wall she'd made, and as Kirishima watched in horror and tried to keep a very angry Bakugo at bay, Izuku ripped their flag out of its rightful place in the ground. "Wah, Ashido, why'd you let him get by so easily?" Once Izuku was gone, Kirishima confronted her. Bakugo was still firing off explosions in the background. "It was an accident, I choked." She would admit that at least, but choked didn't even begin to describe it. It was like she flatlined, falling apart the moment Izuku got within a 10-foot radius. What kind of hero froze up like that just because of some stupid feelings? Not a strong one, that was for sure. And what was worse was that Kirishima probably saw the whole thing. "You definitely choked, all right. It looked like you had him covered too, but I guess not. I was able to hold off Bakugo, so what the hell happened?" he asked, his gaze fixated on her like he was trying to solve some elaborate puzzle. He had every right to be mad. "Nothing, I just choked and I don't really want to talk about it. We're not totally eliminated yet. We can still get more flags at least. I'll go make up for it, okay?" He half-assed a nod, eyebrows tightly knitted together. Even though they'd been eliminated defensively, they were still allowed to steal flags from those who hadn't been eliminated yet. She tried to erase the last minute or two from her memory as she headed out and looked for the nearest base that was still playable. When the final siren went off and the match officially ended, the students stopped whatever fights they were in the middle of and gathered at Ground Beta's front gate. Recovery Girl healed those in need of immediate medical attention, and the teachers began calling out the winners. First place went to Ida and Todoroki, unsurprisingly, since Todoroki's defense had been more than exceptional. Izuku and Uraraka took second, and Mina's team took third. Mina never did make up for her mishap. She tried for another flag, but ultimately, by the time she made it even remotely close to somebody else's base, the match was put to a halt. She was still proud of the two she'd gotten, though, flaunting them to Hagakure. "I mean, hey, at least I got two. That's pretty good, right?" Supposedly, Hagakure nodded, but Mina wasn't sure. "Yeah, I didn't get any, sadly," she said. Mina tossed her some words of encouragement, and from where Izuku was standing, he was able to listen in. He didn't mean to intrude, but they were just so loud that he couldn't help it. Wanting a little more context, he took a side glance at the two of them. His eyes inevitably fell on Mina, though, who was wearing a million-watt smile. She must have been proud of her performance. She did steal 2 flags after all, and the only one who got more than her was him. It would have been weird if she wasn't smiling right about now. It was kind of weird that he was smiling too, actually. "What's wrong, Midori?" He realized he was staring, and Mina had caught him. I just overheard you guys and thought I'd say good job." "You really don't need to do that, you know," she replied, eyes panning down to her feet. Occasionally her eyelashes would flutter upward, waiting for his reply, but she didn't deserve to be told she did a good job. "I kinda messed up in the middle there, if you didn't notice." She could see he was trying to find the right words. "There were times when I messed up too. It's okay, Ashido." "I know what you're trying to say, but it was bad, Midori. I mean, you saw me, right? I just, gave up or something. And even though you have no idea, it was all your fault." He sighed. Well, there's always a next time, just forget about it for now. It was probably a one-time thing, right? Right, wrong, that was definitely wrong. I guess you can look at it that way. He nodded, and then he felt somebody tap his shoulder from behind. It was Uraraka. We came in second. We beat Bakugo at least. I'm surprised he came in fourth, actually. I kinda got to one of the flags before he could, and he's probably pretty mad at me. Serves him right, and whatever we did against Iida, we have to do it again. We should make that our new special combo. She smiled innocently, and Izuku smiled back. Oi, tape arms, you're absolute dogshit at defense, you know that. We should have been in freaking first, but instead we're in fourth because of you. If there was anything that brought joy to everyone in Class 1A despite their differences, it was Bakugo's screaming. It was almost involuntary for them to stop what they were doing and listen. Bakugo's face was merely inches away from Ciro's, who looked extremely uncomfortable. Nobody blamed him, though, because who wouldn't be uncomfortable in that kind of situation? Bakugo was trying to fearmonger him, popping off as many explosions as his fingers could bear. But you didn't do too well on offense either, Bakugo. There was a sharp raise in his voice. What did you just say to me? Ciro sunk until Bakugo was gone from his line of vision. Nothing, never mind. He suddenly snapped at Kirishima. And you, shitty hair, if it wasn't for you I would have gotten that damn flag before Deku took it. Despite that of Ciro's response, Kirishima wasn't all that intimidated. You don't give me enough credit, Bakugo. Like hell I don't. Mina snickered and turned back around to talk to Hagakure, and this time, even though she knew Izuku and Uraraka were talking about how well they worked as a team, she kept her eyes forward and didn't turn around to look at them. Mina might have gotten 2 hours of sleep that night at the most, and that was her trying to convince herself she didn't get any less. At least it felt that way because she was up thinking until God knows what hour, and most of her thoughts consisted of her telling herself she was an idiot because seriously, how come she didn't figure it out sooner? She was crushing on him, that was undeniable, but in love, she'd admitted it herself, but she questioned its truthfulness. Was it possible to fall in love with someone in a matter of weeks? She thought about his adorable smile and all the nice things he'd said to her, and she swooned. There was a momentary pause, and still holding her pillow close to her chest, she sighed. Whether or not it was possible, she had done it. Being in love had always been something of a fairy tale to her, something magical. The boy she liked was supposed to like her back, and then they'd start a relationship and fall in love and live happily ever after by the time they got married. But that was unrealistic. She knew that it was, but she hoped there was at least some truthfulness to it. Instead, she'd fallen for a guy who was already taken, and by one of her friends no less, and it definitely wasn't going to play out like it did in her dreams. Hiding her feelings was going to be hard, but she'd rather that than let them get out and make her life a living hell. So then, what was she supposed to do in the meantime? Keep them under lock and key? She had a feeling they'd get out someday when she least expected them to anyway. And it would be a bad thing when they did because as of now, her feelings were unrequited, and she wasn't just saying that to pity herself. Izuku had offered her nothing, next to no evidence that would lead her in the right direction, and she guessed that made sense. He was seeing someone after all. Even today, when Ciro had the two of them in a sticky situation, he was too busy caring about his quirk to notice how close they were and how flustered she was getting. She liked to muse the idea that maybe she could change his mind, but then she would be betraying Uraraka, and she really didn't want to do that. What would she have to do? Stay silent until these feelings went away? And what if they never did? What then? She rolled over onto the other side of the bed, the rustling of the sheets being the only noise in the room. Oh well, whatever, she thought, and eventually, once she was too tired to function, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Chapter VII, a bit of a bad idea. Hiroshima reckoned his dream was that of a memory when Bakugo, casually standing outside his bedroom door, asked him how many Crimson Riot posters he had, which was kind of ironic since he'd find out in a few seconds anyway. He twisted the doorknob and pushed it forward, and he had this slightly disturbed look on his face when he was greeted by a display of any and all things Crimson Riot related. Although he didn't like to think about it very often, Kirishima knew this memory like the back of his hand. It was the first time he'd hung out with Bakugo outside of school, and it took a lot of convincing to get him on board with it. It was weird, he was supposedly lucid dreaming, but he just had to lay there and let the memory play out on its own, because his body and mind weren't in line. He hated the feeling of losing control, but at least the recollection was a good one. He wouldn't have woken himself up if his life depended on it. Bits and pieces of what Kirishima could remember had been changed to his liking, such as Bakugo's attitude. It was toned down a couple of notches, and every now and then he would even smile. It was kind of weird to think about, actually, Bakugo smiling. Now that was a rarity if he'd ever seen one. The Bakugo in his dreams was sitting on the hardwood floor while he was laying restlessly atop his bed sheets, glancing at his ill-tempered friend every so often when he thought he wasn't looking. For the most part, they were talking about Crimson Riot, but accustomed to the dreamlike state he was in, the conversation would get a little off topic at times. Kirishima would have to reel it back in when it did. "You're almost as bad as Deku with his freaking all-might obsession," Bakugo mentioned, snarling at the mention of Izuku's name. He didn't, surprisingly. Kirishima glanced sideways at him, trying to swallow down the hurt. He'd been called a fanboy plenty of times before, but to be compared to Izuku, now that was harsh. "Nah, I don't know about that. Midori is worse than me, at least." "Oh really? When's the last time you've been in your room, shitty hair? Because it's pretty fucking bad." He narrowed his eyes. "I brought you over here to hang out and you're still gonna call me shitty hair." "Fine then, Kirishima, happy now?" He scoffed. That was a very Bakugo-esque thing to say, but he had called him Kirishima instead of shitty hair, so there was that at least. He rarely called anyone by name, but if Kirishima could narrow it down to one person he did it to the most, it would be him. So instead of scowling, he smiled and said, "Very. Don't go getting all starry-eyed on me, fucking weirdo." What he said next, Kirishima wasn't prepared for, and it was exactly how he'd remembered it, too, word for word. "You know something, Kirishima? You're pretty damn cool compared to the rest of the shitheads in our class. You've got something they don't." He hadn't meant for it to be romantic, but Kirishima's heart was having trouble understanding that, pounding uncontrollably against the front of his rib cage. At the time, he couldn't put a finger on why, and he simply had to hide his blush before Bakugo got the wrong idea. Now he did, obviously, now that all these telltale signs were flaring back up in his dreams, threatening to bring back his feelings with them. Kirishima finally gained control of himself, and he was glad to find he could say whatever he wanted to. Thanks, I guess. I'm guessing that's the closest thing to a compliment I'm gonna get. And what makes me so special compared to everyone else? You're not a complete tool bag." Bakugo was the one who was a tool bag, but he didn't really care for minor details at this point. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. There was a pause, Bakugo glancing down at the floor as if to contemplate what he was about to say. "I'm gonna sit on your bed, Kirishima." Okay, now he was really overusing the name-calling thing. It was starting to get a little weird, even for a dream. Bakugo definitely didn't do anything like this in real life. "Hey, are you sure, man? It's kinda cramped up here." In an act of surprise, he'd startled himself up from laying down and was now sitting on the end of his bed, face flushed a red so bright that it could have rivaled his hair. Bakugo took a seat beside him, the bed sinking slightly as the reality of it all barreled into his mind. Bakugo was willingly sitting here next to him on his bed. Bakugo was on his bed. This was nothing like how he remembered. "Hey, what's wrong, Kirishima? Got a problem with this, do you?" "And no, of course not at all." Bakugo smirked and Kirishima nearly jumped out of his skin. He leaned in a little closer. "What the hell's your problem, Kirishima? Like this shit?" Both the version of him in his dreams and the one curled up in bed were equally frustrated, watching along in agony as Bakugo played a twisted game with his heart. He couldn't get over being called Kirishima. "What are you thinking right now, Kirishima?" He caught on. "You like that, don't you, Kirishima? How about I say it again?" He leaned in a little more, his lips so close that Kirishima could taste them. He tried to back away, but Bakugo was only getting closer. Panic bubbled in his chest as he realized what was happening, and he didn't know whether to accept the kiss with open arms or to shun away. But either way, he didn't have much time to decide. He decided he didn't want time, and knowing what direction this dream was going in, he forced himself awake. He wasn't about to let that memory get tainted. It held a certain importance to him, and to ruin it with something so tactless, so dirty, he would have been a fool. Just because he escaped a shit show didn't mean he wasn't irritated, though. It was only a Tuesday, and he still had a whole week ahead of him, far too early for this kind of thing. And just yesterday, Ashido had screwed up big time with that quirk exercise. He sighed, sick of being busy with all of this school work and life in general. He needed something to look forward to, something to ease his mind. Later that afternoon, not long after classes had ended, Mina kicked back and relaxed on the end of her bed in the hopes of having the afternoon to herself, but a knock at the door stirred her out of her comfort zone. Sighing, she set her phone aside and answered the door, and she was surprised to find Uraraka waiting on the other side. She was cradling one of her notebooks in her arms. "Sorry to bother you, Mina, but can I borrow your English notes?" There was a subtle pause before Mina started to laugh. "Sure you can, but what happened to yours? Aren't I usually the one asking you for notes?" "Well, I kinda ripped out the wrong page and thrown them away." Uraraka had said that so seriously that it was hard for Mina not to laugh even harder than she already was, but she refrained. They had an English quiz tomorrow, which explained the exasperated look on her face, and she didn't want Uraraka to hurt even more than she already did. "That's rough, Achako, I mean geez. Here," she handed her notebook, which had already been flipped to the right page, "and sorry about all the ugly doodles. Can I hang out for a little while?" "Sure thing." Uraraka got comfortable on the edge of her bed, and Mina sat beside her, tapping away on her phone. The sound of Uraraka's pencil hitting the paper dominated the room for a few uneventful minutes, but eventually, Mina gathered up the courage to make some small talk. And by small talk, she meant the kind of questions only she would use to start a conversation, as in the "let's discuss the boys in our class" kind of small talk. And so, she asked the stupidest thing that came to her mind right then, both for her feelings and for Uraraka's. "So, how are things with Midoriya?" Uraraka visibly flinched, her pencil breaking at the tip. Mina watched on and regretted this already, but she was still curious, and for more reasons than one. "They're fine, I guess. It's okay. Just okay. Yeah, sometimes I feel like we're still just friends even though we're supposed to be a T-thing or whatever, because he can be kind of distant, I guess." Mina would be lying if she said she wasn't the tiniest bit relieved, and she wanted more information but no information at all at the same time. She'd already delved in this far though, so there was no point in turning back. "Like, what do you mean?" "I mean, it's just that I like him and I think he likes me, but sometimes I feel like he treats me the same way he treats everyone else. Take you, for example. You two are friends and he talks to you like a friend, and I feel like he only talks to me that way too unless I say otherwise." "He talks to you like a friend?" Mina fell silent. Her heart felt like it had just been ripped out of her chest. Uraraka's words were the knife, and even though she knew them to be true, to hear them come out of somebody else's mouth, her friend's mouth, her crush's girlfriend's mouth, was something else. She'd always been one to wear her heart on her sleeve, but today was the first time she truly felt like an open book, Uraraka turning the pages with ease. She swallowed hard, biting back her feelings in fear that Uraraka would figure them out. That would be a worst-case scenario, and it certainly wasn't going to happen on her watch. "You've really got nothing to worry about, Uraraka. He likes you, I'm sure of it. I mean, he gets nervous around you, doesn't he? I think if you back off a little and act naturally instead of asking to hold hands and stuff, it'll be for the better. Let him get accustomed to being with you." Now, if this was anyone else she was giving advice to, she would have told them to pursue their desires and throw them out there for all the world to see, but she was taking the selfish route this time around. She was putting her feelings ahead of Uraraka's and being an asshole about it too. She realized how self-centered she was becoming, and suddenly she felt sick to her stomach. Before she could fall into the deep, dark rabbit hole of self-hatred, though, the devilish side of her came out to play. This was the side of her she liked to keep locked away, the side of her that was mischievous and only liked to cause trouble. It paraded on all of the fun and asked the questions she was too afraid to think of herself, and it was usually nothing but a pain. But for today, at least, it was a tiny bit productive, managing to save her from the barrage of self-pity she would have doused herself in if it hadn't been there. But still, it did have its downsides. It made her ask all the wrong questions, think in all the wrong ways. Why should she have let her selfishness bother her so much anyway? Didn't she like Izuku too? So what if Uraraka wanted him as much as she did? Again, after that, she felt sick, and she needed to take a break. Uraraka stopped twirling her hair, finally gaining the confident air about her that Mina had recently lost. "Are you sure I shouldn't just tell him how I feel? It's just, I feel like that might make things clearer." "Achako, this is Midoriya we're talking about. You'll probably scare him half to death. Besides, he's already nervous enough, so why would you want to worry him even more?" She nodded, giggling a little when Mina mentioned the part about scaring him away. "Yeah, he'd probably run from me if I said I wanted to kiss him." Mina's eyes widened. "You want to kiss him? Wait, have you kissed him?" She really hoped the answer to that question was no. "Oh, of course not, B, but after the dance and after we make it official and everything, I want to." So they both wanted to kiss him. She smiled at her idiocy. That was obvious, wasn't it? But on another note, you weren't lying about these doodles, Mina. They're hideous. Oh my god, I know, right? Did you see the one of Kaminari? Not yet. Mina gushed, grabbing the notebook away from her. She set it between the two of them and flipped to the next page, pointing to a very unproportional drawing of Chargebolt after he'd gone above his wattage limit. Uraraka took one look at it and mentioned how one of the eyes was lopsided, and the two of them fell backward into a puddle of non-stop laughter. Mina almost didn't have it in her to even think about being selfish anymore. Uraraka's feelings were genuine, maybe even as genuine as hers, and she couldn't just throw their friendship out the door, but she also couldn't just throw her feelings out the door either. She wanted to scream, why did liking someone have to be so goddamn confusing? Uraraka finished copying down the last of Mina's notes and then waved goodbye as she headed downstairs. As soon as she closed the door, Mina let out a much-needed sigh and collapsed into a ball on her bed. She had things she needed to do, homework she needed to get done, but instead she was busy wondering what the hell she was going to do with her feelings. She needed to go downstairs, get out of her headspace, grab something to eat and talk to her friends a little. She needed something to get him off of her mind, even if it was just for today. Actually, she hoped today would be the only day because he'd quickly become her favorite person to talk to, and she wanted to do some more of that before the dance came around and he handed himself over to Uraraka. She sighed, and that begged the question, wasn't there anything else for her to think about, because at this rate she was going to lose her mind. Apparently there was, because her phone buzzed just loudly enough to draw her attention away from her wandering thoughts and back onto something less serious. She flipped it over, and staring back at her on the screen was a text from Ciro. Do you guys want to go to a party this weekend? She must have read that message 3 times over because there was no way he was being serious. He'd said a party, an actual legitimate high school party, and for the first time since the beginning of the school year she had been invited to it. She'd waited her whole high school life for this chance. UA was great and all truly, but freedom wasn't up there as one of its perks, and something about sneaking out and enjoying a night without any responsibilities was just calling out to her. Her middle school friends had been going to plenty of parties since she started at UA, and from what their Instagram stories had to show, they looked like a lot of fun. Suddenly the group chat was blowing up with questions. Kaminari, Kirishima, and Bakugo were all in favor of the idea, as was she. Although she probably shouldn't have been, because as her luck would have it, there was a good chance the night would turn into a total dumpster fire. But they were already known as the troublemakers of the class, so what did it matter? Zero announced that it was his brother who was hosting the party, and it was supposed to be some end-of-the-year graduation celebration. Apparently he was going to college next year and wanted to go down as a living legend or something along those lines. They'd have to sneak out on Saturday night at around 9, and much to Mina's excitement, the party was supposed to be big. Around 80 or 90 people were invited, and that was only so far. Finally, she was squealing over something that wasn't Izuku for the first time in weeks. Speaking of Izuku, she thought that maybe, just maybe, she could get him to come along for the ride. A bad idea, no doubt, but with a little persuasion and some beating around the bush, she could make it work. She'd just have to keep it a secret from the others. Besides, if these feelings of hers really were going to amount to nothing more than unrequited love, she wanted them to go out, and she wanted them to go out with a bang. After her mind was made up, there wasn't a lick of hesitance in her body as she tapped Izuku's contact and FaceTimed him, hopping desperately for him to pick up. He did, eventually, after a few rings or so, and by the looks of it he was finishing the homework she hadn't even started. Hey Midoriya, so I think I might know the answer already, but I have a question. Have you ever been to a party? He looked a little confused after hearing her remark, the smile he was wearing earlier falling off of his face. He was happy when he realized she'd called, surprisingly happy actually, even by his standards, but now not so much. He just picked up the phone after all, and Mina hadn't even given him the chance to say hello. And not that I know of. How could I with UA and everything? Okay, well, you're not gonna believe this. Ciro's brother is having a party this weekend, and I wanted to know if maybe you wanted to come. Izuku was silent for a second, eyes turning away from the screen. Parties were not his forte, nor were they something he'd ever considered. They were a breeding ground for trouble, especially at a prestigious school like UA. He didn't know the first thing about a party, and to just get up and go to one out of the blue like that when he was already known as the problem child, he must have been mad. And he would be going with all of Mina's friends, no less, who he didn't exactly hang out with on a daily basis. I don't know, Ashido, is it a small party or a big one, and is Kakin going to be there? She was worried she'd burn a hole through her clothes if she wasn't careful because she was starting to sweat at the thought of what she was about to say. Supposedly it'll be pretty small so you don't have to worry about any crowds. Around 30 or 40 people are coming, I think. She only meant it as a harmless white lie, but she knew it'd quickly become more than that. It was also the deciding factor in whether or not Izuku would be there. We did invite back Hugo, but I don't think you should worry. He's not gonna care who's coming as long as he gets the night to himself. Her argument was impressive, but he still wasn't convinced. He'd already been on house arrest once this year, and to go through it again sounded like a nightmare in the making. Besides, he wasn't the party kind of person, and he'd probably make a fool of himself the moment he walked in the door. And if this was anything like all the other high school parties he'd heard about, there was no doubt going to be alcohol, and alcohol would turn the night into a total and utter disaster. Mina could see him second-guessing himself as he went through all of the pros and cons in his head, and she thought his thinking face was kind of cute. Really cute, actually. Come on, Midori, I know parties aren't really your scene, but you've just got to try one out. Be a high schooler for once in your life. You'll regret it one day if you miss out on this, trust me. I really don't know, Ashido, do I have to go? Yes. Why? Because it won't be the same without you. She needed him to be there. It was a necessity, and it looked like she'd finally gotten the point across. He took one look at the way she was looking at him, eyes filled with prayer and plea, and he decided. There was absolutely no way in hell he could say no. Okay, I'll go with you then, I guess. She'd gotten him with those puppy dog eyes, but he couldn't be the one to blame. He simply had no other reason to say no besides the fact that this could get him in deep trouble, but he'd deal with that later. At least Mina would be happy, and who knows, maybe he would be too. Maybe he would enjoy this. Ah, this is amazing. I'm so glad you're gonna be there, Midori. I thought you'd be so much harder to convince, but can you believe it? We're about to go to a party and it'll be a first time for the both of us. His uncertainty shined through in the way he laughed, anxiety bubbling up in the back of his throat. He scratched the side of his cheek. Yeah, can't wait, Ashido. Okay, but there's just one last thing. You can't say a word about this, not even to Uraraka. Got that? Why not? Just meet us in the common area on Saturday night at 9, okay? His voice must have risen at least a few octaves as he pleaded for her to explain further. N9, isn't that kind late, Ashido, are you? Looks like you know what the plan is, so I'll see you later, Midoriya. Oh, and make sure to dress in party clothes. Bye then. Izuku made a last-ditch effort to draw out an explanation, but his 11th hour stammering was either ignored or unheard entirely, leaving him in a daze as she cut the call from the other end. What he'd just agreed to do finally caught up to him, and he was left wondering if this was really such a good idea. Feeling accomplished, Mina left her room and headed downstairs for a bite to eat, a certain confidence in the way she walked. She got her homework done early for once, and if that wasn't a call for celebration, she didn't know what was. She knew it was far too early for dinner with the sun still up and all, but she thought she at least deserved a little something. So she settled on a snack, and she needed to get her hands on one soon because otherwise she'd get hungry and start to lose her patience. Raiding the cabinets and the fridge, she grabbed the junkiest junk food she could find and tried to make a beeline back to her room. But something, or someone, rather, caught her eye before she could even make it out of the kitchen, and suddenly she couldn't look away. Izuku was sitting right there, slouched back against the couch like he hadn't a care in the world, but he wasn't the reason she was uncomfortable. It was Uraraka who was bothering her, carrying 2 cups of steaming hot tea with her as she sat beside him, handing him one of the cups. Turning her attention elsewhere was proving to be difficult, and the reason was pretty obvious. And that was when she rammed right into somebody's chest. Patting the front of her head, she glanced upward just a little and met eyes with the person she'd collided with, Kirishima. The two of them shared a knowing glance. He'd surely put the pieces together by now. She couldn't quite handle the embarrassment and she turned away. That was all he needed to solidify his suspicions. You like him, don't you? Maybe cracking a joke would lighten the mood a little. Well, don't you have an eye for the obvious, she teased, and if she wasn't tripping over her words like a deer in headlights, then maybe that would have sounded so much smoother. There was a moment when neither of them spoke, and the silence was more deafening than anything she'd heard in a while. Eventually, it became unbearable and he said something. I figured. Yeah. Since when? Mina looked up and around her, double-checking to make sure there was no one else around. Thankfully, everyone had their own things to worry about. Since a while ago, probably. I didn't actually realize it until yesterday, though. There was another insufferable silence. You know what, Kirishima? I've got all this food in my hands and it's making me hungry. I don't want to talk about this for much longer. The two got them snagged a nearby table and sat facing one another, Mina opening a box of strawberry Pocky. She loved Pocky almost as much as she loved break dancing and hanging out with the girls, and right now, that was all she wanted to think about. But sadly, Kirishima's curiosity had gotten the best of him, and she didn't blame him for that. He had just figured out who she had a crush on, after all. It's kinda crazy how you like Midoriya of all people. She raised an eyebrow, getting on the defensive. Why's that? It's just why him, what does he do that you like so much? I don't know, Kirishima, why do you like Bakugo so much? That's a good question. She nearly slammed her fist down on the table. See, you don't know either, do you? Isn't it normal not to know? Why, you know what? It was stupid of me to ask, he stuttered. Her forwardness had startled him and he had to collect himself before continuing. So, what are you gonna do? Hell if I know, I can't exactly say anything about it since he's already dating someone, so you're gonna keep it a secret? I'm gonna try at least, for however long that's gonna last, she chuckled, lowering her head onto the table. She was resting so comfortably that she could have fallen asleep if she wasn't careful, but she wouldn't for the sake of Kirishima's curiosity, letting out a defeated sigh as she looked out amongst the common area. It's just that I really like him, Kiri, and I don't know what to do. He didn't know what to do either, it seemed. He wasn't any better with feelings than she was. He offered nothing more than a simple sigh, grabbing at a bag of chips and opening it loudly to fill the silence. For him to figure out her feelings like this so soon, she was humiliated. It had only been a day since she'd realized them herself, and somehow somebody had already caught on to her, drawing her out of her shell. Of course, since it was Kirishima, it wasn't the end of the world, but it didn't change the fact that she was making her feelings blatantly obvious. Can we talk about something else? She asked, nibbling away at the end of a Pocky and relishing in the strawberry coating. How about that awesome party this weekend? Suddenly, the whole room seemed to light up. Dude, have you ever been to one before? We're gonna be up till like 2 in the morning. Later than that, Kiri, 3 or 4 at the least. Stay out that late and we'll be caught red-handed the moment we walk in the door. Besides, the party will be over way before then. Mina raised an eyebrow. You sure? Yeah, it might last until 2 or 2:30 at the latest. And I've heard Mr. Aizawa wakes up early, like, really early, so it's probably not a great idea to stay out till then anyway. She sighed, dragging her fingers along the table. We at least have to stay for as long as possible then. Neither of them said anything after that, listening in on their classmates' conversations to eat away at the silence. Mina kept busy with Instagram memes while Kirishima occasionally showed her a video of some YouTuber he liked, but otherwise there was nothing but the sound of the heater to keep them company as they sat there and bored themselves out of their minds. Eventually, Kirishima drew in a heavy, bracing breath, and its audibility caught Mina's attention as she looked up at him. Hey, Ashido, he asked. What's up? Do you think Bakugo's gonna get wasted? She smiled wildly. There was so much teasing to be had in this conversation that it wasn't even funny. Oh, I see. So you want to take advantage of him, do you? Akin to what she'd planned on, his cheeks went a deep, fervent red. Oh, of course not. I'm not that kind of person. I just thought that maybe he'd be a little more willing to talk if he was drunk. Maybe he'd open up to me a little. She rolled her eyes. My God, Kiri, you've got to be crazy if you think he doesn't like you. He doesn't. He does. Still looking skeptical, he asked, how so? Well, for starters, you're pretty much the only person he calls by name, and I know you're thinking that doesn't mean much, but he only calls people by their name if he likes and respects them. What does that have to do with him liking me? Give me a second, will you? I'm getting there, she insisted, narrowing her eyes at him. Afterwards, she continued. You two are best friends, and he even leans on you for support sometimes. Does he do that with anyone else in the class? Of course not. He likes you, Kirishima, as a friend at least. Kirishima was certainly not convinced, eyes filled with indecision as he stared at the display of snacks in front of him. There were only a few unopened bags of potato chips left on the table, the super healthy kind that neither of them were willing to eat. He doesn't like me the way I like him, though. I don't know about that, Kiri. I've seen him get pretty close and personal with you before, and he speaks pretty highly of you when he's having a good day. He treats you differently than he treats the rest of us, with more care and compassion, almost like you're special to him, which is kind of ironic since we're his friends too. She was talking about their friend group, who were all pretty close with Bakugo. He just has a good vibe about him when he's around you. A lot of what she said he already knew, like the name calling and the part about being his best friend. But he was relatively uninformed on the other stuff, which was crazy to think about because he didn't know Bakugo thought of him like that. It didn't exactly solidify any romantic feelings or anything, but it was a start. And when did he ever get close and personal? Hey, are you sure, Ashido? I really don't know. Very, and I'll find a way to prove it to you if it's the last thing I do. Turns out it wasn't the last thing she did. It was the very next one actually, at least in terms of mildly important events, and it didn't even take her that long to find the evidence, only until around 9 o'clock that night when she honestly wanted nothing more than to go to sleep. Oh my god, Kiri, it's so obvious, he's got a thing for you. Kirishima stiffened, jumping at Mina's remark as Bakugo fell further into the crook of his shoulder. Of course he doesn't. Why are you so dead set on this? Okay, then how do you explain that? She asked, pointing toward the scene playing out in front of her. She'd walked in on the two of them like this, Bakugo sleeping soundly by his best friend's side, and the way he leaned into Kirishima's shoulder made them look like a little more than just friends. The proof was right there. Did she need to say any more? Apparently so, because Kirishima was still fighting her on this. Seriously, how far off from the truth could she have been? He just fell asleep like this, honest. Bakugo stirred slightly at the sound of his friend's voice, his head rolling forward as he let out a snore, and Kirishima watched in horror until he fell back against the couch again. Mina shushed him, lowering her voice as well. So you two have been sitting like that for a while then, huh? Kirishima's face noticeably flushed as he tried to explain himself. He just leaned this way after falling asleep, that's all. There's really nothing more to it. He leaned that way because he likes you, smarty. That's like the biggest cliché in the book. You're living under a rock if you've never heard that one. This is real life. Clichés don't mean anything. Mina rolled her eyes, crossing her arms over her chest. His denial was infuriating, especially when she looked at where she was standing with Izuku. Just keep telling yourself that and you'll figure it out eventually. I mean, at least you actually have a chance with your crush, unlike me. What do you mean? You've at least got somewhat of a chance, don't you? You two are friends, at least. Kirishima, he's got Uraraka already. You and I both know that, she sighed, biting her lip as she tried to bottle up her feelings. She let out a breath filled with sorrow, anguish. She'd pretty much accepted that fact by now. You know what's pretty funny? We're actually kinda similar, Ashido, in the sense that we've both got a crush on someone who doesn't like us back, and we're both just trying to confide in each other. Only one of us does, she corrected. Bakugo likes you. Again he whispered, no, he doesn't, but whatever. What are we talking about, guys? Mina nearly had a heart attack when she heard that. Kaminari's voice was obnoxiously close to her ear, and she only knew it was him because no one else's voice was that high when they were excited. Geez, dude, you don't need to scare me like that. And how much did you hear? Nothing, I guess. I just got here. Why, is there something I shouldn't know? And no, not at all, just forget I said anything. Leaning against the back of the couch, Kaminari finally noticed the display of affection going on between Kirishima and Bakugo. You two are getting pretty comfy over there, aren't you now? They did indeed look relatively cozy for being just friends, and even though no one had noticed until now, they were closer than they were a few minutes ago. Kirishima had his arm wrapped around Bakugo's shoulders, keeping him firmly in place, and didn't seem to mind the fact that he was getting drooled on. Who knew Bakugo was such a heavy sleeper? And not really, Kirishima stuttered, scratching the back of his neck. Kaminari ignored him and brought up something that all three of them could agree on, how excited he was for the party this weekend and how much of a crazy night out it would be. Mina forgot almost entirely about her day prior to this as the three of them delved into a conversation about parties, alcohol, which, in all honesty, they didn't know much about, and the like, and rightfully so, because she had a party to look forward to and nothing could take this away from her. Chapter IX, letting go for tonight. Oh, come on, where the hell did I leave my phone? I need to know what time it is. Mina nearly had a panic attack when it dawned on her for the 15th time in the last 5 minutes. She was going to be late. She was in a rush, the life or death kind, only minutes to spare before her friends left without her, and she wasn't even wearing the right clothes yet. Saturday had completely snuck up behind her before she even realized it, and now she was paying the price, either risk being late to the most incredible night of her life or do the practical thing and run out the door at the last minute. She chose the latter option, obviously, throwing together an outfit she bought at the mall a few weeks ago and slipping on a new pair of black boots, stuffing some extra money inside them just in case. She checked the only place she could think of for her phone, under her bed. It was there, all right, but not in the way she was expecting, the screen covered in a thick layer of dirt and dust. She did a half-assed job at doing her makeup and then, without looking back, she swung the door open and headed toward the elevator, smiling when she saw everyone waiting for her in the common area. Mina greeted them all and then let her eyes fall on Jiro, whose presence stood out like a sore thumb. She didn't fit the embodiment of a party girl, at least from what Mina could remember, nor had she proven herself to be very rebellious. But the more the merrier, right? Jiro, are you coming too? She asked, kind of assuming the answer was yes. Thank God another girl is going. You know, to be honest, I thought I'd be all alone with these dimwits. She wasn't expecting Jiro to laugh, so she wasn't all that surprised when she didn't. Yeah, I figured I would last night when Kaminari invited me, she replied, motioning toward the boy beside her, and Kaminari waved at Mina with a slightly apologetic smile on his face, almost like he'd done something wrong. She wanted to tell him that no, he hadn't done anything wrong, and he shouldn't have been so worried because she'd done the exact same thing. Suddenly, she had the urge to look out amongst the crowd for Izuku, who was still a no-show. He was even later than she was, and for a brief second she thought that maybe he'd abandoned her. But then she remembered he wouldn't have the guts to do that, not without warning her first. He was Izuku, after all. It's already past 9, you guys, we gotta get going. We aren't waiting on anyone, are we? Jiro asked, looking down at her phone to presumably check the time. Everyone else shook their heads no. Wait. They'd already taken a few steps forward, but they stopped in their tracks and turned around to face Mina, whose eyes were just begging for them not to go. We're still waiting on one more person. Kirishima looked her square in the eye and raised an eyebrow. She told him what she had in store already so that at least one person would be on her side when Izuku showed up, and that way things wouldn't be so awkward. But the inevitable awkwardness of it all still scared her. And the awkwardness would definitely prove itself to be inevitable, especially with the brilliance of Izuku's timing. He popped out from around the corner just moments after she mentioned him and his involvement in their plans. There was a beat of silence as he waved at them clumsily, and she and Kirishima were the only ones to wave back. And then, like the meddlers they were, the rest of her friends gave her a little slice of hell. Midoriya? Kaminari asked, mouth hanging open in shock. For Izuku to even entertain the idea of a party was irrational enough in its own right, but for him to actually go to one, now that was on another level of insane. Hey guys, he stuttered, smiling and walking toward them, standing beside Mina. He didn't want to seem clingy, so he kept his distance. Mina answered the question on everyone's mind. So yeah, I invited Midoriya to come with us. Sorry, I know it's kinda sudden, but I thought I'd keep it a surprise, she exclaimed. Bakugo was losing his patience somewhere on the other side of the room, standing as far away from Izuku as possible. He was shooting daggers at her, but that was irrelevant. All of her other friends gave her the same sideways glance as he did, just with a little less malice, but she ignored them and their stupid questions. She didn't really care what they thought. Instead, she turned toward Izuku with open arms. Aren't you super excited, Midori? He nodded, glad that Mina was on his side at least. He looked at her and gave her that smile again, really looked at her this time, and he finally noticed her outfit. It was different from what he was used to. She had on a mock neck crop top with a sweatshirt tied around her waist, finishing off the look with a pair of denim jeans that quite frankly hugged her figure nicely. Mostly informal wear, but it made him feel slightly overdressed. He'd never seen her wear makeup before either, mostly because of school regulations, but now he'd never look at her the same way again. She looked like more than just a classmate, more than just his friend. She looked like a girl. Kaminari and Siro were ogling her too, but with much more perverted looks in their faces, and he didn't like that. He hated it, actually, and it wasn't because of the way they were looking at her. He simply hated that they were ogling her at all. He shook his head and took a deep breath. He really shouldn't have been thinking these things. He seriously wondered if he should have gone a little more bold with his outfit, but he looked at the guys around him and concluded that these were the kinds of clothes everyone wore. A pair of jeans and a t-shirt was enough. Anything more and he would have been overdressed. Google was true to its word, and maybe if he hadn't second-guessed himself, he wouldn't have been so late. Mina looked up at him with a mischievous smile on her face. I like your outfit, Midori. Thanks, I like yours too. But that smile quickly turned into a smirk, and Izuku would have been lying if he said he didn't notice this. Thanks, Google must have been a big help to you, huh? She teased, and she snickered as his face went from pale to crimson red. How do you know that? She prodded at the cotton of his t-shirt, pulling it slightly. "You'd never wear this." He didn't have anything left to say. She wasn't wrong. Wanting to avoid any and all chances of bumping into their homeroom teacher, the seven of them left the dorms shortly after, starting their walk toward the train station. Mina shivered and threw on her sweatshirt when the nighttime breeze grazed her skin, and she regretted not wearing something heavier. To think that it was already almost March was unbelievable, especially since it had only been a month since she started teaching Izuku how to dance, and now they were about as close as friends could get, even branching out as far as to go to a party together. Zero managed to slip himself between the two of them, pushing Izuku out of the picture. She could have punched him square in the face right then and there if she wanted to, but she had the self-control to hold on to her dignity and refrain, for now at least. "You sure about this, Ashido, bringing Midoriya to a party? I mean, I love the guy, but he's a bit of a goody two-shoes." "Oh, so this was what he wanted. It'll be fine, dude, calm down, will you? He's just kinda got this eternal virgin aura about him, you know what I mean." She rolled her eyes. "Oh my god, Zero, he does not. If anything, I think you've got that more than anyone." Zero looked hurt, and she couldn't have cared less. He backed off when he realized he wasn't winning the argument. The train ride was loud and crowded, and they didn't get off until they were about a mile or so out of Zero's neighborhood. They had to walk the rest of the way, and suddenly when his house started approaching on the horizon, Mina couldn't contain her excitement. It could have been a mansion if she didn't know any better, and by the time they got to the driveway she could already hear the music seeping through the walls. Everyone followed closely behind as Zero walked up the stairs and knocked on the front door. The person who answered was without a doubt his brother, judging solely by the elbows, and even though he looked a little older and more mature than his younger counterpart, they both had the same facial features and scraggly black hair. He invited them in, telling them not to be too loud as to avoid bothering the neighbors. Mina felt so in her element when she walked through that door. The music was electrifying, its intensity shocking her to the bone, and the atmosphere was so her. Everything she'd ever considered to be gratifying up until now was nothing compared to this, and she seriously regretted not putting herself out there a long time ago. Suddenly she was hit with a burst of adrenaline, and she could have talked to every single person in that room if she put her mind to it. For the very first time since the beginning of high school, it felt like she could do anything, whatever she pleased, even if it was just for tonight. There were no boundaries. Izuku clearly didn't feel the same way about it all, though, and although she tried to keep it to herself, that put a total damper on her mood. She could tell just by looking at him. He was sweating from head to toe, and he looked almost as nervous as he did when he first came to you, scared and uneasy, incapable of uttering a single sentence. She wished she would have grabbed onto his hand, but something about that terrified her. "You don't have to be so nervous, Midoriya. It'll be fine. I wouldn't have invited you otherwise." Her words were comforting, and he wanted to smile. "I know, it's just that I don't really know what goes on at parties. Talking, hanging out, dancing, drinking, whatever comes to mind, I guess. You just gotta be social." He nodded, looking around the room, taking in the atmosphere. Just from a first glance, he could tell this place was going to be a lot of fun, but he wasn't all that interested in consuming alcohol like she was. Maybe he'd have a cup of beer or two to put his mind at ease, but otherwise he was staying sober. It wasn't long before Mina figured out why Zero's brother was so persistent on inviting them. It had everything to do with his party's popularity and their status as UA students, which was only meant to draw in people's attention from the get-go. They were surrounded by guests the moment they walked through the door, most of them older than they were, who wouldn't stop asking questions about both their school lives and their personal ones, and Mina was going to lose it if they didn't back off. She simply wanted to grab a little alcohol and get a buzz going, but with all these people blocking her way, she couldn't possibly find an opening to do so. And apparently she was that girl with the acid quirk instead of Mina Ashido, which kind of threw her for a loop because they all wanted to talk to her, and none of them even know her name. Fed up, she snuck by them all when the opportunity arose and found Kaminari by all the alcohol, and the two of them seemed to have the exact same idea because they both reached for a bottle of beer and poured each other a drink. Mina headed back into the living room, music blasting in her ears, and she noticed that Izuku was staring at her drink. "Want some?" That was a stupid question. The answer was obvious. No, just, isn't it a little early to be drinking? "It's only one drink, Midoriya. I just need to feel the buzz and then I'll stop." "Okay, if that's what you say," he replied, and he knew he sounded a little skeptical. He was simply jaded from all the attention, especially from a bunch of 18-year-olds, and with Mina wasted he'd have no one to talk to. Hiroshima was a debatable option, but he'd probably be too busy with Bakugo to bother with him. He sighed, his eyes falling toward Mina, who was looking out over the crowd of people in front of her. Her heart was thumping loudly against the front of her rib cage, threatening to bring back the emotions she'd tried to suppress. But she swallowed them down and waited patiently as a strong sense of nostalgia washed over her. They were only a few feet away from the dance floor, and suddenly she missed those late-night training sessions with Izuku where they'd dance for hours on end, talking and laughing and making fun of each other like it was the funniest thing in the world. And maybe back then it was, but she just neglected to realize it until now. And she thought training sessions was a funny way to describe them since most of the time he spent tripping over himself, but it was the only valid thing she could come up with on the spot. "Wanna dance?" she asked, and despite her enthusiastic smile, she was nervous more than anything. This music's got a good beat. "I'd like that, I guess," he replied, and he felt reassured knowing she wasn't talking about a slow dance. Last time they did that, it didn't end so well. Knowing she couldn't just leave her drink laying around in a place like this, she downed the rest of it quickly and dragged Izuku out onto the floor. He was a little hesitant to loosen up in the first few minutes, but upon remembering what she'd taught him, he relaxed and let the music take him away. They danced like that for a while, loose and compulsory, and he got that very same sense of nostalgia she was experiencing, barreling him in the back of the head like a truck. Even though he knew it had only been a week since their last late-night training session, it felt like forever had gone by since then, and he realized how much he missed them already. He was so caught up in the nostalgia that when he looked up to see if Mina felt the same, he almost didn't notice the wave of understanding that passed between them. She smiled, another one of those million-watt smiles. "This brings back memories, huh?" He wished he could have said yes. He really did, and he would have screamed it to the whole world if he got the chance because of how frustrating this was. She'd left him speechless. Speechless. How had she managed that? It was strange. One moment he was talking to her like he would any other day, and the next thing he knew the words were stuck in the back of his throat, tying his tongue together in knots as she let the music carry her away. And for whatever reason, there was a moment in time when he couldn't take his eyes off of her. He needed to give her an answer, and so he nodded a few more times than necessary. He knew this was unnatural, but thank God she was too wrapped up in the music to notice. It was when he looked her into the eyes for the first time, their golden glow burning brighter than the light of 1,000 stars, that he realized he'd neglected to notice something he should have figured out a long time ago. Since when had she been so pretty? She smiled, her cheeks beginning to flush purple. "I'm feeling kinda great right now, Midoriya. I think the alcohol is kicking in." He wanted to tell her that maybe she should tread lightly with the liquor, but he trusted her enough to let her make her own decisions. Sure, she could be reckless sometimes, but she wasn't an idiot. A song from the 80s or 90s came on, and Mina had an idea. "Hey, I should show you how I breakdance." He smiled. He'd wanted to see her breakdance for a while. "Okay." And so she did a quick warm-up stretch, giving herself a pep talk and busting out her best moves. She knew she'd draw a lot of attention to herself like this, especially showing off such a rare talent, but she didn't expect people to form a circle around her, watching her in awe as she spun until she couldn't see straight anymore. After standing up and regaining her balance, she was surrounded by the guests who'd watched her performance, most of whom were men. She shrugged them all off and walked toward Izuku, who was just as in awe as everyone else, and she was glad for that because he was the only one she cared about. "I didn't know you could dance like that, Ashido. It was amazing, like you were some kind of professional." His words struck a chord in her heart, breaking her into the best kind of shambles. Her cheeks were on fire, and she didn't know if it was because of him or the alcohol. "Well, I've been doing it forever, so I guess it just comes natural," she replied, swallowing down her smile. I'd do anything to have a talent like that." "You do have one." "I do." Hello, you are a fanboy, aren't you? Like, the biggest one around." He flushed. But that's not a talent." "Sure it is. It means you're dedicated. You're smart. Are you gonna tell me that's not a talent either?" He shook his head. Eventually, Mina made an excuse to split up, knowing she needed to be more social. But instead she decided to spend her time alone, walking through the dining room and pushing past crowds and sitting by herself on the staircase. There was a group of girls talking at the top of the stairs, but she ignored them. She'd much rather be alone right now. She thought she'd get that luxury at least, even if it was only for tonight. She deserved a little alone time, didn't she? Well, clearly not in everyone else's eyes, because Jiro hadn't gotten the memo and winded up following her all the way over here, sitting next to her on the stairwell. Mina wanted to groan, but that would give the incentive that she was annoyed by her, and she didn't want to start a fight. All she wanted was some peace and quiet. "I didn't know you were so good at breakdancing," she said, her eyes wandering to the ground. Her voice had flatlined, and Mina knew that wasn't what she was here for. Thanks, I'm glad you think so. The room was overtaken with silence, and then Jiro finally cut to the chase, looking her right in the eye. Mina, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I know you've got a thing for him. She wished she could have erased herself from existence. Why you mean Midoriya? She asked, and if she had one of those fancy glasses of wine, she could probably see herself flushing purple as all hell in the reflection. Jiro nodded. I'm not an idiot, Mina. I can see it in the way you look at him. Mina looked off to the side and narrowed her eyes, pouting. Nobody said you were one. What'd you say? Nothing, she mumbled. Jiro wasn't one to pry, nor did she ask any unnecessary questions. Mina liked that about her. She was careful about the way she worded things and only asked what was important, and sometimes that happened to also be the things Mina didn't like to think about. One of those questions was, does your Uraraka know? And for whatever reason, she couldn't get the words out. Maybe it was a combination of the alcohol and the emotional baggage and all of these pent-up feelings she had welled up inside of her, but she almost started to cry. I don't know what's wrong with me, Kyoka. I just feel like crying all of a sudden, she admitted, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. And as she sat there, the tears threatening to fall, she seriously hoped no one would walk by. It must have been then that Jiro realized the intensity of Mina's feelings. Oh, Mina, Semir, your makeup's gonna smear. Mina swallowed down whatever sense of pride she had left. She was very fond of her makeup and didn't want it to get ruined, so she scooched over and let Jiro glide her thumb under the few tears that already fallen, wiping them away carefully. It was hard to look her in the eye, but it was also impossible not to in the position they were in. Jiro gave her a pep talk while also giving her the harsh truth. Hey, you're getting all sappy on me with the gross love stories and shit. You're gonna be fine, okay? Whatever happens, happens. There are plenty of other fish in the sea. But I don't like any of the other fish, Mina groaned, throwing herself against the back of the staircase. If this was a couch, she'd have already sunken into it by now. Jiro hesitated for a moment, and it wasn't until Mina was about to ask why that she came back into the conversation. I'd actually hold on to your feelings if I were you. Mina looked up at Jiro's backside, furrowing her eyebrows. Why? I know Midoriya might not see you that way, but he smiles around you a lot, Mina. I think you make him happy. If her quirk could burn a hole through her heart, it would have corroded it into a messy pile of goop by now. Really? Jiro whipped her head around and smiled, her eyes saying everything she needed to know. Yeah, really. And with those bittersweet words, she decided she wasn't going to let Izuku ruin the rest of this night. Her throat was getting dry and there was liquor was right around the corner, and if she drank some of that then maybe she'd stop worrying so much. Besides, getting drunk was the easiest way to let go of her feelings, and she'd even said it herself. She wanted them to go out with a bang, didn't she? And so she grabbed the most expensive beer she could find in this place and drank until she was considerably drunk, stumbling and slurring her words, the whole 9 yards. But that was when she threw in the towel, because in the back of her mind she knew better than that. She'd never make it back to the dorms if she was totally wasted, and she'd rather not be the reason they got caught sneaking out at 2 in the morning. Especially when they probably would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for her. She realized this feeling of euphoria she was experiencing had everything to do with her drunkenness. She was dizzy and disoriented, but somehow she was still on cloud 9, smiling foolishly at every stranger who passed by. And even though why she was so loopy was still a mystery to her, it must have had something to do with the magic of alcohol. Like most drunk people, she talked to anyone and everyone within a 2-foot radius, and even though she'd taken the time to learn their names, she couldn't remember half of them if her life depended on it. They probably talked about liquor or something, since that was what everyone was drinking. She acted reckless like this for well into the night, and it wasn't until 11:45 when she was approached by Bakugo and his particularly nasty scowl that she finally talked to somebody she knew. He was almost as intoxicated as she was, probably by the way he was slurring his words, but either way he came at her hard. You're such a freaking twat for inviting Deku, you know that, raccoon eyes. You're gonna freaking regret this when he calls the police or some shit. He was seething and her drunken self thought it was funny. Calm down a little, Becca bro, chill out, will ya? You and I both know he's not that kinda guy. He crinkled the empty can of beer he was holding into dust, her nickname pushing him over the edge. I don't care, he shouldn't be here. She pouted and narrowed her eyes until she could barely see 2 feet in front of her, trying to look as angry as possible. She probably looked more like a drama queen, though. Well, too bad. I invited him, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. He was so red in the face that she was sure he could have popped a vein, and upon watching him crush that can even further, she realized it was possible for dust to disintegrate into thin air. I'm dealing with it just fine, you bastard. What do you take me for, some extra? She almost said yes, but she still had enough sober in her to know that was a bad idea. Nope, just an idiot. And that was an even worse idea. What the hell was she thinking? But thank God he was drunk, because the toll the alcohol had taken on him meant he hadn't heard her. Instead of listening to what she had to say, he had his head in his hands, probably whining about same headache. She seized this opportunity to tease him. This has got nothing to do with anything, but what do ya think of Kirishima, Bakugo? What the hell's that supposed to mean? He grumbled. Do you know like him? She giggled at his reaction, and the way he froze up on the spot gave away everything she needed to know. She didn't need his words, because the answer was standing right in front of her. Of course, she was too rambunctious and giggly to care or even notice for that matter, so she just kept on laughing. Eventually, Bakugo broke her out of her laughing fit. None of your business, raccoon eyes, can't you just leave me the hell alone? So it's a yes then, yay. He didn't move a muscle, and although that might have been his attempt to hide it, it was also what confirmed her suspicions. If Mina was sober right now, she'd probably pry an answer out of him, but since she wasn't, his body language was enough. Kirishima snuck up behind the two of them and tapped Bakugo's shoulder. Hey man, I got us some more drinks. Bakugo sighed, composing himself, and he turned around to grab a beer out of Kirishima's hands. Thanks, he mumbled, taking a slow first sip. Maybe she was just hallucinating, losing her grip on reality after all the alcohol, but there was an atmosphere about them she'd never seen before. They were a lot closer than usual, friendlier so to speak. She decided she'd back off a little and give them some time alone, but not before winking in Kirishima's direction. He was too drunk to notice the gesture though, and she was honestly too far gone to realize he'd missed it anyway. He was starting to regret drinking as much as she did. It wasn't that she felt sick, she felt fine, actually better than ever. But it was almost midnight and she'd barely talked to any of her friends, and she wanted to see Izuku so badly right now because she was so done with all of these random strangers. Especially the men who only wanted one thing. But even though she hated them, at the very same time she just couldn't turn down a conversation because what could she say? She was a social person. So when she was approached by someone, a genuinely nice-looking guy, she was open to have a chat. Hey, it's Ashido, right? I saw you breakdancing earlier, you were really cool. Her smile could have lit up the room. Oh, how cool did you think I was? She asked, and she was too busy studying his face and counting the number of freckles he had to focus on what was coming out of her mouth. It was the coolest thing I've seen in a while. You really looked like you knew what you were doing. He went on to introduce himself. He said he had a quirk that enhanced his flexibility and liked to dance because of it, but she was too far off in space to pay attention to what he was saying, staring pointlessly at his messy head of hair. It was wild and poofy like a lion's mane, and she wanted to touch it. Usually hair that curly would be soft, but maybe it would be spiky instead. They talked like that for a while and she lost track of time. Whatever was going on between them wasn't all that intriguing to her, but apparently she was the only one who felt that way. Eventually his eyes drifted off to the side and he said, "Wanna head upstairs? It'll be a lot quieter up there." She watched him drum his fingers against the kitchen countertop and she tilted her head to the side. What was so great about the upstairs? You know, that sounds nice and all, but I'm good. Anyway, isn't the party is down here? Come on, it's not that big of a deal. We can just chill out in one of the bedrooms, take a break from all the people. What was he trying to do, lead her away? I don't know, I'm not feeling it and all of my friends are gonna worry about me. I don't want them to worry, she replied. She probably pouted for the millionth time that night. The stranger she once thought to be friendly took a step toward her, and Mina didn't realize what was happening until she felt somebody she knew she could trust, grab onto her hand. Rugged fingertips latched onto hers, and she could barely make out a flash of green pass by as whoever had saved her lead her away from the danger. She relaxed and stumbled along behind him, and she could rest easy knowing the one whose hand she was holding was Izuku. Chapter X: A New Kind of Feeling. Without a clue as to the whereabouts of Mina Ashido, Izuku couldn't concentrate. It wasn't until she left him alone for the night that he realized this, how much of a source of comfort she'd become, a comrade. He couldn't just leave her alone like that, not when somebody could crawl out of the woodwork and whisk her away without a moment's notice. He would search for her until he knew she was safe. He looked everywhere: the living room, the dining area, the stairwell that led to the second floor, even the closets and the dimly lit hallways. He was the only one in the room who was still sober. He'd managed to stay away from the alcohol despite the persuasions, and who knew what people could do when they were drunk, especially with a girl like her. He'd spent the last hour and a half trying to hold half-decent conversations with strangers, and he felt guilty for not trying to find her then. Izuku finally caught sight of what was undoubtedly Mina, roaming around the kitchen, talking to a man he didn't know. Upon realizing his intentions, he couldn't stand to watch anymore. His instincts took over as he butted through the crowd and grabbed her hand, tightening his grip around her wrist to stop the man from making any type of altercation. And as he dragged her along behind him, not saying a word, he took her somewhere safe, away from the alcohol and the people and a perfectly foreseeable danger. He was careful not to display his anger, though, both at the stranger and at Mina for even talking to him. They slowed down once they reached a quiet corridor, the music softer and less bothersome. Despite this, Izuku couldn't relax, as when he let go of her hand and turned around, he realized she'd done what she'd promised not to and gotten drunk. She wouldn't shut up about what a great time she was having, her cheeks stained with a lilac so bright that it mirrored the actual flower, and the slur that accompanied her words was horribly obvious. "Ashido," he said, and he felt used, taken advantage of. "You said you wouldn't get drunk." She quieted down a little, staring at him with perplexingly bright eyes. She was far too intoxicated to understand the context of the situation. When she gave no answer, he answered for her. "You promised you wouldn't." "You take everything way too seriously, Midori. It's a party. Have some fun with it, will ya?" She giggled, and still, she wouldn't stop smiling, spinning gracefully on her heels as she took a broad look at her surroundings. He didn't let her influence him, though. He was staying level-headed. "And, you said it wouldn't be crowded, but it is. There are over 100 people here." "Well, how else was I supposed to get you to come?" "You don't understand, Ashido." He was silent for a second, both of them were, and then, "That man was trying to take advantage of you, you know. You could have gotten hurt or worse. You can't even figure out what I'm trying to say to you right now about how you lied to me, and instead you want to play it off like it's no big deal. Well, it is a big deal, and I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't get to you when I did." She got the gist of what he was saying, her smile fading away into nothing but a frown. His words were finally hitting home. I'm sorry, Midori, I just didn't know how else to make you come." "Why'd I even have to come in the first place?" Mina froze, biting her bottom lip, and even though it was painful, she didn't stop until it bled. She was only emotional because of the liquor. Yes, that was it. It had nothing to do with him or the sour taste he left in her mouth, and it wasn't his fault that she was about to cry. "I just wanted to have a fun night out with you, okay? Is that really so bad?" When another bout of silence made its way around the room, she smiled to herself, the tears washing away as the entirety of what he'd said came into mind. "But, even though you're mad, that's okay. I'm just glad you were worried about me." Somewhere inside of him there was a twitch. It was strangely refreshing, feeling that way, and for whatever reason he couldn't stay mad at her anymore. How could I not be? In a place like this, anything could happen. She wanted to go over there and wrap her arms around him, but even her drunken self knew not to do that. "Here, how about I make it up to you tomorrow or something? I'll buy you food and stuff as an apology." "I'm not letting you do that, Ashido. It's irreversible. Just don't go off alone again, okay? At least for the rest of the night." That was the least she could do for him, the only thing she could do. Maybe he'd get a clear answer out of her tomorrow about why she told such a lie, but it was good to just drop it for now, especially when she was so drunk. Besides, he was so overcome with the need to keep her safe that nothing else really mattered anymore. It surprised him, really. He was so quick to run in and intervene in the middle of a dangerous situation and grab her hand like it was second nature, and he didn't even have to think about it. He wasn't sure if it was just because they were friends or if there was a separate, more important reason. Mina smiled, bringing him back to reality. "Okay, but I can handle myself, you know." Knowing very well that that was yet another lie, Izuku sighed under his breath, but he simply smiled at her and moved on. He didn't say anything else as the two of them walked back out into the open together, Mina trailing idly behind him, and he realized she was humming a tune that brought him déjà vu. It was the song that had been playing when they danced together. He could remember it clearly, as it was really only a few hours ago. Mina couldn't walk normally for some reason. She could only skip, and even though she found it impossible to stand up straight, she couldn't have cared less. In fact, she hadn't felt so carefree in a while. She was having fun with this moment she was having with Izuku, because she'd surely never get another one for a long, long time. She glanced to her side and saw the man who'd almost went off with her in the corner of her eye. He wasn't as nice looking as she once thought. Now that she got a clearer view of him, she decided she should stop making dumb decisions when she was drunk. And it was because she was drunk that she almost paid no mind when she saw Kirishima and Bakugo heading upstairs, eyeing each other as they stumbled up the staircase. She wanted to ask where they were going, but her head was starting to hurt, and a sudden wave of pain came over her before she could do so. If that wasn't a sign for her to drop it, she didn't know what was. She and Izuku wandered around the house to pass the time, when eventually they bumped into Kaminari. They quickly figured out through his mannerisms and speech patterns that he was considerably drunk, too far gone for even Mina to understand, and so they left him alone. They meandered the hallways for a little while longer before Mina decided she needed a break. "I'm tired and I kinda wanna go upstairs," she yawned, groaning softly beside him. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along behind her, leading him toward the staircase. Ashido, I don't know if that's such a good idea," he mumbled, his eyes darting across the room. He was dense, but he wasn't that dense, and he had a general understanding of what went on the second floor. Despite this, she couldn't connect the dots, so instead she simply ignored him and climbed the first step, leaning against the railing for support. Once she steadied herself, her eyes dawdled to the floor above her. And that was when she froze. He didn't notice it at first, at least not until it was too late. He glanced at whatever had her so dumbstruck, and then quickly he turned back around to face her, his face going a fiery, crimson red. She wouldn't look away. Her brain must have been too slow to process what she was seeing. His was fully capable of piecing it together, though. There was no doubt in his mind that that was Kirishima and Bakugo, standing there at the top of the staircase, kissing. Bakugo had the redhead pinned to a wall, kissing him sloppily, passionately, just like how a drunk kiss was supposed to be. Izuku knew he shouldn't be seeing this. He shouldn't have even been here in the first place, and if Bakugo ever caught wind of the fact that he was, he'd be killed in an instant. So he grabbed Mina's hand and dragged her back down the stairwell, trying his damnedest to keep quiet as he hauled her around the corner. Midori watrewi. He was expecting for her to talk when she wasn't supposed to. She was drunk, after all. He covered her mouth with one hand until he knew they were safe, and when he could confirm that they were, he pulled it away, letting out a big, defeated sigh. And then he looked over at her to see how she was feeling, and suddenly he couldn't look away. The smell of beer rolled off of her tongue as she breathed, her cheeks such a deep, dangerous purple that it was as if they were going to scar that way. Their eyes met for a second, just a second, but that was all it took for his cheeks to burn in conformity to hers, ingraining themselves in a scarlet red. He was confused with himself, with his feelings. That heartbeat, where had it come from? It was soft, almost unnoticeable, but he still had to wonder. And, wasn't Uraraka supposed to be the one who made him feel this way? He heard a suggestive whistle from a group of passers-by and he fell out of his trance. They were out in the open, he realized, and he turned away from her, finally collecting himself. That was twice tonight she'd left him speechless. Strange. The warmth in his cheeks had lingered, and he felt the need to apologize. Sorry, Ashido, I didn't realize you were right there, She put a finger to his lips, smiling. "So okay, Midori, don't worry about it, Kay." He nodded silently, and then he decided to change the subject, bring up something more important. About what we just saw, you can't say anything about it. Kakin would kill me if he realized I knew." She giggled. "Of course I wouldn't, I'm not like that, but you gotta admit it's pretty interesting that they're still up there right now, if you know what I mean." "Ashido, what are you saying?" "Exactly what it sounds like." He flushed, stuttering incomprehensibly, and then, remembering what he'd been trying to say earlier, he closed his eyes and put his hands together in a prayer. Seriously this time, please don't say anything to anyone." Yeah, I promise I won't," she replied, rolling her eyes. Although she promised, Izuku wouldn't let her out of his sights. Who knew where she'd go off to, what she'd say? He couldn't afford to risk Bakugo knowing, and since she was drunk, the chances of her telling somebody were 10 times higher than usual. But seriously, who knew Bakugo and Kirishima were a thing? And did this mean Bakugo was into guys? Questions he would probably never get the answers to, but it wasn't his place to ask in the first place. Maybe he could ask Mina when she was sober, she'd know. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, wanting to know the time. It was approaching 1 now, and he could barely stand on 2 legs due to tiredness. All he wanted to do was collapse onto his bed and into his pillow, and off to sleep he would go. But still, he did not bother Mina. She was having too much fun. He'd feel bad if he interrupted, so he simply gave into the pressure and went along with it, trying to find a way to have as much fun as she was. He never did, though, and he'd rather just stay quiet about it than tell her and ruin the rest of her night. Thankfully for him, even she had a limit on how long she could last. She ran out of steam by the time the clock hit 1, and now that she'd used up all of her energy, she couldn't stand up straight anymore, toppling toward Izuku and leaning against his shoulder. He felt her nestle against him, a billow of pink burying into the side of his shirt, and he smiled to himself despite the many reasons not to, standing her upright again. She would stir whenever he did this, eyelids fluttering open slightly, but then she'd realize she preferred his intimacy over everything else and rest her head back in the crook of his neck, closing her eyes as she relished in what would surely be a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Although he didn't mind the extra company, he didn't want any misconceptions, so when she would do this for too long, he would push her away as gently as possible. Besides, if that was what it took to ensure that she didn't tell anyone about what they saw earlier, then so be it. Eventually, it was time for the guests to leave, and with the music gone and the alcohol put away, people started to file out. Bakugo and Kirishima had come downstairs already, jackets in hand, and the 7 of them who'd come from UA premises met up in the living room. They needed to get out of here, and fast, unless they wanted to endure one hell of a punishment. Izuku could feel the tension hanging between Kirishima and his friend, boyfriend perhaps, friend with benefits. How was he supposed to know? Either way, Mina was letting on far too many clues for his comfort, and he kept having to look over at her to make her shut up. Luckily for him, nobody else in the group seemed to notice this. Zero especially, as he turned toward them all and gestured toward the door without a second thought. "We should head out, you guys," he said, and it was obvious he was the one who was still sober. Besides Izuku and Jiro, of course, who had both decided not to drink, but for 2 very different reasons. Izuku was simply scared of the consequences, while Jiro knew that since nobody else would, she'd have to be the one to take charge when the time came, and that time was now. "Okay, but how the hell are we supposed to leave if you're all drunk?" she asked, raising an eyebrow in doubt. She was quite fond of stating the obvious. Kaminari tried to stagger her way, but he ended up trailing off in the wrong direction. "We're a lil tipsy, Jiro. Nothing to worry about. It's not like we're wasted." She rolled her eyes at that, knowing very well that they were not just a little bit tipsy, and Bakugo scoffed at her. "What do you think, we can't walk on our own or something? We'll be fine whether you like it or not," he said, surprisingly less angry than usual. Still, nobody disagreed with him in fear that that might change. They were about to walk out the door when Mina got them to stop, the sound of her whining filling the air. "Can somebody carry me, please? My legs are killing me and I don't know if I can make it back to the dorms." Jiro looked at her like she had 4 heads. "Who's gonna do that?" "Midori will, right Midori? You'll carry me home, won't you?" Izuku was taken by surprise, trying to sustain a pale complexion instead of a red one. He hadn't agreed to anything yet, and carrying her on his back would add a lot of unnecessary stress to an already lengthy trip to the train station. I don't know. Does it have to be me?" "Yes, it has to be you. You're the only one who can, so please." She collapsed into his shoulder again, groaning and shaking her head, and he nudged her away in order to add a little more space between them. He would admit that he found her annoying sometimes, but it wasn't the bad kind of annoying, more like the kind that was fun to be around. And as he glanced at the people he was surrounded by, he realized he may have been the only one who thought that, but it didn't really matter to him. They could think whatever they wanted to. "Did she just call you Midori?" Jiro had mentioned the nickname. It was their first time hearing it, after all, so somebody was bound to say something eventually. "Why yeah, she calls me that a lot." Growing from the corners of her lips was a smirk, and maybe he was just seeing things, but it looked like she was onto something. "I can tell." Mina tugged lightly at the hem of his shirt, the sensation of somebody else's skin forcing him to snap out of his fog. His cheeks were warm to the touch, and he hadn't even realized it until now. He hadn't been realizing a lot of things lately. To let him know that she was waiting for a reply, she groaned, and he finally gathered the courage to give one to her. "Okay, I guess I can. How do you want to do this? A piggyback?" She nodded. She felt bad for making him go through with this, but he needed to understand that she didn't have a choice. It wasn't the fact that her legs were hurting, of course not, that was merely just an excuse. That was a part of it, obviously, but she would be lying if she said she didn't just yearn for the chance to touch him and be close to him, feel her body up against his. Things she'd probably never get the chance to do if she left it up to fate. Izuku wouldn't tell somebody if his life depended on it, but he was nervous. He'd never had a girl so close to him before, and the fact that it was Mina made it 1,000 times more nerve-wracking, strangely enough. Nevertheless, he drew in a subtle, shaky breath before bending down and letting her to climb onto his back, his breath hitching in the back of his throat as he felt her weight shift slightly against him. There was a moment of silence before they said goodbye to the rest of the partygoers, and Mina was extra careful not to hold onto him too tightly. She'd already bothered him enough for one night, and she didn't want to give him another reason to be mad at her. Zero said goodbye to his brother by giving him a fist bump, and then they headed out the door and toward the station. "I'm sorry for being such a bother to you," Mina whispered, her lips grazing the nape of his neck. She shifted over a little until she was talking in his ear. With the newfound closeness between them, Izuku couldn't think straight, and it took him a second to realize that the thumping against the front of his chest was his heart. It was barely noticeable, but he'd have to be stupid to not realize it was there. "I've been following you around all night, and now this? You can put me down if you want to. I'm probably heavy anyway." "Why, you're not heavy." "You stuttered." He gasped. I didn't mean it like that. Really, you're not, and you're not a bother either." He was being sincere. She realized that, and it made her smile. "I'm glad you think so. Thank you, Midori, for everything." She could feel his warmth and his fondness and the softness of his hair as she embraced him further, like he was her boyfriend. She wished, oh God, how she wished. Little did she know, her words had left him a mumbling mess. His heart was pounding 10 times faster than before, and he had to wonder, why did he feel so warm and fuzzy inside? Was he imagining things? Because it was like nothing he'd ever felt before, tingly and tender and heavy on the heart. And to add on to his already lengthy list of problems, he couldn't help but notice that as she laid against him, she was quite well endowed in assets. "She's your friend, Izuku. You can't think about her like that." He sighed, shaking his head as he hitched his hands under her thighs and hoisted her up again. He decided it would be best to stop thinking so hard and just listen to her talk. He forgot he hadn't said anything after hearing her kind words. Oh, I really don't think I deserve that much credit," he replied, glancing back at her over his shoulder. "Yes, you do. Hey, Ashido. Yeah. Are Bakugo and Kirishima together?" She grunted, rustling uncomfortably against the small of his back. She was starting to feel ill, the signs of a hangover kicking in. The only sounds that mattered to her were those of the crickets and Izuku's footsteps against the sidewalk, and everything else was tossed aside as white noise. She found it in her to answer him. Maybe now they are, especially after what they did tonight. He hated to ask this, but he was curious. Do you think they? "Oh, no way, Kirishima would never, but who am I to judge? We're all kinda drunk after all. Except for you, Midori, 'cause you'd never get drunk." He laughed, one of those awkward kinds of laughs, the kind that was only supposed to alleviate the tension, but he realized she brought up a good point. How would they explain their hangovers to the rest of the class? And in the off chance that they found out, how would they explain them to the teachers? Hopefully they wouldn't have to with how careful they were being, but the thought of it alone still sent shivers up his spine. He'd hate it if they already knew and were just waiting patiently at the entrance of the UA dorms, where they'd give him and his friends the punishment of a lifetime when they returned. Izuku didn't even consider that a viability until now, but he couldn't deny that there was always that chance. And then there was the fact that they were out so late, which Izuku wouldn't have expected in a million years, and he wasn't joking when he said that. Mina had told him nothing, next to nothing, and if he knew it would have been 2:00 a.m. when he left the house, he probably wouldn't have went. He considered dropping her here and making her walk the rest of the way, but that wasn't in his nature. He couldn't do that to her at a time like this, not when she was so vulnerable. Besides, they were only minutes away from the train station, and he could put her down when they got there. The train ride was as uneventful as he thought it would be. They stepped off the platform as soon as they got on, and he could barely sit down because his legs were still sore from carrying Mina. Speaking of Mina, she squished herself in the seat between him and Kirishima, and he kept a watchful eye on her. There was no telling what she'd do with the redhead so close, Bakugo leaning against his shoulder. They were asking to be picked on. She kept smiling at them, and Izuku had to pull her away. Kirishima raised a few eyebrows, but she didn't even acknowledge it, nor did she pay him any mind. Eventually she grew tired of all the fruitless teasing and leaned to her side, Izuku's side, and rested her head comfortably in the crook of his neck, and he let her stay like that for the rest of the ride. "Can you piggyback me again, Midori?" she asked when they got off the train. "Please, I promise this will be the last time." "But Ashido, the dorms are right around the corner," he replied, and he was about to say something else when he felt a hand on his shoulder, one that belonged to Jiro. "Look at her, Midoriya," she said, giving him a half-hearted smile. "Can't you just make an exception this one time?" She promised she'd never do it again. He thought about it. She wasn't a burden on anything, really, except for his back, and in all honesty, he enjoyed her company more than anyone else's, or at least more than a lot of people's, because there was still Uraraka. But even when taking her into consideration, he would still argue that he enjoyed Mina's company the most. Was he supposed to feel that way? He nearly laughed at himself out loud. It wasn't like there were any rules he had to follow. What was he thinking? He cleared his head and smiled at his pink-haired friend. "Okay," he said, nodding, and he let her hop onto his back again. She hugged him a little more tightly than before, savoring the moment while it still lasted, and a few stray pebbles filled the empty, middle-of-the-night silence as they crumbled beneath his feet where he walked. She knew that if he put her down now, she might not remember this in the morning, and that was exactly why she prayed for him to never let her go. She didn't think he would, not without warning her first, but that fear was still rooted within her, and she held on to him like she was taking her last breath. Glancing up at the sky to take her mind off things, she realized the view was actually quite fascinating. "The stars are pretty tonight, don't you think?" He titled his head up at the sky, constellations catching his eye. It was as if they had a little sliver of the universe all to themselves. "Yeah, they are. You see that constellation up there?" She pointed over his shoulder at a little cluster of stars near the horizon. "It's really something, isn't it? Beautiful." "Really? What does it remind you of?" "It reminds me of you." He felt it, the warmth, the blood, all of it rushing to his cheeks. That could have meant a lot of things, and to be honest, he was a little afraid to ask. What do you mean?" "Well, for starters, it's kinda just hidden behind the what's that called? The horizon line. Yeah, it's kinda just hiding behind that thing or whatever, and nobody notices how beautiful it is or that it's even there in the first place. But what they don't know is that it shines brighter than any other star in the sky." "So you're saying I'm beautiful?" he joked. She laughed. "Of course not, silly, although I wouldn't put it against you." "What was that?" "Nothing. I was just saying that you've got something really special about you, Midori." His cheeks were burning just as badly as they were before. In fact, the burning had only gotten worse. Oh, thanks for the compliment, I guess." She rested her head between his shoulder blades where her hands once were, and she realized how thankful she was for his incredible strength. She smiled to herself, happy he could hold her up for this long. "Yeah. Finally we can see the dorms from here," Kaminari groaned, drawing Mina's attention away from a certain somebody and back onto less important things. From the looks of it, pale face and green skin, he was on the verge of throwing up, but the fear of embarrassment was forcing him to swallow it back down. "I'm gonna put you down now, okay, Ashido?" She looked down curiously at the boy beneath her, whose voice was now more familiar than anything she'd ever thought possible, and that was precisely why his words hurt so much to hear, because she knew there was no way of working around them. He was no Superman, nor was he one of his descendants, and she knew that it would be impractical for him to carry her around all night. She'd just have to ingrain this memory into her head for the time being so that she could remember it in the morning. He let her down gently, like a shard of broken glass, leaving the two of them to meander along next to each other. The feeling of his back still lingered against her torso, and she wished the feeling would never go away. But like most things, it did, and they walked the rest of the way to the dorms in relative silence. Izuku thought they were in the clear. He really did, and he had reason to believe so. The lack of adult supervision, the fact that there wasn't anyone waiting for them outside, no one hiding in the bushes or behind the dorm buildings. So when he opened the door to the dorms and was met face to face with a figure, he nearly had a heart attack and a panic attack all at the same time. And he almost had an even bigger combination of the two when he realized who the figure belonged to, and he and the rest of his classmates who'd been out way past curfew knew they couldn't be any further from in the clear. A stern voice emerged from the darkness, revealing itself to be none other than that of their homeroom teacher. "Do you all have any idea what time it is?" Chapter X: The Aftermath. Nobody said a word. 7 students, all of them crammed into one worn and rickety boat, quite possibly about to erase themselves from existence and sink to the bottom of the ocean. Frozen under the looming silhouette of their homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa, they did not move a muscle, nor did they even blink. Instead, they simply stood there in shock and in regret, because they knew, everyone in that room knew, even Aizawa himself, how absolutely and undeniably fucked they were. The silence was unbearable. It was grueling and hard to endure, and it didn't disappear until Mr. Aizawa's voice once again rose from the shadows. Tomorrow morning, here, I will pull you aside and give you your punishment, and it will be big." Everyone nodded, eyes bolted wide. Izuku swore he heard Mr. Aizawa mumble something under his breath as he walked away, something along the lines of, "And if it weren't for them, I'd be asleep right now." Mina woke up the next morning in a fog. She decided to stay in bed when she realized how hungover she was, and she knew it was going to be a long day when she tried to sit up and couldn't because her head was pounding so hard. She sighed as she laid back down, sunlight pouring in from the curtains, very conscious of the fact that noon was approaching and she hadn't even gotten up to get dressed. But her whole body ached, and she was too busy trying to remember the shitshow that was last night to care. She could remember most of what happened if she thought hard enough, but there were bits and pieces she felt she was missing. Judging by what her gut was telling her, she was forgetting some things. Yet no matter what, she could remember the moments with Izuku so vividly, keeping her out of harm's way, carrying her all the way home, just two of the many things she'd never forget. She wanted to swoon, but she was scared of what that'd do to her already aching stomach. She could also remember blindly stumbling in on Kirishima and Bakugo's kiss, and she wondered how things turned out between them. She would have asked if she got the chance, but it wasn't a good enough reason to get out of bed. Eventually, the time hit her like a slap across the face. People would be wondering where she was. She tossed the blankets aside and stumbled out of bed and stumbled to get dressed and get down the stairs, hair sticking up in all different directions as she'd forgotten to brush it. A few heads turned to acknowledge her as she entered the common area, but most didn't bat an eye. Needing someone to talk to, she snaked her way over to Jiro. "Has Mr. Aizawa said anything?" she asked, voice toned down to a whisper. "Not yet. I think he's waiting for Kaminari. How's your hangover?" "It's tolerable, I guess, but my head is killing me. This is the last time I'm drinking, ever." Jiro furrowed her eyebrows. "I don't know if I believe that, but okay, it isn't my business anyway." When Kaminari finally came downstairs, the class could have sworn he was on his deathbed. And Mina couldn't blame them either because his eyes were all red and puffy and his face was literally green like he contracted some kind of weird disease. But she couldn't find it in herself to make fun of him because upon his arrival Mr. Aizawa called them over for their dreaded talk, and that was a top priority in her eyes. In everyone's eyes, she assumed. And although most of their classmates were busy with training or homework or something or other and probably didn't even notice, it only took one with a particularly good eye to start something. A rumor, a nasty one, and chances were that it would be true. "I'm disappointed." A similar silence to the one from last night snaked its way into the room. There was no need for words. They knew good and well what they had coming for them. "Find some other way to enjoy yourselves, all of you. Parties are never an option, especially not at this school. And look at you, you're all too hungover to even understand what I'm saying. What a disgrace." There was a pause as Aizawa took a sharp inhale, turning toward two of his star students. "Midoriya, Bakugo, I expected more from you two as you've both been on house arrest once before. And you are all lucky I'm not giving you a bigger punishment, but if I hear any complaints at all, you can say goodbye to your plans for the dance. Got it?" They did get it, all of them. Their nods were robotic, lifting and lowering their heads at their homeroom teacher to let him know he'd gotten the point across. Mina's heart sunk when she saw Kaminari raise his hand. She was pretty sure everyone's did. Mr. Aizawa turned to him blankly. "What is it now? How long will we be on house arrest?" "I was getting there," he replied through gritted teeth. "Give me a minute, will you? Anyway, from today onward, I'll be giving you a list of chores you have to complete. They will be done day by day, but as long as you have them all completed by the end of next Sunday, there will be nothing to worry about. So to answer your question, you will be on house arrest for 1 week. But failure to complete everything on the list will result in an extension on your time." That was the end of the conversation. No questions asked. Silently, Aizawa handed them their papers, displaying far too many chores to get done in a single day's work. But his threats rang true in their minds, and they knew they'd have finished them in one way or another. Monday marked their first full day on house arrest. Sunday afternoon was merely a test run, a not-so-extensive list of chores that prepared them for what was to come, but the moment they got Monday's list, they knew what they were really in for, and it involved a lot more than just a few loads of laundry. "These weeds," Jiro heaved, trying hard to pull one of the aforementioned infestive little plants from its rightful place in the ground, "are freaking stubborn." "I know, right?" Mina nodded, trying another one next to where Jiro was, but just like the others, it wouldn't budge. This was their task for the day, to parse the garden back to its purest form, which had been getting increasingly more tangled lately, and this must have been the 50th unsuccessful shrub she'd tried. It's like they're trying to make out with the ground or something. Jiro stifled a giggle at that, much to Mina's amusement, but she wasn't all that amused anymore when she realized her usually hard-working friend had stopped working on the task at hand. Instead, she was looking up at her. "Mina, I feel bad for egging you on." She let her focus go awry, losing her grip on the weeds she'd once kept such a close eye on. She looked up at Jiro. "What do you mean?" "Saturday night, the party, don't you remember?" "Of course I do, I remember most of it at least." "Okay, then you remember all the snarky comments I made about you and Midoriya." Mina furrowed her eyebrows as she thought she and Jiro were on the same page about that. "But I thought you didn't mind me and Midoriya." With no real reason or will at all, she began to pick at the underbrush again, fingers lacing around the leaves nervously. "I don't, but he's, kinda with someone already, and she's also my friend too." "So what, does that make her feelings more important than mine? Is that the problem?" Mina, that was a stupid question and you know it. It just feels wrong to egg the two of you on when he's already with someone, if that makes any sense." Mina told herself to take deep breaths, that now not the time to get angry. Putting her trust in Jiro was hard enough as it was, but she only made it harder when she continuously went back and forth like this. Couldn't she just pick something and stick with it and stop being so indecisive? Then why do my feelings not matter at all? Jiro shrugged, giving her a "what do you expect me to say" kind of look. "Of course they matter, you idiot," she laughed. "But so do Ochakos, and you need to think about that before you start getting ahead of yourself." Mina let out the breath she'd been holding as an apology. "I really need to figure things out on my own, Kyoka. Like, all of these feelings are building up inside of me and I have nowhere to put them. You know what I mean?" Finally, for the first time in the last 2 days, Jiro found it within herself to let out a real, genuine laugh. "Not really, but whatever floats your boat, Mina. I'm just glad you're not hungover anymore because it was literal torture to hear you complain about the dumbest shit yesterday." "Oh God, me too. I'd rather die than do that again." She checked to see how much dirt she had stuck in her nails before going back to weed picking. "Hey, I didn't say anything weird at that party, did I? Nothing to Midoriya at least, right? I think I would remember if I did, but I just want to make sure." "Trust me, you didn't, at least from what I could tell, but you two were talking pretty quietly on the way home, so for all I know I could have missed something. Have you talked to him since then?" Mina shook her head. "No, he hasn't come up to me yet." Jiro looked at her, skeptical. "Well, you might want to get on that soon." "Why did he say something?" she asked, and miraculously she was able to rip through the roots of an old weed she'd been working on for a while now. She tightened her grip around the stem, wanting to take Jiro's advice, but she wasn't sure whether or not it was a good idea. Izuku could have been feeling a number of different things right now, some of which were negative, and by ignoring her he'd already dropped a pretty big hint that maybe her intuitions were right. But then again, he could have just been having one of his Izuku moments where he got all shy all of a sudden, which would explain why he was so quiet around her. He could be a total mystery sometimes. She smiled to herself, thinking of all the inexplicable things he'd done, and then, regaining her composure, she returned to the task at hand. Jiro scooched over a little and whispered, "Midoriya's a sensitive guy, Mina. If he was mad at you while you were drunk, he's probably even more mad now." She made a face of disgust. Maybe she shouldn't have said anything to Jiro because it was starting to nip her in the butt. "Well, thanks, Kyoka. Now I'm even more scared to talk to him." "Who are you scared to talk to?" Mina recognized that voice. It definitely reminded her of someone, but who did she know who had a voice like that? Izuku, it had to have been Izuku. Holy crap, she had to get her shit together because it was Izuku. Nobody at all," she exclaimed, whipping around to face him. "What are you doing here, Midoriya?" "Taking out the trash, what about you?" "Just," she shrugged, looking back at the bushes and then back to him, "getting rid of the weeds. They're, stubborn, aren't they?" He nodded, and even if he was a little confused, he was just glad she'd stopped her rambling. She wasn't making any sense in the first place, and quite frankly, he'd stopped trying to understand her a long time ago. His grip around the garbage bag that once been hanging loosely in his hand began to grow tighter. "I'm sorry if you're busy, but can I talk to you for a sec, Ashido?" Sure." She glanced over her shoulder at Jiro, who was keeping a comfortingly close eye on her, and with the reassurance of a friend, she shrugged, following Izuku around the back of the building. Her attempts at slowing him down were getting nowhere. Eventually, she gave in to the inevitable and let him lead her, and once it was so quiet she could hear a pin drop, she asked, "What's going on, Midori?" He stopped, turning around so they were standing face to face. You haven't said anything, have you? About what? About, what we saw, Kei Kirishima and Bakugo. She gave him a sideways glance. Couldn't he trust her a little more than that? You know I'd never do that to you, Midori. I mean, come on, I'm your friend. Well, Kirishima's my friend too, but And you swear you're not lying. She gave him a look. Midoriya, come on, you know I'm not like that. He sighed. Well, no, I don't. It's just, why you can be kinda unpredictable, Ashido. You lied about a lot this weekend, with the party and the people who would be there and even the drinks. He dug her nails into the sides of her sleeves, knowing good and well that if he tried hard enough he could read her like a book. But she didn't really care at this point, because this was one of the things she could remember so vividly. She'd been here before just a few nights ago, having the exact same conversation with the exact same atmosphere and the exact same everything, and even their choice of words was similar, just slightly more jarring now that she was sober enough to process it. Somehow everything he said was magically 10 times worse, which might have had something to do with the fact that she wasn't intoxicated. So that's why you haven't been talking to me lately. You're still mad about the stupid party thing. Well, it is kinda the reason I'm on house arrest now. Then maybe you shouldn't have come. He looked at her funny. If only you'd warned me, Ashido, but you didn't. You lied to me instead because, why, I don't even know. Why'd you lie to me, Ashido? Silence, the unbearable kind, something she'd usually consider a blessing, but now, as it stood today, it was nothing more than a curse. The need for a distraction grew to be too much for her, and she started to finick with whatever was closest. Grasping the bottoms of her sleeves, she sighed, as she wasn't used to being put under such an intense and intimidating limelight. Never mind that, she wasn't used to quarrels in general with anyone really, and especially not with her friends. It made her feel ill for some reason, knowing that Izuku harbored an underlying hatred toward her, and maybe it had something to do with the fact that she was in love with him. Of course it did. When was that ever not the case? She found it within herself to retaliate. I thought we already talked about this, Midoriya. If I didn't lie, you wouldn't have come, and if you didn't come, I would have been sad, and alone, I would have been alone. He was more than a little confused. Why, you have Kirishima and Kaminari and all of your other friends, and you get to hang out with them all the time, but somehow you're still alone. She threw her hands in the air in some kind of wild gesture and didn't hesitate to say, you know what, Midoriya, never mind, forget what I said because you clearly can't figure it out yourself. I mean, God, it's like you don't understand me at all. Izuku, who'd actually been silent for a while now, remained that way at a complete loss for words. He decided that at a time like this it was best to let the silence speak for itself because she was right. He didn't understand her and he probably never would. She contradicted him in every which way possible. Sometimes he imagined they were born to be on opposites because some of the things she did he never even would have considered doing in a million years. She was, in his eyes, an enigma. But even though their differences were what led them to where they were now, he hated it. He absolutely hated fighting with her. He would have died for a little relief or at least a cutback on the tension. And so, hopping for exactly that, he said, I don't think I do, Ashido. You understand I mean. It's just that we're so different, I guess. Don't get me wrong, we're good friends, but we've got nothing in common. I wouldn't have even considered going to a party unless you dragged me into it. A smile crept its way onto Mina's face, and even though she wished she didn't have to admit it, she agreed with him. He was analytical like that, admitting the obvious. She knew his words to be true, she'd known for a long time, but she wasn't sure if she should have taken it seriously or not because being that way could have been both a good and a bad thing. Yeah, I know what you mean, as if I couldn't tell already, she teased. But that's not an excuse for me to drag you into something miserable, even if I think you'll enjoy it. You're not the one at fault, Midoriya, so don't worry about it. It was all me. Well, I mean, I didn't have to come, did I? Course you did, it wouldn't have been the same without you. There was a moment in time when Izuku didn't know what to say. His stomach felt fluttery all of a sudden, knotting his insides from the inside out, and he was taken by surprise at how prevalent it was, like being punched in the gut, but in a good way. He was left with no other choice but to stop and stare as she smiled, bright and bold and beaming with liveliness, especially the way her eyes seemed to glow in the early morning light. It was a refreshing yet familiar feeling, and he wished it would have lasted longer than it did. He was a little conflicted, though, because he still had to hide the fact that his cheeks were burning, and he thought he was having a hot flash. But if he had to be totally honest, he would say he didn't hate the feeling. He realized he was going to stutter again if he tried to talk. Oh, I didn't know. Eyeing him up and down reluctantly, she shushed him. I know you were carrying me home for a while, and I was kinda in my comfort zone, so I don't really remember much, but you would tell me if I said something weird, wouldn't you? You didn't. Why, you said a lot of nice things, actually. And funny ones, too, he professed, and now that she had the reassurance she needed, she could say with confidence that she absolutely loved his smile. She swore he was going to be the death of her if things didn't hit a turnaround soon. Izuku got all quiet again. She thought he might have hit another roadblock in his speech or forgotten what he was going to say, but the atmosphere that hung in the air said otherwise. She thought that maybe, just maybe, although it couldn't very easily just been her mind playing tricks on her, the heavy atmosphere she was just now starting to notice was something along the lines of awkward tension. She'd been noticing it for a while, actually, but now that there was a break in the conversation, she was finally able to address it. But upon giving it that second thought, she realized it could have just been Izuku being Izuku, and she ignored her intuitions and continued on as if nothing had happened. You say that, but I probably just said something stupid and creeped out a bunch of strangers, she said to no one in particular. Ooh, and I bet I egged some people on. Like, I must have seen some stranger dancing around some girl he liked, and then I got the two of them together. I wish. I mean, it kinda worked with you-know-who. He found it funny watching her run her mouth over the most trivial things, so not trying to rush anything, he waited for her to realize she'd went off on a tangent on her own. Eventually she did, turning to him and looking him dead on the eye. But thank you, Midori, for keeping an eye on me and carrying me home and, doing whatever else you did, she giggled. I honestly can't remember. She made him blush with that, she could tell. And no problem. She felt weird just standing there, so she started off, leaving him alone to figure things out on his own. See ya later, dude, I've got so many freaking chores to do, she called, and as she waved goodbye going along her merry way, she couldn't have wiped the smile off of her face if she tried. Carrying baskets upon baskets of dirty laundry from upstairs into the laundry room was proving to be a difficult feat, especially for Izuku, who'd already been worked to the bone long enough for one day. He grimaced whenever his nose got too close to the single sock sitting at the top of the pile, but he ignored the urge to vomit and pushed onward, needing to get this done. It was the last thing on his list, at least until tomorrow. The common room was empty for most of the time he'd been working, but it didn't stay that way for long. Bakugo and Kirishima came waltzing in a little while later, bodies a bit too close for comfort, finishing off the last of their lists together. Izuku tried not to stare, but Mina had just recently told him they'd become a couple after the whole party thing, obviously, and it was hard not to. Besides, they were even busier with chores than he was, so surely they wouldn't notice. He kept up with the laundry, and eventually the city fell dark. He still had a few more loads to do, and he sighed when he saw the rest of his classmates eating dinner downstairs, smiles on their faces, thankful to be free of any responsibilities. He wished that were him. Out of everybody, Mina was the one who caught his eye. She was using her incredible dance skills to her advantage, performing right there in the middle of the living room, and although he'd said this plenty of times before, it was like she was a professional. People were watching too, namely Kirishima and Kaminari and a few others who had gone to that stupid freaking party, the one that got him into this position in the first place. He watched her spin, rolling and turning in ways he thought unimaginable, and he thought he must have been glued to her. He couldn't have taken his eyes off of her if he wanted to. After all, and he had known this for a while, but he'd never really taken the time to acknowledge it, she was a pretty freaking spectacular breakdancer. Kirishima caught sight of Izuku's starring, and when Izuku realized this, he tried to play it off like no big deal, hoping to God that the redhead wasn't as smart as he thought he was. His cheeks were burning like crazy though, nearly impossible to ignore, and he had to wonder why. This wasn't the first time this had happened. What was going on with him lately? Shaking it off, he carried the last few baskets of laundry into the laundry room, picking up the clothes that fell out along the way, and started another load. He needed a distraction. It's kinda late to still be doing your chores, isn't it? He spun around to find Uraraka standing in the doorway, one hand propped up on the doorframe and the other lying lazily by her side. He relaxed when he saw her. I'm almost done, thankfully, he said. Need any help? No, I think I got it. Uraraka walked his way, suddenly looking a little more serious. Why didn't you tell me? That you were going to a party. He stopped what he was doing and looked up at her. It was a last-minute decision. I thought it'd be better if you didn't know. Why? Because you knew I'd say no. Uraraka's honesty wasn't going to waver. It was here to stay. Izuku knew there was no way of working around this, and most of the time he would have been happy about it. Usually she was only so blunt when she was overcome with emotion, especially annoyance, but in the circumstances they were in now, it did nothing but solidify the fact that he dug himself into a hole. In fact, he was scared half to death, and by a girl no less, because he knew he was the reason for all of her anger. I just didn't want to get you involved, Uraraka, honest. He sure as hell didn't owe any obligations to her, nor did he feel bad for what he'd done. He didn't even think he'd done anything, really. It wasn't like he lied to her. Simply put, some of the things he said might have not painted the whole truth, but that was it. He just really didn't want to get Mina involved. Shyly, Uraraka's eyes fell upon the t-shirt she held in her hands, folding it carefully. It was fresh out of the dryer, and she didn't want it to wrinkle. She'd snuck over to help Izuku despite his reassurance not to a while ago, and he hadn't even noticed yet. You should tell me these things, Deku. I mean, it's a party. Not exactly the same as hanging out with your friends or visiting your mom. You shouldn't have even gone in the first place. He sighed, lips turning down into a frown. I know, I'm sorry, Uraraka, and if it means anything to you, I regret even going in the first place. I should have just gone with my gut, and now look where it got me, he said, and he had it in him to laugh at himself. It was one of those half-hearted laughs, the kind that was awkward for both of them, where he knew what he was saying wasn't funny, but he would feel weird if he didn't do something. I swear half the class hates me now. Uraraka's elbow brushed against his, scooching a little closer to him, but he wouldn't have even noticed if it wasn't for the skin-to-skin contact. That was one thing, the feeling he used to get whenever she was around was starting to fade, and fast. Actually, he'd been feeling a little funny around her for a while now. It was like there was something stuck between them, pushing them apart, and although he knew for sure that it was there and he wasn't making things up, he couldn't quite think of a logical reason for the hindrance it bore down on him. Maybe he was beginning to distance himself. Oh, he didn't have a clue. He was horrible with feelings. Bringing him back to the conversation was the sound of her voice. One thing's for sure, it is mad at you. He sighed, saying, is he? He was mad the first time I was on house arrest. He says he thinks you're a disgrace. Why wasn't he surprised? In fact, he was the stupid one for even putting it past the class representative in the first place. Even though they were friends, Ida was the kind of guy who'd scold anyone who so much as laid a finger outside of the fiats, and in this case, Izuku had held out his whole hand. Well, I kinda am. She grabbed him by the wrist, her grip firm at first. No, you're not. It's just, he's, well, Ida, whatever, it doesn't matter what he thinks, does it? Izuku shook his head, but both of them knew that at heart, it did matter a little. He was the class representative, after all, and he wasn't the only one thinking that way. Uraraka's fingers snuck between the hollows in his, and he let her do what she wanted with them. She took the opportunity and ran with it, holding his hand tentatively like she needed some getting used to. Come on, what do you say we get something to eat while we wait for the laundry to finish? Okay, he replied, and throwing caution to the wind, he let her lead him out of there, his heart barely beating at all. Chapter XII Studying tells a lot. This was the first time in a while where the week didn't go by in the blink of an eye. And no, it might have been okay if it was simply due to excitement, but that was definitely not the case. Time just seemed to drag on, each day getting longer and longer until Mina ultimately reached her end goal, freedom. But as it stood now, being only Friday, she'd have to sit through a whole weekend. So for now, she'd just have to do what she did best and make the most out of the moment. Those who'd been forbidden from attending class, deservingly, they'd admit, since they did break the rules. But what made their lives miserable was knowing they'd have to make up all the work at a later date, gathered around the kitchen counter to grab something quick to eat before returning to their necessary chores. Mina, as per usual, was in way too merry of a mood, and decided this was the perfect opportunity to make everyone some sandwiches. Random, she knew, but she was hungry, and it just so happened that there was a leftover jar of marshmallow fluff in the fridge. She went a little overboard with the fluff and a little light on the peanut butter. Fluffernutters had always been her favorite, but she had a feeling everyone liked them that way anyway. Even Izuku, who was super strict about his calorie intake, managed to get his hands on one of her sugary creations. She made his with a little extra peanut butter just because she knew he'd like it like that, and extra peanut butter equaled extra protein. She ended up sneaking a spot next to him as well, maneuvering her way between his seat and Kirishima's, and the smile she'd been wearing since the morning only grew wider. He was the thing that kept her together this week, through thick and thin, through each and every time she felt like giving up. He was always in the back of her mind, pressing her to go on. If he wasn't there, she wasn't sure what she would have done, since he was surely the only reason she could be in such a good mood despite the depressing circumstances. They'd never had the chance to spend this much time together, the chance she'd always needed to truly sort out her feelings, not without Uraraka getting in the way or their classmates keeping them separated, and Mina absolutely loved it. She loved the way it made her feel, the way he made her feel. and she realized for what must have been the very first time that he was the person she wanted to spend forever with. Suddenly her face set fire and she hurriedly shook off the butterflies that'd been fluttering around in her stomach to keep from seeming suspicious. This was a big thing to realize. Once she learned to think straight again, she glanced around the room to make sure no one had noticed her peculiar behavior. Thankfully, nobody did. Mina, Izuku, and a few of their fellow classmates ate in blissful silence while Kirishima tried his best to finish his food fast so he could get back to work. Others struck up a conversation. Bakugo was a bit behind, so he had to grab a snack instead of sitting down with everyone else. They were all a little grateful for his absence. Kirishima, who'd been unusually quiet for the past few minutes, finally perked up with something to say. "Hey, how's everyone feeling about final exams?" Mina froze. "Final exams? What final exams?" The ones Mr. Aizawa had said to very meticulously prepare for because they pretty much determined their grades for the entirety of the third semester. She hadn't forgotten, had she? Holy freaking crap, she had. When were they again? Monday. They started on Monday and she hadn't even studied yet. Final exams, what? I totally forgot. Izuku glanced her way, eyes filled with concern. Ashido, they start next week, you know that, right? Everyone else seemed stunned that she'd neglected to notice the most important test of the year sneaking up on her. She whined and held her head in frustration, angry at nobody but herself. But because she was petty, she still took it out on her friends. "Why didn't you guys tell me?" "We thought you knew," Siro shouted. "You know I don't pay attention in class. Why didn't you set up something like a group study sesh?" Kaminari crossed his arms. "Come on, Ashido, cause that's boring. This is your fault. Don't blame it on us." Okay, I'm sorry, but what am I supposed to do?" she whined. Kaminari shrugged. "You're gonna have to figure it out. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have expected any less from you in the first." Kirishima slapped him on the shoulder to shut him up, and Izuku, feeling empathetic about her current situation, offered his condolences. I can help you study. I need to go over some topics anyway, whatever you need." "I know you don't want to do that, Midoriya. Besides, it's already too late. There's too much for me to remember." Izuku furrowed his eyebrows, partly out of anger and partly out of pity. "Well, we can at least try." "He makes a good point," Kirishima said. Mina lifted her head from the table, still mopping. She gave Izuku a look, one filled with suspicion and uncertainty. "Really? You'd do that, even while we're still on house arrest?" "Yes, Ashido, I'd be happy to." In no time flat, her frown flipped into a smile and her eyes lit up like nebulas in the night sky. She wasn't sure what to do with the excitement of finally finding hope, and so, pleading for his comfort, she turned toward Izuku. "Oh, thank you so much, Midori," she squealed, leaning over her seat and wrapping her arms around him. He froze, embarrassment through the roof, wondering whether or not to push her away. His friends were watching right in front of his eyes, and they were the type to tease. Ashido." As realization dawned across her face, Mina tried to keep her cool. She'd reacted too swiftly, done something she might regret. "Sorry for surprising you, Midori, but I'm just so happy," she squeaked, slithering her way away from him and sitting up straight, and she wouldn't have looked her classmates in the eye if her life depended on it. They were definitely looking at her funny, she could tell. "How about tonight? Let's meet here at 7 once we finish our chores." "Okay," he said, "and don't forget your books." "I won't," she promised, and it was officially set in stone. It was already dark by the time Izuku made it downstairs. There, sitting in the same seat as earlier, was Mina, waiting for him. When she waved him over, he immediately noticed how prepared she'd come, the backpack tossed over her chair chock full of books and binders. Part of him thought she wouldn't have taken this seriously. The moment he sat down was the moment they got to work, and as much as he wanted to talk all night and into the next day and then into the next and maybe even endlessly, he had a lot of things he wanted to say to her, a lot of little things. He knew how important it was that they study. Algebra II was first on the list of topics they needed to cover. So in order to find the base 10 logarithm of 1000, we have to figure out what power of 10 equals that, which, in this case, would be. I'm sorry, Midoriya, and I know how frustrating this seems, but I barely even know what a logarithm is. But Ashido, we've gone over it 3 times already. Mina twiddled her thumbs, looking nervously down at her notebook. She could feel Izuku's aggravation through his words despite how hard he tried to hide it, and she didn't blame him because she was aggravated too. This was simple, yet she couldn't even get this right. I know, but it's super confusing and I'm too stupid to figure it out, she said, and it felt less like a statement and more like something she should have admitted a long time ago. He sighed, catching himself before calling her out on that last line. She wasn't stupid and she knew that, but he couldn't blame her for feeling that way. No, you're not, he said, the greens of his eyes sullen. His hand was close enough to hers to where he could have reached out for it if he wanted to, but he thought that might make her uncomfortable. You just need a little push in the right direction. Let's try something easier. How about equations and inequalities? Talk about inequalities, she said, partly ignoring his previously mentioned advice. Look at how big your hands are compared to mine. Like, geez, how'd I never notice? Truth was, she had noticed. She just wanted an excuse to touch him, and with their hands so close, she could easily slide her fingers under his, lifting them up and pressing their palms together. She giggled, and she was glad when she realized she wasn't the only one blushing. Was it because it was her whose hand he was touching, or was it just because of the bad joke? What the hell? Your hand is literally like twice the size of mine, she said, trying to lighten the mood even more than she already did before. He bent the tips of his fingers over hers and cracked a smile as soon as she tried to hide her amusement, which led to them both breaking out in a much-needed fit of full-fledged laughter. Mina couldn't explain why, but it all felt so natural. He was feeling the same thing. Even Izuku, the densest of dense, couldn't have missed it. It was so cut and dry. They were more than friends, but less than lovers. He left his hand on hers for a few extra seconds before reality set in and he took it away. He looked her in the eye, which they'd been doing nearly the whole time they'd been down here, but this time he looked a little more serious and her heart skipped a beat. And, for the record, you know you're not dumb. She breathed. She thought he'd say something else. I know, she said, hiding her hands in the sleeves of her sweater, but I can be sometimes. And there it was, that awkward atmosphere that interfered with whatever was going on between them, an undeniable realization hanging heavily over their heads. It was best left unsaid, but they both knew what the other was thinking. We can never be more than this. At least not with Uraraka around. And even if Uraraka was gone, it'd all be too fast. Izuku would look like an ass. Thank God they were alone. Everyone else was in the other room studying and hanging out, Uraraka included, and unless they willingly turned their backs to the TV, which was surely more interesting than whatever they were doing, they wouldn't be seen. So would it be wrong for her to shoot her shot? But then again, their classmates were close. This wasn't the right time, and it'd only make the reality 10 times harder to handle if she heard it from Izuku himself. We can't. So she stayed quiet and studied equations and inequalities, occasionally looking up at Izuku's freckled face whenever she began to miss it. They laughed a bunch, and another thing that was left unspoken was that they couldn't be too obvious about how much fun they were having, or somebody, Uraraka in particular, would notice. Eventually, once they'd gone over everything they needed to learn for math, science, and English, Mina began to doze off in the comfort of her own arms. She leaned her head against the granite that coated the countertop and used the last of her energy to mutter the words, "Wanna go to the beach with me?" He stopped in the middle of stuffing his books into his backpack. But Ashido, finals are coming up. She groaned, mad that he'd questioned her. Was it okay to fall asleep now without even giving him the answer he needed for closure? Curfew was approaching and everyone else had already headed upstairs, but she couldn't seem to stand up or even try to pick a fight with her overwhelming exhaustion. Friday, when they're over, it doesn't have to be just us. I can invite other people, if you want. We don't have to invite other people, I mean, he said, resting his head in his hands and glancing out the windowsill like he didn't want to give in to the reality, but we probably should. He simply got a snore in response, and when he realized Mina was falling asleep right there on the kitchen counter, he figured she hadn't heard him. Ashido. No response. You awake? Nothing. And so he smiled, resting his head on the table, and all of a sudden they were at the same eye level. This felt so much more intimate, and Mina may not have realized, but he was admiring her. He wasn't sure what prompted him to do this, and it was a somewhat risky move since he could easily be seen by someone if they decided to come downstairs, but he wasn't going to stop. Was he catching feelings? Probably, and with the amount of trouble that could spell, it certainly wasn't a good thing. But he couldn't help himself. She was just so stunning, so unique. Everything about her was an enigma, mysterious but in a good way. But shouldn't he reconsider? Feelings meant a lot and he wasn't sure if he was ready to tackle that head-on. But then he realized he'd practically been flirting with her today, and lately he'd been starting to see Uraraka as more and more of a hindrance and Ashido as more and more of a pleasure to be around. Even all through this week, she was his most important person. His face lit up as it dawned upon him that he really was catching feelings for another girl. Not another girl, Mina Ashido. He was catching feelings for Mina Ashido. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure no one else was around, and when he realized they really were alone, he admired her some more. He wasn't sure what he was going to do with these feelings in the far future, but for now this was fine. It wasn't long before he was asleep too. It was already a little past curfew when Kaminari and Kirishima snuck downstairs for a late-night snack. They spotted two of their classmates in the corner of the kitchen sleeping across from each other, and wanting to investigate a little, they walked in their direction. "Should we wake them up?" Kaminari asked. Kirishima smiled and shook his head. The peaceful expression Mina was wearing and the slight upturn of Izuku's lips made him think otherwise. Don't, they're in the middle of a good night's sleep. Chapter XII Where Two Hearts Meet. Freaking finally, I've been waiting all week for finals to end, and I actually think I did good this time. Mina's feet were falling asleep from sitting down for so long, pins and needles tingling the tips of her toes, and there were no words to describe how good it felt to finally stretch and stand up. She'd never been so happy to finish a test, or anything related to school for that matter, and she couldn't help but wear her heart on her sleeve as she made a desperate attempt to hide her exhilaration. Final exams had been complete in total chaos despite the not-so-terrible outcome, so she realized over the last 2 days she must have done something right. They were officially over today, Friday, and not only were they done, but she also thought she did really well in the areas she was most worried about. Math, science, not her strong suits. Maybe she was simply getting her hopes up, but she had a good feeling this time around, especially compared to last semester. Kaminari, and he wasn't the only one, had noticed the aura of enthusiasm around her. So after all that time you spent freaking out, you actually think you did good? Yup, she said, glowing from head to toe. She wanted to thank Izuku, but doing it from all the way across the room might give the rest of her classmates a weird idea. So on the way out, when Uraraka wasn't paying attention, she whispered a thank you in his ear, and when he turned around, the tips of his ears red, a blush rang true on her cheeks. After a moment of silence, she said, "We're still on for the beach, right?" He went wide-eyed, and neither did he know how to answer her. He'd forgotten about the beach and assumed he wasn't the only one, but he wasn't all that surprised. She was such a sucker for social events, and she did have a pretty undeniable love for anything that had to do with ocean, even in the middle of March. So despite how suddenly this had been thrown at him, he gave her a thumbs up and hurried off to catch up with Ida and Uraraka. Neither of them wanted to swim. It was far too cold, and Dagaba's waters were known for being chilly during the winter. Not only that, but after a stressful finals week, all they really wanted to do was relax. So without exchanging a word, they both came to the consecutive decision not to pack their bathing suits. When Izuku made it downstairs, he realized for the very first time that Mina was alone. He had told her to invite other people, hadn't he? He even said it again after they woke up that one time from their late-night study sesh to head up to bed. Turns out that sleeping with your head on the table could get a little uncomfortable after a while. So, where is everyone? He asked. What do you mean? The other people we were supposed to invite. She furrowed her eyebrows. We were supposed to invite people. I thought. She faked an epiphany, finally knowing what to say. Honestly, she laughed, I forgot. He was dense if he couldn't tell she was feigning how much she'd forgotten. She knew good and well what she was doing was wrong, but she just needed to be alone with him. Ashido, he hissed. What? I'm sorry, okay, everyone already has plans anyway, and it's not that big of a deal. He scratched the side of his cheek. Well, it kinda is. She stopped dead in her tracks, curiously raising one eyebrow. Of course it isn't, why would it be? He looked away. She understood. She had a sneaking suspicion that would be the reason. Oh, Midori, no one's gonna see it like that. Besides, we don't feel that way about each other. Lies. You are a liar, she told herself. Would he even believe something so silly? Was she beginning to become transparent? He looked again toward the floor, avoiding seeing eye to eye. I know, but still. Then, knowing he wasn't going to win against someone so stubborn, he reconsidered. Never mind, you're right, we should probably go before it gets dark. She lit up like a lantern. Yup, she said, smiling, the specks of gold in her eyes brighter than ever before, and she wondered, how could something so little make me so happy? How could I let him do this to me? Leaving the dorms with him by her side, she knew the inevitable truth. With the way she was acting, she'd never be able to keep her feelings a secret forever. I probably should have worn more layers, Izuku said, sarcasm strong in his voice as his feet finally touched the sand. It was freezing outside, and by the time they'd turned onto Dagaba, the welcome sign withered away with rust. Gray clouds had already begun rolling in. The forecast never said anything about rain. They didn't have an umbrella or even a rain jacket. They weren't prepared for this. Staring out at the water reminded Mina of the last time they were here. It wasn't just them back then. It was Kirishima, Kaminari, Zero too, and it wasn't too long before she realized how she felt, but she still had a little inkling at the time that she saw Izuku as more than a friend. Now today they were all alone. No one wanted to go to the beach on a weekend in the mid-March, that was a fact. She remembered him chasing after her, following in her footsteps, and the adrenaline rush that had finally awakened within her at that exact moment came back all at once in the here and now, coursing through her body like it did back then and giving her the confidence boost she'd always needed. It made her want to run, rule the world, tell Izuku exactly what she'd been hiding from him all this time. She knew it had come back to her, but it was just a matter of when. And now here it was, this was the when, and it was back with a vengeance. She took off the button-up part of her uniform. "Don't you remember the last time we were here?" she asked, smiling back at him, shimmying out of her top. She was left with only her shirt and skirt to cover her body, and if it counted, her stockings, and although she felt a little exposed, she could undoubtedly say she didn't mind. "Why yeah," he replied, cheeks hot with a red hue. "Training for that quirk thingy Aizawa threw at us. I don't think he ever actually gave it a name." He tried his damnedest to search for an excuse to keep talking so that he didn't have to look at her, but he couldn't find one. This was just like the last time. She was technically stripping down right in front of him, and she either didn't realize or, the more likely possibility, didn't care. "So what are you waiting for?" she said without ever taking her eyes off of him. "Take yours off too." He was clearly kind of uncomfortable since, if put in the wrong context, what she was saying sounded a little inappropriate, whether she meant for it to be interpreted that way or not. But he followed through with it anyway, unbuttoning his jacket and letting it fall to the ground. "So you ready to go in?" she asked, kicking off her shoes. "But I thought it a little cold to swim." "So we can wait if that's what you want, but I'm just letting you know that you sometimes gotta take risks in life, Midoriya." And then, to prove herself right, she took a risk she'd wanted to take for a while, did something brave. She grabbed his hand, this time slowly, carefully, letting him know that this wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment decision, that this was something more. This was her throwing her heart out on the line. "Ayashido, what if our uniforms get wet?" he stammered, her grip on his wrist too tight for him to let go. "They'll dry, it's just water," she said, her stubborn side stopping him from sneaking away. This reminded her so much of that night, except the stars weren't out this time and they were really completely alone, not another soul in sight. "But people will notice. Let them talk, it's not like we did anything bad." He kept on complaining until they were knee-deep in salt water and surrounded by seaweed and stepping on seashells, to which he finally realized his efforts were futile and succumbed to the fact that he should probably just give up. He wasn't winning any battles and he certainly wasn't winning a war, and he knew there was no use fighting the inevitable. Besides, he knew he'd have fun. It was just the consequences he'd eventually have to face that were forcing him to reconsider. Wanting to tease him a little, she splashed him first. He stood there stunned and she waited patiently for his revenge, but it never came. "You gonna get me back or what?" He wasn't one to turn down a challenge. He simply needed to wait for the initial shock to wear off, and once it did, he used up every last bit of energy he could to splash her back with the force of 1,000 suns. She wiped the water out of her eyes. "Oh, it's on." A battle broke out between them, a not entirely serious battle, a battle filled with laughter and enthusiasm and euphoria. They were dancing, running in circles around each other, surrounded by their own little bubble of happiness that nothing and no one could burst. The only thing that mattered was right here and right now in this very moment. Everything else seemed meaningless. Izuku was suddenly brought back to reality by the feeling of something cold hitting his shoulder and then again on the tip of his nose. Raindrops. He'd predicted this, but that didn't make him any more prepared for it. It started out as a light drizzle but only grew heavier as time went on. Eventually it began to downpour. He stopped splashing for a second. "Maybe we should get out, in case of a thunderstorm." "Yeah," she said, beginning to tread toward the shore. "I did not bring a change of clothes for this." He laughed, walking back beside her, sitting down on the sand once they were far away enough from the sea. Their shoulders were brushing against each other due to the close proximity, but Izuku remained completely unfazed up until the moment he realized he could see through her shirt. She looked so vulnerable in that black bra, her chest rising and falling with each and every breath. and a bright red blush made its way onto his face because he knew he shouldn't be doing this. He shouldn't even be here, he shouldn't be getting so close to her, and he certainly shouldn't be letting this go on without some kind of form of intervention, even if he was the one who'd have to make that move. He decided at the very least he'd inch a little away from her. Ashido, I don't mean to startle you, but I can kinda see your bra.